Good morning. It is 7:04 a.m. on November 17th, and I hereby call to order the Personnel Committee of the City of Memphis Council. Ms. Hayes, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Canale.
Here.
Councilman Covett.
Here.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford.
Here.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Present.
Councilman Jones. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Morgan.
Here.
Councilwoman Robinson. Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Swearingen. Councilman Warren.
Here.
Chair Carlisle.
Present. Colleagues, we have 7 items on this morning's agenda. As you may have seen in the note to everyone last night, we're going to take items 4 through 7 first due to some scheduling conflicts, and then handle the appointments on the back end of the Personnel Committee meeting. With that being said, item number 4 is a substitute ordinance to amend Title III, Chapter 16 in the City of Memphis Codes of Ordinances, City Employee Occupational Health Program, establishing an updated occupational safety and health program plan. This is sponsored by the administration. May I please have a motion and a second to hear this item?
Motion to approve.
Second, Johnson.
Moved by Councilman Warren, seconded by Councilman Johnson. Is there someone from the administration to speak on this item?
Yes, this is Chief Alex Smith here.
Good morning, Chief. You've got the floor.
Yes, if I can share my screen. I have a brief presentation to give an overview. Primarily, these are updates that we are required to make based on TOSHA. And so we want to bring this before council to be able to update our plan, essentially due to various updates required by Occupational Health, Safety and Health Administration. We need to update our plan. We have a 7-year plan that's applicable to all employees. This is managed through our Office of Workplace Safety, which is under the Human Resources Division. Charlie Adair is our safety manager. It has a core team that supports this work. And we partner very closely with the Tennessee OSHA to ensure that we have continuity with this plan. Overall, the focus is ensuring that we have a top management commitment related to developing a safety culture, ensuring that we identify all hazards and potential hazards, focus on preventing and controlling existing hazards, ensure that there's a requirement for the use of safety equipment, personal protective equipment, and devices necessary for the performance of work. And of course, the records management of documenting any incidences and reporting that to the Commissioner of Labor and Workforce Development, et cetera. Also, we have a requirement to provide education and training and awareness to all employees. And so our updates are in alignment with that. And that is it. We would ask that we have approval to update our ordinance to be in alignment with the request from TOSHA.
Thanks, Chief Smith. Very important. I read the document in an effort to go to sleep last night. All those important details. Let the record show that I saw Councilman Jones, Logan, and Robinson as present, and I apologize if I missed anybody else.
Easter Thomas.
And Easter Thomas is here as well. Good morning. Colleagues, I see nobody in the queue. With that, Ms. Hayes, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Canale.
Yes.
Councilman Covett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Abstain.
Councilman Ford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Yes.
Councilman Jones.
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan.
Aye.
Councilman Morgan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Robinson. Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Swearingen. Councilman Warren
Aye.
and Chair Carlisle.
Aye, this item passes. Item number 5 will be held for 2 weeks for the public, for the tens of people listening in at 7:08 this morning. We are working on some additional language to add into that substitute, and hopefully we'll have that finalized going forward. Moving on to item number 6. This is a discussion regarding the fiscal year 2021 City of Memphis holiday schedule. There's no resolution at this time. I know that, good morning, sir. I know that there, and I guess I'll just go ahead and defer to the administration to just provide how we are here today to discuss it. Mayor, thank you for joining us. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll give a brief overview and then have Chief Smith give details. This is in regard to the resolution requesting us to add another paid holiday in Juneteenth. And for a couple reasons, we cannot agree to add another paid holiday, but we ask you to substitute Juneteenth for an already existing holiday. Those 2 reasons are as an employer and as a service provider. First, as an employer, currently there are 13 city holidays in which employees receive a paid day of leave. Divisions of city government are mostly closed and citizens are not fully served. This number of 13 exceeds most every public and private organization. In addition, the city offers an extraordinary amount of paid time off, vacations, bonus days, and sick leave. Chief Smith will give you the details. I did not realize this until I was on the council, and this similar issue came up. And we give so many more holidays and pay time off than any organization there is. Secondly, as a service provider, the cost of each of these paid holidays is approximately $1 million. So in short, taxpayers pay more money, but get less service. As you know, every budget year, we struggle to find a way to pay for raises and increased cost of retirement and healthcare. In addition to that, we struggle to pay for better services to public. Now, together, we've improved it. We've had more summer jobs and more after-school activities.
Go down now in Jesus' name.
And in public service corps, we've grown those. We've provided more second chances, but we could do so much more. And remember, on average, our budget increases by about $10 million a year through natural growth. A 1% pay raise for every city employee is $4.5 million. Last year, our pension cost increased alone in 1 year by $8 million. So it's a struggle to fund everything else. So what we'd ask is that you pick another holiday. We'll just substitute Juneteenth, and we'll keep it at 13 city holidays. And if I may, turn it over to Chief Smith.
Thank you, Mayor Strickland. So for city council members, what I like to do is go through overall details related to our paid time off offerings so that you have more clarity around what we currently offer as an employer. Remember, we are an employer of 8,300 employees, or approximately 6,500 are full-time employees that are eligible for our bonus days, vacation, and sick leave options. So as Mayor Strickland mentioned, we have 13 paid holidays. These are a list of all of the holidays this year. There are several holidays that are set actually by ordinance. There are a few that are set by national standards, which would be the Martin Luther King's Day, as well as it's one of Veterans Day as well. And so we understand, based on comparing the number of holidays that we have, that we are highly competitive and exceed the number of paid holidays compared to most municipalities in the country. And so we're very generous in the offerings of paid holidays. In fact, if you take a look and you compare us to Shelby County, Chattanooga, Denver, you can clearly see that 13 is exceedingly more than what other entities are offering today. And then as Ms. Strickland mentioned, in addition to the 13 paid holidays, we have a robust paid time off program. So you have our sick leave, which allows for employees to get between 1 to 2.5 days monthly with unlimited accumulation. You also have our bonus days where employees are able to get 4 days, and then also our vacation, which they are able to get anywhere from 10 to 25 days based on years of service. And then for this year, particularly because of the federal mandate with the Family First Coronavirus Response Act, we also have to offer sick leave to our part-time employees as well. So that's another added pressure to our operations. So this is an example of what our sick leave and vacation accrual looks like. And so you can see that it accelerates. And of course, this is something that was developed over decades here at the city of Memphis and has essentially been established in order to help with retention and supporting employees. But you can see that it is a generous amount of time off for employees, particularly in the private sector where you don't normally see sick leave at this great rate where someone would get 2.5 days per year and then be able to have automatic rollover in that type of accumulation. So to help kind of bring it into picture for you, so you have somebody who has been here for 15 years, and we're going to exclude any time that they may have rolled over. Today, you can roll over 10 days. That is our policy. But excluding any time that is able to be rolled over, that person would accumulate just in 1 year 30 days of sick leave, potentially 4 bonus days if they did not take any sick leave, and then 20 vacation days. And then they would have their 13 paid holidays. So that's 34 days of time off in vacation, bonus, and holiday time, which, as the mayor mentioned, we talk about operations. That means that those are community centers, libraries, other things that are not open during that time, or that we have to worry about operations and staffing for those 34 days that potentially could be taken. And then on top of that, you have the sick time, which based on what's happening with the employee. And of course, with coronavirus, we're now even more concerned about this. That's additional, potentially 30 days. And so you could have 64 days that this employee could be gone, including sick time. That's 25% of the total of 260 work days that are within a total year. That is a large amount of time. And I would argue for any private sector entity, if you look at this, they would have immense difficulty continuing their operations with this amount of time. I'll now open the floor for questions.
Thank you, Chief Smith. Thank you, Mayor Strickland. I see Councilman Warren in the queue.
Thank you. Could we look at that list of holidays again? Yeah, it was one of the first slides. I'm trying to look here and see which holidays we have that are all back to back. And, we've got New Year's Eve, MLK, and we have President's Day right after that. Looks like Easter sort of floats around, right? Good Friday floats around. So then we've got the Martin Luther King Memorial, which is Friday the 3rd of April, and Memorial Day is the 25th of May. It looks to me like we're missing some holiday. I mean, then we don't have anything else in June, and we've got a thing in February and right after MLK Day. I mean, if we had to switch something around, it seemed to me like you'd want to give up President's Day and move it to Juneteenth. I just was thinking out loud and wondering what other people thought.
Yeah, Doc, I'll just hop in. Usually I'll wait till the last, but I think ultimately, if I heard Chief Smith and the mayor correctly, it's find $1 million, which we're not going to do. Trade a holiday or convert some other personal day or change up the other benefits program, which is much more complex. And President's Day seems to be the most logical to me and probably the most innocuous to others. However, you never know. Councilman Morgan and then Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a little clarification. Why do we have the sick days that are available scale up over time or over years of service? I understand vacation days increasing the longer you've been with the city, but why would sick leave increase?
That's a great question. That is something that preceded myself being in this role. My only assumption is that the city was looking at it as a retention and attraction tool with this idea that as people work for the city longer, particularly police and fire, that they may need more sick time. And so they wanted to accelerate it in that way.
Are we making any efforts to adjust that? Or are we just going to go with the status quo even if we don't think it's a great idea?
Well, we have been talking internally around how we can evolve our paid time off program. I will tell you that it is a very hotbed topic, and particularly, that 75% of our workforce is represented. This is a topic that would be a part of our labor negotiations. So we are thinking about it strategically, and we'll look to bring something forward as a part of the labor negotiation process.
Okay, because I agree with Dr. Warren. I think President's Day of these lists of 13 paid holidays would be the one that I would be most willing to part with for Juneteenth. But it seems like maybe we could also do it even if you reduce sick leave by 6 days, but increase vacation by 4 days and added Juneteenth, you'd still net out a positive, maybe. I don't know if the math changes in terms of how y'all have to fill police and fire for sick days versus a holiday. But my first thought wouldn't be cutting one of these 13 paid holidays. I'd be looking to adjust the sick leave and how that's structured. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. My question is, what holiday has the administration or Office of HR selected based on what you all think? So since your suggestion is to replace a holiday, what's the holiday that you all are more looking towards based on whomever you talk to or employees that you surveyed?
We have no suggestion. That's what we're here for. We're asking y'all to select that holiday.
Okay. I think it's interesting what Councilman Morgan brought up. That's something that I'd like to see brought back as well, as he said. But as for my stance, I wouldn't suggest substituting any holiday for Juneteenth. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I don't want to belabor this because I know we're bound by time throughout the day today. Ultimately, we are bound by, our comparison to the private market here in Memphis and elsewhere, our comparison as a city entity, we're bound by budget restrictions. And so, whether we call it a paid holiday or it's a personal day or a sick day or a bonus day, the money's got to be found from within the current program. And it sounds like we're going to need to, I guess if I hear what my colleagues are saying, is perhaps some more conversation between the council and the administration to see, and perhaps the labor unions to see if there is some other opportunity through one of our other benefits to find that money. Just doesn't seem like we're going to resolve it right here, right now. So with that being said, I appreciate everyone's input. Appreciate Chief Smith and the mayor. We will probably circle back to this, but I will say that we also have the first of the year coming up, and I assume Chief Smith and Mayor Strickland, I mean, from a budgetary standpoint, I think the idea was to have a Juneteenth paid in calendar year 21 and the end of fiscal year 21. Is that correct? Or were we shooting for 22? Meaning we've got to have this cleared up here relatively shortly.
It's 21.
Calendar year 21 in this fiscal year. So yeah, so I mean, we've got to, if we're going to do that, we've got to come to a resolution here quickly. Moving on. Yes.
Is there a reason that we shouldn't just move and vote and see if we've got votes to move president stay there?
Well, there's no resolution to vote on, and we can do it in 2 weeks. If that's where the body is and a little more discussion can't hurt. And by the way, we don't necessarily need a resolution. The administration can take our recommendation and unilaterally, it's their, I believe it's their prerogative, and they're asking us for what we think they should do. But if we need to do so by resolution, I just suggest we do it in 2 weeks when there's something to physically vote on, and we can do it with same night minutes, and it's a done deal.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right, colleagues. Moving on. Item number 6. Again, there's nothing to vote on here, but an update regarding a community-based committee to be formed to select the next Memphis Police Director. This item was requested by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. I guess I'll kick it to Chief Smith.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's all right.
I will share my screen again. So I think the request is an update on where we are with the police director search process. I believe last week I emailed the city council with a timeline, sharing the overall objectives and timeline of the process. We have contracted with the International Association of Chiefs of Police, which are the leading gold standard in executive search for law enforcement executive roles in the country. And we worked with them in 2016 for our process, and the mayor has selected them to work again with us for 2020. And so we have signed the contract. We've had our initial kickoff meeting. We're now in a process of looking at developing some sort of community survey to understand from a community perspective related to the expectations of the director. We are in process of holding stakeholder interviews to help us in developing the position description. We are working on the candidate profile development, which will help us in further developing the position description and the overall candidate profile that we will be looking for. From there, we'll be working with IACP to develop the recruitment brochure, I'll call it position description, candidate profile video to promote the position, and then an opportunity for the public, as I mentioned, through a survey tool to be able to share feedback around that. And then we'll finalize the position description and hopefully have it posted in early December. As I mentioned, all these days are subject to change as we're working and meeting with individuals and talking with the executive search firm to be able to work this process. From there, we will be looking to post the job in early December. We'll be evaluating candidates who apply for the role from that time in December, going into January and early February, and then the mayor will be able to make his selection in February, and then we'll be making a presentation to council in March. We have not decided on what the if we will interview panel process will look like. As we mentioned to council before, we did go through a interview panel process in 2016 where we had a number of different stakeholders and community members involved in that. We're still working through what that looks like, and I will be happy to share further details once we have that finalized. And that's where we are.
Thank you, Chief Smith. Colleagues, any questions, comments? All right. All right. Thank you, Chief Smith. Thank you, Mayor Strickland. Appreciate your time this morning, joining us bright and early. All right, colleagues, back to the top of the docket here. We'll move to our appointments. Item number 1 is the appointment to the Civilian Law Enforcement Review Board of Mr. Sean Lynch. May I please have a motion and a second to hear this item?
Johnson moves it.
Jones moves it.
Moved by Councilwoman Johnson, seconded by Councilman Jones. Mr. Lynch, good morning. If you would give us your name and address for the record and just a elevator speech about why you'd like to serve.
My name is Sean Lynch. Address is 340 South Hawthorne, Memphis, Tennessee. I would like to serve because I was asked to serve, but I believe I can be effective as my career in government and private practice of law will help me look at these issues with a different point of view than's been on there before. I'd love to help.
Thank you. I appreciate it again. Thank you for your willingness to serve the city. Colleagues, any questions or comments for Mr. Lynch? With seeing none, we'll move this to a vote. Ms. Hayes, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Canale. Councilman Kovac.
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Yes.
Councilman Ford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Yes.
Councilman Jones.
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan.
Aye.
Councilman Morgan.
Abstain.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Aye.
Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Swearingen. Councilman Warren.
Aye.
And Chair Carlisle.
Aye, this item passes. Thank you, Mr. Lynch. Colleagues, item number 2 is the appointment to the Downtown Memphis Commission of Ms. Victoria Young. May I please have a motion and a second to hear this item?
So move.
I heard Chairwoman Robinson and second from Councilman Warren. Thank you. Ms. Young, good morning. If you'll give us your name and address for the record and a little bit about yourself and why you'd like to serve on the DMC board.
Good morning. My name is Victoria Young. My address is 420 Monroe, Memphis, Tennessee, 38103. I am happy and excited to have the opportunity to support the Downtown Memphis Commission with all of the incentives, the services, just to build a downtown Memphis for all. I think I have a great working relationship with the staff currently. Have benefited myself from the mission of the DMC just to create space and unique experiences for Memphians. And I literally eat, live, work, and play in downtown Memphis. So I am excited to join the board.
Thank you. Colleagues, any questions or comments for our appointee? I just want to take a minute and say that I'm very excited to see your willingness to serve. And again, just all of our appointees today and in general coming forward have just been so qualified. And thank you for bringing your diverse background and your skill set. It's really amazing to get wonderful people to serve on these boards with their free time, which I know as an attorney at Baker is probably limited. So thank you so much. Yes, Chairwoman Robinson.
I just want to say I am so happy to have you, Victoria. However, my heart is just broken that she would just break ranks with Whitehaven. She is from Whitehaven, a graduate of the Whitehaven High School. We love you, we support you, but don't forget us.
I won't. I cannot.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Councilman Warren, did you want to say something?
I just wondered, I saw that you went to Duke. Did you ever hear the pitchfork sing?
I did all of the time.
I started that group when I was there.
Oh, wow. That's history. And I'm going to leave Councilman Morgan alone because, you know, we don't deal with his kind.
I was in the queue to say that she seems like a terrific candidate, other than the fact that she went to Duke. But hopefully, there's been opportunities to error of her ways and have a broader perspective on the world. And looking forward to her serving on the DMC.
All right, colleagues. Ms. Hayes, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Canale, Councilman Covette,
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Ford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan,
Aye.
Councilman Morgan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Robinson,
Aye.
Councilman Smiley, Councilwoman Swearingen, Councilman Warren,
Aye.
Chair Carlisle.
Aye, this item passes. Thank you, Ms. Young. All right, colleagues, to our third and final item on the agenda, the appointment to the Memphis Public Art Oversight Committee of Ms. Jana Thomas. May I please have a motion and a second to hear this item?
So moved.
Second, Joe.
Moved by Councilman Warren, seconded by Councilman Jones. Ms. Thomas, good morning. If you'll give us your name and address.
My name's actually Travis.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I apologize for that. I had two separate names and I asked this morning and I'm sorry they gave me the wrong response. My sincere apologies. Ms. Travis,
okay.
would you please give us your name and address for the record and a little bit about yourself?
Yes, my name is Jana Broussard Travis. I live at 1828 Cowden Avenue, 38104. I'm the chairman of the Visual and Performing Arts Department at Christian Brothers University, and I am a practicing artist as my research myself. I'm excited. I was very honored to be asked to be, one of the candidates we ask for this committee. And I have supported public art in Memphis for quite a long time. So I feel like I can bring an academic and a practicing artist view to this committee and continue to move this, help facilitate the mission of urban art and making art accessible to everyone in the Memphis community. To for public art, for students to be able to, for kids to be able to play on, and for everyone to enjoy and to be able to see themselves reflected in their community.
Thank you, ma'am. Colleagues, any questions or comments for our appointee? Seeing none, again, Ms. Travis, my apologies on your name. And thank you for your willingness to serve the city and the arts. With that, Ms. Hayes, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Canale, Councilman Covette,
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Ford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Oh, man.
Councilman Logan,
Aye.
Councilman Morgan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Robinson,
Aye.
Councilman Smiley, Councilwoman Swearingen, Councilman Warren,
Aye.
Chair Carlisle.
Aye, this item passes. Thank you, Ms. Childs.
Thank
This,
you.
This would not be a personnel committee meeting if I did not butcher someone's name today. Par for the course. Colleagues, any other business before this body?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
Councilman Morgan, you're recognized.
I see we're still a little ahead of schedule, and so I want to take the opportunity to ask a couple questions of Chief Smith, if she's still on the line, and a few comments. Colleagues, I don't know if you saw an article in the Daily Memphian yesterday about a Memphis police officer who was accused and arrested on the charge of rape. The accusation, I believe, was November 1st, and according to MPD, after a thorough investigation by our Sex Crimes Bureau, as well as the DA's office, a warrant was issued for that officer's arrest. And then the next line in the article is that they are suspended with pay, pending investigation by the city. And so my question to Chief Smith is along the lines of, if there's already been a thorough investigation by the police department, by the DA's office that yielded probable cause 2 weeks ago, how long does our process take? How much longer are we going to be employing and paying this employee before we reach finding of termination or otherwise? Chief Smith, you still on line?
Yes. So, as I've mentioned before, all of our city employees who are under our civil service ordinance have due process and have to go through the process that is outlined from our civil service ordinance, and they have due process rights. And so even with this situation, no matter what the matter is, we have to follow the proper due process procedure with them. That is what is outlined in our ordinance, and it is critical that we do that. And that is what we're doing. The process has started, and I'm confident that we will go through the process in the most appropriate manner, and the appropriate outcome will come.
Our due process doesn't mean guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, does it? The same standard, which should be and is the standard in the justice system. That's not the same standard that we have for termination or discipline, is it?
I don't want to be that specific, and I don't know if Jennifer Sink is on our city attorney's office, so she can maybe speak more specifically to how the ordinance reads, and I defer to her on the proper language and what's the right way to couch, if you will, that legal standard. Jennifer, if you can maybe comment on Councilman Morgan's question.
Good morning. This is Jennifer Sink, the Chief Legal Officer. Can you all hear me okay? Good morning. No, Councilman, it's not the same standard as would be applicable to a criminal proceeding, but there is, as Chief Smith said, there is a process that is under civil service, part of our charter and part of our ordinance, and we are required to go through the process as outlined under the charter and under the ordinances as well.
Okay. According to the ordinance, what's the typical time for an investigation? Because again, if after what's been described by the MPD as a thorough investigation by them and the DA's office, 2 weeks ago, they were able to reach enough probable cause for a warrant. And what's our standard and what slows us down so much?
So there's no time frame that's listed there. I think that, as you know, this has to be done on a case-by-case basis. I believe Director Rawlings might be on, he can comment on that, but it can vary on a case-by-case basis. And so we have to allow for the proper amount of due diligence to occur.
Okay. And so this goes back to, a bit of the conversation we were having earlier, where I imagine it is about the civil service ordinance, and it is about the MOUs that we have in place. And Chief Smith mentioned that 75% of our employees are represented. And I'd like to say the people are represented too, by the mayor and by 13 council members. And it feels like they constantly get the raw end of the deal when it comes to these negotiations about employment, termination, the benefits, whatever it might be, accumulation of, what was it, 50 sick and vacation days that can roll over. And I know the MOUs are up for negotiation next year, and my preference would be, I stated earlier I'd be okay with cutting President's Day in favor of Juneteenth. Honestly, in the last 15 minutes, I've changed that position as I've thought about it, and my preference would be for the administration to make a greater or more valiant effort to renegotiate some of the vacation and paid sick leave that we have. And then again, this also goes to the question of justice and employment, and we have an officer that has an extremely serious charge against them. There is enough probable cause for a warrant, and our standard cannot, I know there's due process, but there is due process in place for that warrant to be attained too. And we can't have this impossible standard of, not impossible, but extremely high standard of guilty beyond a reasonable doubt that's the same that's in place in the justice system. That's too much, that's too high, and it's not fair to the taxpayer or to the citizens that we serve. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilman Morgan. And I'll piggyback on some of those comments because, to your point, the general public doesn't understand, and nor would I, and understand may not be the right word, engage in the details of our memos of understanding. They read in the paper that there's been an alleged heinous violent crime by someone who's sworn in to protect the citizens, whether they were on duty or off. And then it's exacerbated by the fact that they see that individual was put on leave and paid, even though there's been a warrant issued for their arrest based on information through a thorough investigation. And while every individual should be protected by the right to due process, both in a criminal proceeding and what is ultimately a private civil proceeding, which is what we're discussing here, and they're due the right to a speedy trial. The general public is due the right to a speedy resolution from a civil proceeding matter. And I think in this time and in the past, and some of the reporting that's been done, the perception, and albeit anecdotal from my end, is that people see the headlines and feel like we drag the process on while paying someone who may or may not have committed a crime for far too long, and that process needs to be shortened down. So I appreciate you bringing this up today, and I'm sure my colleagues will want to have further discussion on how the civil service process, again, from a timing standpoint, works. So again, thank you for your comments today. Colleagues, does anybody else have anything they'd like to say on the matter? With that being said, I call the Personnel Committee adjourned. Thank you.
And I would like to call to order the meeting of the Memphis City Council's Budget Committee. Ms. Hyman, would you conduct a roll call, please?
Yes. Councilwoman Morgan. Councilman Colvett.
Here.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Present.
And Councilman Logan just said present as well. Councilman Swearingen. Councilman Morgan. Councilman Ford,
Present.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Smiley, Councilwoman Johnson,
Present.
Councilman Carlisle,
Present.
Councilman Canale,
Here.
Councilman Warren,
Present.
and Chairman Jones.
President. Colleagues, we have 6 items on the agenda today, and we'll take them as they are presented here. The first is a report on debt obligation for the issuance of $156 million sanitary sewerage system revenue bond series 2020A WIFIA project. This is a request by the administration. Is there anyone to speak on this item?
Yes, this is Andre Walker, Deputy CFO.
Good morning, Mr. Walker. Welcome.
Good morning. I was wondering if I've prepared a brief presentation. I was wondering if I can have presenters right.
Okay, we'll have that set up for you.
I'll get this for you. Presenter right, Mr. Walker.
Okay, so this presentation covers the first 3 items on today's agenda.
Okay.
They're all related. Each item is a report on debt obligations, which means that the city is presented to City Council or notifying City Council that we have issued the debt that City Council has previously approved. The first one is the Sanitary Sewer System Revenue Bond Series 2028 WIFIA loan. The second one is the Sanitary Sewer System Revenue Bond Series 2028. And then the third item would be the General Improvement Bonds Series 2028. For the first item, so this was a bond issue that council approved. It is a WIFIA loan, which is a subsidized loan. It was issued in an amount not to exceed $156 million. Now, we haven't drawn, this is sort of like a credit card. The city would draw down the funds as needed over the next few years. We haven't drawn down any yet, but we will within the next month or so. The rate on the bonds is 1.39%. And the cost of issuance was $763,000 and change. There are some annual fees that we will have to pay going forward, paying agent fee of $600 annually. And we pay EPA about $23,000 and change annually. Now for the MWBE participation. So at the top of this analysis, you'll see fees that the city paid where we had an opportunity to select either a local or MWBE service provider. Towards the middle bottom, those are fees that were paid where we did not have an opportunity to select a local or MWBE service provider. So focusing at the top, total fees were $248,000 and change. MWBE and MBE participation is 70.5%, and all of those providers were local, so local participation is 100%. In the middle, fees total $515,000 and change. Again, no MWBE or local participation. So overall, MWBE participation and MBE participation is 22.9%, and local participation is 32.5%. Again, this is for informational purposes only and requires no further action by council. And that concludes my report for this particular item. So Councilman Jones, do you want me to go forward with the next item or wait for questions for this item, or how do you want me to proceed?
You can, since they're all related, we'll take all of the questions at the end.
All right. So the next item is the Sanitary Sewer System Revenue Bonds Series 2020B. These bonds were issued in an amount about $123.5 million at a true interest cost of 2.5%. The total cost of issuance was $928,000 in change. And we have about $600 in ongoing annual fees associated with this transaction. So these bonds were sold via a negotiated sale, which means the city had the opportunity to select the underwriting team, and their fees are included at the top with all the other service providers where we had an opportunity for MWB and local participation. Total fees in this top section were $757,000. Of that amount, $519,000 in change went to an MWBE firm, and $542,000 in change went to a local firm. MWBE participation is at 68.6%, MBE participation 65.9%, and local participation at 71.7%. Towards the bottom, we have the fees where we did not have an opportunity to select a local or MWB provider. Those fees totaled a little over $170,000. So total fees were $928,000 in change, and MWBE participation overall 56%, MBE participation 53.7%, and local participation 58.5%. And that concludes my report on that one. The next one is the General Improvement Bond Series 2020A, issue amount of just under $24.5 million at a true interest cost of 0.88%. The total cost, $406,000 in change. We got about $600 a year in ongoing expenses related to this transaction. MWB participation. So again, at the top, we got total fees about $202,000 in change. Of that, $102,000 went to an MWBE firm and $200,000 went to a local firm. MWBE participation is 50.6%. MBE participation is 49.4%. And local participation is 98.8%. Fees in the middle, $203,000 in change. Again, no local or MWB participation. Overall, MWBE participation is 25.2%, MBE participation 24.6%, and local participation 49.2%. And that concludes my presentation on this item.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Walker. Thank you, Mr. Walker. Mr. Carlisle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a quick question. Do we consider Raymond James a local firm in our local calc? Because is it originating out of their muni desk here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's what I thought. I just want to make sure. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carlisle. And colleague, and Mr. Walker, correct me if I'm wrong, we do not have to act on this. This is just a report because we acted when it was presented to us previously. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. I just want to take this opportunity again to applaud you, Mr. Walker, to applaud Chief Ford and the mayor for the deliberate action. You know, I've always said that, well, when I first joined the council, the numbers that we had on these types of issues, they left a lot of room to be improved. And you all have done a fantastic job of hitting it out the park with this. You know, one of the things I always say about this particular business is that the good thing about the numbers don't lie. The bad thing about it is the numbers don't lie. And when you're talking about finance too, the color is green. And so whether it's a minority-owned firm doing it or whether it's a majority-owned firm doing it, you know, they still are selling it to the same investors across the country. And so I commend you again for really improving the number of Black-owned, minority-owned, as well as locally-owned firms in this underwriting. So thanks again.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. We appreciate it.
Colleagues, next we have a presentation of Q1 CIP and Q1 operating performance. This is an item presented by the administration. Chief Ford, I think that you're going to be presenting this. Good morning and welcome.
Hi, good morning, council members. Shirley Ford, Chief Financial Officer for the City of Memphis. And I see where you have made me presenter, and I can try this, Brooke, to see. I think I have these pulled up. Nope, that's CARES. Do you mind, Brooke, pulling up the Q1 CIP capital improvement plan presentation, please?
Give me just 1 second.
Awesome. I appreciate you. Thank you.
CIP or operating first?
CIP first, please.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mhm.
Perfect. Good morning again, Council. Shirley Ford, Chief Financial Officer, 5343 Mason Road, Memphis, Tennessee, 38120. Happy to see you this morning. Thank you for being here. I would like to present to you the Q1 Capital Improvement Plan report, which is just a summary of where we are for this quarter. And we can skip to next page and then next page. I'm not going to read to you guys. You've had this several times before, but this is just kind of a reminder that this is specifically about the annual allocation to the programs that you approved during our budgeting process. This is a 1-year allocation, and this allows us to look at first funds that are coming into the program, or in cases of ongoing programs, there are carry forward or reallocation or reappropriations of funding. Next page, and just kind of a summary, remembering that our proposed CIP spending aligns with our current mission critical projects, those that are considered essential to the health and welfare of our communities, and those that are mandated by law that we perform. And a lot of those, as you've heard previously from Director Knet, are related to our sewer and stormwater. The FY21 adopted budget for general obligation bond spending was $78,207,500. On July 7th, we amended that budget to include $7.5 million of information technology initiatives that were previously identified as CARES CRF expenditures, but that brought our GO bond funding to $85,707,500. And then just kind of as a reminder, we always try to be good stewards and never spend more than we are paying back in our principal for the year. And that's usually the guideline of what our cap is for what we want to spend in GO bond funding for a particular year. And as you can see on page 5, this is a breakdown by division, by project. And again, I'm not going to read it to you, but you can see the first yellow kind of orangey column there is our adopted budget allocation. And then to your far right in the kind of the orangey column, you can see the spend as of September 30th, which is what was our Q1. And then in areas where we have notes for you, you can kind of see those that if some of them you see a low or a zero spending rate, for example, EN 21301, the urban art, that is gets fully appropriated usually in Q2. And also just kind of remember that some of these are seasonal. Some of them have timed beginnings. So not all of them are going to show what you would expect, either a 25 or a 50% allocation in Q1. Then, as you can see, the executive, there was only one project that was moved forward into that. And then on next page, page 6, here you will see summaries for the fire services stations, and you can see that our budget appropriated so far is 76%, which shows a really high usage of immediate moving on some of those items. And also with general services, the major modifications, if you remember, we have one big project at the beginning of budget that gets broken down into roofing, electrical, plumbing, HVAC, and carpentry. As you can see, as we start moving those forward, some of these are either in RFP or bid process. So some of them have, you might not see some movement yet, but that's not unusual for Q1, and there was certainly nothing there that seemed to be alarming. On page 7, again, here you see the for housing and community development, for information technology, the library services, and you can see the percentages there that many of those are allocated, and they're extremely high percentage of spend rates already. On page 8, you see the summaries for MATA, and there are some notes over to the right of MATA where you can see that there are some of those that are specifically related to timing. In the Memphis River Parks Partnership, if you recall back in early CIP, there were several small projects that we were able to address some of their immediate needs. I think there was some concrete replacing and flagpoles. So we were able to handle those with some reallocations from older projects. And then if you see the parks and neighborhoods, some of those will be moving into Q1, Q2, and Q3 spending. So nothing really alarming there, even though you see a small percentage of the improvement allocations for the FY21 GEO bonding. On page 9, you see police services summary and the summary for public works. And the police summary, some of those are ongoing. The in-card video, we have not appropriated this year's allocation yet, and we have not appropriated the radio maintenance rehabilitation. But as you can see, the appropriations are very high and our spending rates are picking up in those. So we anticipate that those will be coming in Q2. In public works, obviously you can see a very high appropriation there and a very part of the spending that has started to move into resurfacing. Obviously there's some seasonality to some of those items. But nothing there that would require any adjustments, we believe, at this time. Next page is a summary of the sewer and stormwater funding, which is separate from your GEO bond funding. Most of this is on the sewer and stormwater capital pay-go. But as you can see, we are moving through some of these projects. Some of them have federal grants related to them. Some of the transfers and some of those activities are anticipated in Q2. Same with stormwater. You can see that there's some transfers that are coming in Q2 that are extremely high that will bring those spend rate and allocation rates up. And then page 11 is just a total of the status where you can see this includes everything in our CIP budget. Where we have appropriated for FY21 approximately 30.2%, and the total amount appropriated as of 9/30 for all projects, whether it had carry forward or moving through, is 59.2%. And that concludes the Q1 overview, and I will ask for questions or Councilman Jones, if you would prefer we move into operating, or would you prefer CIP and operating separately?
Let's look at them separately. And Mr. Carlisle, was this a previous question or is this one for Ms. Ford in this presentation?
Previous question, Chair.
Okay. Well, no questions, Ms. Ford.
Thank you. Thank you. With that, I know you guys are on a really tight schedule today, so we'll move straight into the operating performance. And Brooke, I certainly appreciate your assistance. Thank you. So thank you. This is, and each of you, have these in your packets, but, and I'm not going to read everything to you, but certainly if there are questions or particular areas that you need, I'll be glad to field any questions there. This is just an overview of our Q1 general fund operating performance. And, as you know, when we look at these areas, you would anticipate at the end of Q1 that we would be at approximately 25% but there are some variances that are based on time and seasonality that certainly affect these numbers and can push them in different areas. And as we start, I would like to share with you that we also have in Q1 of this year gone through bond ratings, and Deputy Walker just kind of shared some of that information with you as we are required to do. But I also wanted to tell you that through these bond ratings, we maintained our bond rating with good, stable, and positive outlooks. So we're very excited about that. We feel, we know from talking to the rating agencies that a lot of municipalities had downgrades this year, but I think they were very impressed with the collaboration between the administration and council, that we were able to not only maintain our core mission critical initiatives for this year. We cut our budget where we absolutely felt like we had to in order to meet it. We were conservative with the use and anticipated use of our fund balance. And I just wanted to personally thank you for your collaboration and your assistance with that, because this was not all municipalities got this kind of rating this year. So thank you very much. And even though we only have one issue of bonds that still has a Fitch rating on them. We also had a call in. We have an annual call in check with them, and they were very pleased with where we were going and the conservative nature that we were taking with our operations in the middle of a pandemic. So thank you for your cooperation again, Council. This preview is provided, basically just to kind of talk about some of those trends of revenues and expenditures, and then looking for areas where we might need to adjust. And I think all of you will probably recall as we started our meetings this year, we were absolutely sure that our budget for FY21 would become a living document that would require adjustments as we went along to see how we were responding, to also measure and report on some of the impacts of the pandemic on our operations. So we will be touching lightly on those with you today. But from, the 10,000 point view here, this is the general fund revenues and against Q1 against the annual funding budget. And as you will see, revenues are much higher than you would anticipate in a Q1, but that is because of some of the seasonality of the items, specifically property tax, which is our largest source of revenue. Is typically about 96 to 97% of it is collected in Q1. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to say, just flip the page. And then you can see for our expenditures, I wanted to explain how we moved from an annual funding budget of 694 to 750, because that looks like a big jump. And especially for our new council members who were seeing kind of a Q1 report for the first time, is that we have encumbrances that roll over at the end of the year. And an encumbrance is an anticipated expense that is specifically time related to the prior fiscal year that has not cash activated into in that year, but is anticipated to roll into the current fiscal year. So you can see we had approximately 14 million in encumbrances. Anytime, and you guys have seen these as we bring them to you, that we ask for an acceptance of grant money due to the laws and regulations around our budget, it must remain balanced at all times. So when we accept funds and you approve those, that does change our funding budget, because we do have to roll those into our budget. So you can see there were a couple of smalls in Q1. We had some donated revenue, and then we had a transfer in from HDC from the Affordable Housing Trust that moved in to cover some expenditures that they were unable to expend last year. And then the all important, you see the recognition of CARES Act funding in our current year. So that brings us into our revised funding budget of $750,235,000. Next page. We're going to talk. Can you go back one page, Brooke? To page 3. There we go. Thank you. I just kind of wanted to focus on revenues a little bit because it's not very often I get to come in front of you and share good news with you. So I'm happy to do that today. As you can see, our revenues are at 51%. And some of the highlights, as you can see on line 1 there in the chart, is local taxes at 68%. Our federal grants are at 56%, and that is basically our CARES grant money. And then our state grants are at 71%. And again, that was the grant that was received by the state that was originally restricted and then became unrestricted and just came into our operating budget. Intergovernmental, we'll kind of talk about that in just a moment. And then our transfers in are somewhat low, but that's not unusual for Q1, but I just wanted to highlight those. And now if we can go to the next page, Brooke, thank you. So kind of those highlights in our ad valorem tax, our property tax collections to date are $236.4 million, which represents 93% of our budget. However, our actual collections comparison year over year are down about 3% from the same measurement period of last year. And that 3% represents about $7.3 million. And we originally anticipated about a 1% reduction when we adopted our budget back in June. So we're seeing this running just a little bit lower than anticipated. We have sent out some additional delinquent notices, and we'll just continue to monitor that as we move into QT. Our local sales tax, this is one of the areas where I'm happy to report to you. If you recall, when we budgeted, we were extremely conservative and we took a 25% haircut on our local sales tax. And I'm happy to report to you that the collections to date are $30 million, which represents about 33% of our budget. Collections are 5.7% over the collections of the prior period for the same measurement period. So that's a good news story for us. And just to kind of go a little bit deeper into that, we saw some of this happening in May, and to remind you that we run 2 months in arrears from the time the cash hits our accounts to the actual activity has occurred in our community. So in May of FY20, we collected 9.9 compared to a 10.5 of FY19. And in June, we collected a 7.5 million compared to a 9.5 million from the prior period. The good news happened in July, which kind of represents sales activities for May. And we started to rebound a little bit, and we were only about 265,000 below what we were for the prior year. And the good news for August is that we were almost equal with where we were. And then the super news for September is that we came in at 9.6 compared to an 8 from the prior period. So we are trending really well on our sales tax. We will continue to watch those, but our average collections are really good. So we're really happy about what that looks like for sales tax, but we will continue to watch that and report on that accordingly. The federal grants, we did have CARES Act revenue of 25 million, and just kind of a reminder, and I know it's been a while since we talked about budget, and you guys have had a lot of things on your plate since then, but originally the money came in and it looked like it was going to fall, it would come in as revenue and fall straight to the bottom line, but the OIG came back and said, no, you have to record this money as a liability. So, it's not something that would fall to the bottom line, and you have to recognize it as you incur it. So it gets recognized as revenue as we incur the expenditures that are specifically related to those. And to date, that is about $25.5 million, as you can see from here. The state grants, if you recall, originally, it looked like we were in line for an allocation of approximately $14 million. However, when the state finalized their budget, we were dropped down to $10 million. That was all received in Q1. So that's, why your state grants looks exceptionally high in Q1. In intergovernmental, as you recall, we do an annual bridge grant for MATA, and that should be expected to be repaid in full in Q2. So you'll see that percentage jump back up. And the transfers in are low because the MLGW pilots are received specifically in a small pro rata piece in advance in December, and the large allocation comes in April, which is Q3 of the year. So just kind of some highlights of why some of the revenue items, may be over the 25% or significantly under the 25%. Next page, please. And this is just kind of a visual depiction of what that looks like. The green line is your budget, annual budget line. The orange line is our revenues year to date, or for Q1, but year to date. Thank you. Next line, next page. So this is a highlight on the Q1 general fund Q1 expenditures. As you can see, our Q1 is at $204 million against an annual funding budget of $750 million, so approximately 27% of our budget. And then you can see by specific categories, personnel is trending at 24%, which is what you would expect. The materials and supplies is a little bit under what you would expect, but one division in particular recognized a higher percentage of their expense recovery, and we're going to talk about that in just a minute. It is not unusual if you see grants and subsidies there. They're at 63%. Grants and subsidies, as you know, are typically very high in Q1 because that is when we move the major piece of the money out into the community and to the grantees. State street aid, that expense recovery SSA is the state street aid, which is state regulated. That gets recognized in Q4 after all of the expenditures related to state street aid are determined and calculated and allocated out by the appropriate percentages that's dictated and governed by the state. And then the transfers out, as you can see, are very high, and those are typically highest in Q1. So that's not unusual. We push some of that money out. For instance, our MATA money, all 19 million went out in Q1. So you see those as high percentages. Next page, please. And again, this is just a visual depiction. The green line is the annual budget, and the orange columns represent the Q1 expenditures for the city and the general fund today. Thank you. The next page is a review of the expenditures by division. As you can see, they're listed here. I'm not going to read them off to you, but you can see where specific divisions, this is their overall view, and I've highlighted a couple of them to the right there. You can see the asterisk that we're going to talk about. City engineering, which is at 40%, finance, which is at 50%, and parks at 26%, and then public works, you see at a -1. That requires some explanation, obviously. So next page, please. So finance, one of the things I wanted to say to you about finance is I talked about how the CARES money is recognized in a specific period. We established a separate service center in finance to track certain pieces of the COVID-19 expenditure, specifically hazard pay and the COVID-19 OJI claims. And as you can see, those together approximate $6.2 million. And those expenditures are recognized 100% concurrently with the budget. But if you took those COVID-related expenditures out of the finance division, you would see that personnel is trending on budget where it should be. But we did this so we can track these items. I will tell you, I know we're going to talk about about CARES later on in our meeting, our committee meeting, but OJI claims are trending higher than we anticipated. And we'll kind of talk about that when we talk about the CARES. But overall, if you take those items out of finance personnel falls trending on budget. Public Works, they over-recognize their personnel expense recovery. So when we correct that line item, that will bring personnel to 20% of budget, which is about where we would anticipate. They also over-recognize their M&S recovery expense, and when we bring a correction to that line, that will bring it to 13% of budget, which is still trending below budget, but a lot of that is related to seasonality as well. And then the correction to the expense recovery line will bring the division expenditure to about 22%. So overall, that brings the Public Works Division more in line with what we would anticipate for Q1. Next page. The other two divisions we want to talk about, and these are the two that will appear in the Q1 resolution that we will be bringing to council today for discussion and approval, is the city engineering. Their materials and supplies is currently at 28% of budget. However, if you broke that materials and supplies line down into its various elements, we would see that our professional services line is at 181% of budget. Last year when we started cutting, we went in and really cut hard in the materials and supplies across the divisions. And this is one division that is absolutely feeling those cuts. And we will be asking for a Q1 adjustment for this line item to restore some of the contracted services required to maintain our service levels, and specifically for the fiber optic and land development reviews that are underway. And I think I saw Director Boline join in a few minutes. So if there are specific questions to that, we can fill those at the end of this presentation. Also, a little bit of a good news story in our parks. The revenue for green fees, golf carts, and pro shop sales are all trending above budget. Surprise, surprise. People are staying home, but they're not really staying home. They're going out and playing golf. So we're very happy about that, right? So they are trending above budget, and we will be asking for a Q1 adjustment in the part-time salaries in order to continue to meet that operational service level. And with the beautiful weather that we've been having lately, I think Q2 might be looking very good too. The next page, we are also required to share with you what is called our claim on cash, and just kind of a brief reminder about what claim on cash looks like. It's not like cash where you think of as, oh, how much money do we have in the general fund? We have a cash fund that each one of the different funds basically has a claim on that cash based on how they are operating at the time. And obviously, we never want to see a fund in a negative claim on cash. It does happen sometimes. And I'll point you down to about midway of the page. The fire EMS page is, that line is a little bit below, but that's typically related to some timing of expenditures related to EMS within that division. And then the other one that is showing a slight negative is the agency fund. That is the sold property tax receivables fund. And as you know, we recently came with asking for approval to go ahead and redeem those receivables. That's kind of a rolling issue that happens, and that is specifically related to timing. But as you can see, overall, a very strong cash position of $659.3 million in our cash. And that is pretty much, that's the overview of our Q1 operating, and I'll be glad to answer any questions. And if there are any specific division questions, I think we have Nick Walker and Director Boline on queue if you have any specific questions that I cannot answer for you.
Okay, thank you, Chief Ford. Councilman Carlisle is in the queue. Councilman Carlisle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chief Ford. It's been a long
Good morning.
What's our, so just kind of going down the general fund fiscal year 21 Q1 revenues, bullet points. What's the typical recovery rate on delinquency or property taxes for us? I mean, what do you expect? We're off budget 2 points, but neither here nor there. I mean, I'm sure we have an average annual recovery?
We do, and as you know, some of those things have changed about where we are in our property tax reviews. Sorry, I had a little brief interaction there.
We're all living it.
He's my helper. Yesterday he called a meeting to order for me, so it was great. But typically it's pretty high, Councilman Carlisle. And we watch that. I think this year is kind of, every year we have some kind of anomalies that happen during our budgeting and our actual when we start comparing these. But we are doing some separate pushes, again, for the collection on delinquencies. And, just kind of watching that, I was a little bit, not alarmed, but a little bit surprised to see that we were trending about 3% behind last year, which of course, once we move into September, they officially become delinquent. And so we'll keep pushing for that and watching that. And just kind of as a reminder too, this was a unique year for us for collections because we didn't have people coming in the building. So there were very few people who actually came in the building to pay taxes. And we rented a drive-through teller and teller spacing at the City of Memphis Credit Union, which is not affiliated with the City of Memphis, but they provided an area for us that had a drive-through teller. All of the First Horizon banks accepted payments on our behalf, and we really ramped up the communication about the online payments. So there could have been some challenges there where people are just accustomed to coming to City Hall. We still have very much a part of our population that pays their taxes that way. So we'll just keep an eye on it. But typically, we end up between a 97 and a 98% collection on our property tax rates, which is, still pretty good.
Do we, I'm sure we do, and maybe for another time, do we know of the delinquencies? What is driving that? Is that residential or is it commercial or is it about 50-50? I'd be interested to know.
We can get that breakdown for you, the difference between commercial and residential. Sure.
Yeah, that'd be an interesting indicator of where our market is. And then I guess, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, unfortunately, our calendar was so packed today that I didn't think it was the appropriate time to do that. But I would like for everyone to know, if you do not know already, that our treasurer, Mr. Pat Black, who has been with the city for 23 years, is retiring. We do have a new treasurer. His name is Lakeith Miller. We also have a new deputy treasurer, Valerie Kidwell. So I would like to, with Chairman's permission, just introduce them maybe at the next meeting, just so you can see them and learn a little bit about them. Mr. Black has just kind of this walking knowledge of property tax in the city of Memphis, but we were delighted to have our new treasurer, and Mr. Black is seeing him through in the transition. But we'll keep watching those areas and just kind of let you know we have the team intact and everything is on schedule.
Big shoes to fill and a heck of a year for someone new to strap on those boots.
Welcome to the city. We have a lot of people. Our new comptroller joined us in March, and a week later we said, "Oh, you can't be in the office."
That's right.
So we've all had our challenges, as you all know. So thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. So again, I'd love to see that breakdown, and I'm sure others would, just to kind of see the health of the market.
Got city council.
As I'm thinking on the fly, I'd be interested to know, if it's being driven by residential. I don't know what state law permits as far as penalties.
I'm in two places at one time, if that makes sense.
Hey, Mark, you're hot mic.
I'm on mute.
Do you want to still chair the meeting, or do you want?
Hey, Mark.
Okay.
Hey, we got him. All right. I know that we have penalties, attorney's fees, and things like that, and Cheyenne probably can speak better to it than anybody. Is there an opportunity? Do we think there's an opportunity to accelerate payment of taxes by having some sort of grace period or waiver of fees? Are we even allowed by law to do that?
We are not. There is a TCA that regulates that we are not allowed to kind of waive those fees. Interesting, that actually came up a couple weeks ago that we were a taxpayer had said, you need to let me pay my current taxes, not my back taxes, and that's not how it works.
And that's a
no, we're
state
not
law.
Yes. And we can pull, if you'd like, I can forward the TCA to you regarding
Yeah,
that
I'd like to
matter.
see it. I mean, I think given the circumstances that, this may be one of those opportunities for us as a council to reach out to our local state representatives and see if we can't talk them into a emergency reprieve to help some of the I have no doubt we are not the only municipality dealing with this situation. Perhaps they'd be willing to consider it. All right, I'll move on. The federal grants, so we're required to record that as a liability, obviously, because if we don't spend it, we got to pay it back, and the clock is ticking. And so that's in our short-term liability column. Is that impacting our bond rating at all? How did our rating agencies look at that liability on our books?
It's the same for everyone. So certainly not in a negative manner. And we did present with each one of our rating agencies the allocation that was approved by council for spending. And we're very confident that there is not going to be a liability left on the books.
No, I'm with you on that.
Probably by the end of December this year. So no, it was not looked on unfavorably at all.
Great. Last one for me, sales tax. So you went over kind of the month-by-month cash, but on a year-to-date, on a year-over-year look, how are we or even a typical year-to-date? How far off? What's our variance percentage-wise on our trend as far as being off on sales tax?
So actually, we're trending a little bit above where we were last year. We were very conservative with our budget because we weren't sure what was going to happen to sales tax as we were planning for revenues. And so with our conservative, we only budgeted revenues of $92.2 million for our sales tax, which would have given us, you would have had to average about 7.7 a month to hit that budget. In our Q1 budget, we're already at 30 million. So we're well above averaging now. We're averaging for FY21 10.2 million a month.
Right, but what I'm asking you is not to. I mean, a great job on the budgeting. I mean, I hear where you are on year to date to budget, but I'm asking if in a non-COVID because it's my first year on the council. I'm curious, in a normalized year, how far off are we from a normalized year? So we didn't have Memphis in May this year. We didn't have all the summer activity. So I'm just curious where we are off of an atypical year.
So for FY19, we were about 115 million in revenues, actual revenues. And FY20, which was trending up until its last 2 months to be a fantastic year, we were at 118 million. So almost 4 million higher than FY19. If we continue to trend at this rate, we'll come in about 122 million.
Okay, that's great. Because my concern is that while budget season was a mastery of work between the administration, the council, and assistance from the sales tax referendum and federal grant money, that money goes away here in all likelihood, and the hope obviously is that we begin to recover back towards March, May, April, depending on the rollout of a vaccine and when people can kind of normalize, and hopefully by the summer months. So. I'm glad I don't have to sound like a Grinch at this point going into the first quarter of next calendar year. All right, Chair, thank you so much. I yield back.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Carlisle. Colleagues, I don't see anyone else in the queue and not seeing anyone else. Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Ford.
Thank you, Council. We certainly appreciate it. And Council, would now be the appropriate time for the presentation of the resolution for the Q1 adjustment?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So what was circulated to you was a resolution to amend the fiscal 2021 general fund operating budget. And that is, again, governed by Article 2, subsection 24 TCA 9-1-146.
Let me just interrupt you just for a second. Let me go ahead and announce item so we can get a motion on it. Colleagues, item
I'm sorry, sir. Thank you.
Is a resolution to amend fiscal year 2021 general fund operating budget.
So moved.
Okay, moved by call out. I'm sorry,
Second,
moved by Finale.
Robinson. Second, Robinson.
Robinson, okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. I certainly appreciate that. As I discussed in the overview of the Q1, we are only looking at 2 adjustments for Q1 right now. The City Engineering Division, we would like to increase the miscellaneous professional services budget in the amount of $1.8 million for the payment of professional services, again, to maintain those service levels and to complete the fiber optic and land development reviews. The funding will be provided, as we're required to provide to you, from the revenues that are performing above budget at Q1. Item number 2 that we are asking for in the Parks and Neighborhoods Division is an increase to the part-time salaries budget in the amount of $514,000. And this again is to match the required service levels for golf activities, which are exceeding budget plans. And this funding will be provided by the increase in green fees, and golf cart fees, and pro shop fees.
Okay.
Those are the only items that we are presenting to council for approval for amendment at this time.
Okay. And just for the record too, these are because we already have funding sources for these. These are budget neutral to the budget.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't see anyone in the queue. Ms. Hyman, would you conduct a roll call on this item, please?
Yes. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Colvett. Oh, thank you, Councilman Logan. Councilman Colvett.
Yes.
Is an aye. Councilwoman Robinson.
Aye.
Councilwoman Swearingen. Councilwoman Swearingen. Can you give us a thumbs up to aye? Yes. Councilman Swearingen is yes. Councilman Morgan. Thank you, Councilman Swearingen. Councilman Ford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Yes. Councilwoman Johnson.
Yes.
Councilman Smiley.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Carlisle.
Yes.
Councilman McNally.
Yes.
Councilman Warren.
Aye.
And Chairman Jones.
Aye, that item is approved. Next, item number 6, we have an update on the CARES Act funds. This is an item requested by Councilwoman Easton Thomas.
Thank you again, Council. Shirley Ford, Chief Financial Officer, 5343 Mason Road. Thank you for the opportunity to be with you today. I have several members of the team because we kind of wanted to bring you up to date. And I know we've been sending some communication and we've reached out to a couple of you via phone just to kind of talk about the status and where we are. And I'm going to turn this part of the presentation over to Deputy CFO Candy Burton and our Deputy Chief Operating Officer Shandell Ryan.
Good morning, City Council. This is Candy Burton, Deputy Chief CFO for the City of Memphis. I'll be presenting to you guys an update of where we are with our care spend. So, Brooke, can you turn the presentation over to me?
Have prisoner rights.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
So the gist of this presentation is just to give you guys an update on where we are with our both of the programs, the Counseling Emergency Relief and the Economic Support and Relief programs that were initiated by the city and you all, the council. The buckets are pretty much the same. You have the programs that are in process, which is about $3.8 million, and I'll give you more detail as we move through the presentation. We have a couple of items that are still pending. That comes to about $3.3 million. And then the payments that have been processed come to approximately $24 million. So if you can recall, we had a lot of back and forth with the federal government on where we were with how we can utilize the funds. So we had a big push at the end of fiscal year 20 and the top of FY 21 to get the money out to the community. So that's what you see in our payments process. So total process today comes to approximately 31 million for both programs. Next. I'm trying to go to the next slide. Pardon me as I
Deputy Chief Burton, if you have two screens, either click the screen you're sharing or click the arrow on the presentation screen to make it go. Oh, she just got kicked off. Hold on 1 second.
And we lost her.
It's like we lost her. Okay, I'm not, Shandell, are you on, Deputy Chief Ryan? If not, then I'll kind of fill in the blanks while we were there. So what we've done is we meet with the subrecipients of this ERP program that council initiated. And there she is, I see her. And we meet with them once a week, sometimes twice a week, just to kind of get a feel for how the programs are moving, how the spending is coming, how the applications are coming in. And sometime back, I think it was back in September, we presented to you some information from MIFA about the parameters of the program. So they kind of moved those parameters around to try to reach as many people as we possibly could. And obviously, with any of our subrecipients, we're looking at trying to make that as easy for them as we possibly can to get this money out into our community and still maintaining the guidelines of where we are. So with that, I see Candy and Deputy Burton and Deputy Ryan are back on. So I'll turn back over to them.
Thank you, Chief Ford. Sorry for the technical difficulties. Advancing to the next slide. Here you can see a breakdown of the first bucket, a couple of the programs that are, or the one program that's administered by the city that's in progress. And as you know, the OBDC division is responsible for administering this program. And I believe Director Massey is on, so she can give you additional details if you're interested in total applications that are kind of in process. But what you see here on the screen is total amount that's allocated to the program that that department is administering, and total to date that's been paid out to grantees in the community. And this is as of November 8th. About $1.1 million has been issued, so there's a balance of about 3.8 available. The next screen you see are a couple of the initiatives that have just been pending for now. As you all can recall, there's 2.7 that's been allocated to the contact tracing programs to the Shelby County Health Department that is not taking place as of yet, and the Back on Track summer program, which was reappropriated to other initiatives, and then you have the workforce development for about $500,000 that's still pending. So that brings the total to about 3.3 million that just hasn't had any traction at this point. Lastly, what you can see on the screen is total that's been paid out across both programs. And again, as I said at the beginning of the presentation, we did a big push in Q1 to get the money out to the community. So we've spent about 24 million funding both of the initiatives to date. That's all I have. Are there any questions?
Yes.
And again, I apologize for the technical difficulties.
Oh, no problem at all, Ms. Burton. And we have a question from Councilwoman Logan.
Good morning. Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate it. However, I am very interested in what the cause is on the workforce development initiative or program.
I think was there a fiscal agent identified for the program? I think that's where the program kind of stalled, because we needed to, or you all needed to identify a fiscal agent to help administer the program.
Yes, there was, and the information was forwarded to the finance department.
And I can, Right. Thank you. I know that we, because there was some switch, I think, in the program as it was originally, there was a movement from the program, what used to be called the Workforce Investment Network, switched and is now no longer part of the county, but a standalone agency. And I do know that there was some communications back and forth, but Councilwoman Logan, I'll pick that back up to see what happened and where the stall went on that. And then to the back on track, I think I did speak with Councilwoman Robinson that we would be able to reallocate that money. What happened is that the money that Director Griffin was able to spend, he did not identify as CARES Act money, and it actually went through the executive's operating budget. So it was kind of already spent and allocated before we realized that it hadn't been allocated as CARES. So that just put that money back into our program. And one of the programs that we redirected toward was the $250,000 initiative for educating the parents and getting information out to the parents about how best to help their home students with the new digital devices that were pushed out by Shelby County Schools. And I think and Katie, I would like to update too, Mr. Moody on the grants for the OBDC for the stabilization grants. We did have an update on that. Is approximately 1.8 million. So that's starting to pick up some additional movement. And, overall, just, I kind of want to give kudos to the team that's going through and vetting all of this. We received well over 500 applications. However, only 154 of them were approved to meet all the guidelines that we needed to meet for allowable expenditure under these funds. So we're still, plowing through some applications. And as you know, I think it started on the 15th that you allowed an expansion of that program out if they lived in Shelby County. So we do anticipate some uptick in that. And with all of these programs, and I see Mr. Yates here and other people who are here to kind of fill you in or give you any additional information regarding the programs that they're running under the Council Emergency Relief Program. And just to kind of give, if you need to hear from them, a little update about where we are. But we do expect, we meet with them, like I said, at least every 2 weeks to see where they are. And as we get closer to the end of November and the 1st of December, we'll be meeting on a more regular basis.
Was it Ms. Logan? Does that answer your question?
Just want to make sure that I'm understanding, Chief Ford. So you're saying that you're going to follow up on the fiscal agent, or are you going to contact me offline, or what's the next step?
I know we had some communication with her. There was an issue that with the address that was given to us was an invalid email address. So I'll circle back around on that to see what happened and how this one is a little bit off track. But I'll circle back around with you and with the fiscal agent as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Logan. Mr. Carlisle. Colleagues, please be mindful, we have a couple of other items one other item that we have to get through, and we are about 8 minutes over schedule. Ms. Carlisle, you recognize.
Thank you, Chair. We've got 45 days left on the clock here. Is Chief Madden or Dabney, are they on the call? What are we hearing from DC, from our lobbyists? And obviously we just had an election, so I know there are a lot of things up in the air and the Senate's not fully vetted out. But the reality is, what's going to happen here? Because, even to Councilwoman Logan's program, like the idea that we get that up running and money expended, it's not, and I assume, Chief Ford, that the rules as they're written today, does the money have to physically leave our account, or can it be booked as a payable for us?
Well, there's still some conversation related about that. Technically, the guideline right now is that the money must be expended.
Yeah.
And there's been some discussion from the OIG office about what does expended mean? Does that mean it's actually out of your hands? So for instance, with the subrecipients under the CERP program, from the city's perspective, we have expended that money. We have sent that money to those subrecipients. However, the reporting piece of it is that the subrecipients also have to provide reporting to us that we provide to the OIG office about the execution and not only the implementation, but the execution and the program outputs of that plan. So right now, our guidance is if we have granted money to a subrecipient and they are unable to fully expend that money by the deadline, then that money must be returned. So
yeah,
obviously,
I would assume too, on the flip side, like if we were buying PPE from a large national vendor for the police department or fire department or whomever, they're 30, 60-day receivables. They're not going to turn us a bill around. If we get a bill on the 15th of December.
You're correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, that's correct. So, and we're monitoring those and we're watching that very closely. And obviously, with where we are right now, we're we're on high alert. So we're watching that. We spent a lot of money in FY20 getting our PPE in place. And we're, monitoring our spending as we're moving through FY21. And so I assure you, as we moved through this, I was extremely conservative with our operations and how much we could expend. And obviously, we want to push as much money out into the community as we possibly can. We want to fulfill to the best of our possible ability with all of our subrecipients the intention behind the council relief emergency relief program. And so that kind of leads into to the resolution that we have for you today. I mean, certainly we continue to ask questions, but I just kind of wanted the resolution makes it a little bit more clear about where we are and what we're trying to do.
Yeah, we feel the same way. Hey, Chief Madden, just real quick, if you wouldn't, I just lost her. I was going to say what the scuttlebutt in the Beltway was, but let's move on for the sake of time, Councilman Jones.
Okay, everybody. Next item we have on the agenda is a CERP resolution. This item also is sponsored by the administration.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shandell Ryan. I'm the Deputy Chief Operations Officer for the city. Brooke, may I please have presenters? Oh, you are already on it. Thank you so much. Let's see if I can.
Mr. Ryan, before you get started, colleagues may, will someone move this item, please?
Move it.
Okay, move.
Second, Robinson.
Second by Robinson. Thank you. And colleagues, you should have received an email this morning. Check your inbox. It provides some of the details of the revisions to this item. Ms. Ryan, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Do you all see the screen? I believe it's showing.
Yes, but if you can enlarge it, please.
Will do. Give me 1 second. It is
No problem.
Does that help?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Okay, so good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for your time in listening to this amendment proposal. I just want to step back just for a moment and remind everyone of these two specific grants, the personal care professionals and the hospitality industry. They are for $300 per applicant. And looking at our current spend rate, the total allocation for the personal care professionals was $1.2 million. And for the hospitality industry, it is $600,000. Why we're here today is we would like to increase the amount of individual grant awards that we can provide. And I'll speak a little bit more about that. And I also have on the line the two sub-recipients to give more information about why they feel this increase is warranted. If you look at our current spend, you'll see for the personal care professionals, we've spent about 8% of that grant. And for the hospitality industry, we've spent about 34%. We have a good number of applicants, but once we go through the vetting process, you can see how it is shaking out. We have a yield of about 62% for the personal care grants and a yield of about 35% for the hospitality industry. So what we're seeking today is to increase the award for personal care professionals from $300 to up to $1,000. And we're looking for the hospitality industry to increase their allotment, individual allotment from $300 to $600. I'm going to turn to Mark Yates, whose organization is the Black Business Association, and they are administering the personal care professionals, so that he can speak a little bit about why he is seeking this increase. And then after that, I'll call forth Mary Schmitz, who is with the Welcome to Memphis organization, to speak about her request today. So, Mark.
Ms. Ryan, before you move on, I just wanted to address this item, and we are a little bit behind time, but colleagues, keep in mind that when this was first proposed, this was around May or June during budget season. We didn't know that we would get to this point, that we would still be or on our third wave of increases as it relates to COVID. And so at that time, I would contend that the original shutdown was probably March, April. And so at that time, I'm of the opinion that we thought that these amounts would have addressed what the needs were at that particular time. Now that we're at November and we know that businesses have not rebounded to where they were pre-COVID levels, I think that it only makes sense that we're up against the time clock. And I think that this was something that I may have alluded to in a prior meeting, that we increased the amount because the amount of time that businesses have suffered during this COVID period has lasted longer than we anticipated. So I think that I applaud the administration for bringing this back before us. So that's the nature of this. Are these the only two that we're looking to increase as far as the amount that we provide the applicants?
Yes, these are the only two we're looking to increase at this time.
Okay. I see Mr. Warren, and I recognize you, Mr. Warren. And unless my colleagues have any other questions on this item, and Ms. Logan is in the queue, you'll be after after Councilman Warren, I'll just call for the question on this item. Okay. Councilman Warren, you recognize.
I was saying, it seems like a really good thing and a no-brainer. We should do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Logan.
I do also agree, and I would say that the other programs that are pending, that may need to happen with those as well, because we're so late in the game. We may need to consider adding those to the list or coming back with a separate amendment for those.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Logan. Chief Ford, I have a question too, and this sort of goes back to the previous presentation when we were talking about the maybe $2.7 million contact tracing. Do we anticipate being able to expend those funds prior to December 30th?
I don't know if Chief McGowan is still on with us or not, or if he's still on the COVID task force call. But we have expanded, as you know, a lot of our testing initiatives, and I can get a breakdown of the expenditures that we've incurred related to that to see, and I will just follow up with that to see. But I know that we have moved a lot in the last couple of months, moving through some of that. And I don't see Chief McGowan on here, but we do have a group that is charged with advanced testing as much as we possibly can in contact tracing.
Okay.
So I'll come back with a follow up with you for that, Councilman Jones.
Okay, great.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Ms. Hyman, would you conduct a roll call on this item?
On the SERP resolution?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Councilwoman Logan?
Aye.
Councilman Colvett?
Yes.
Councilwoman Robinson?
Aye.
Councilwoman Swearingen? The aye. Councilman Morgan? All right, Councilwoman Swearingen, what's your vote? We can't hear you. Oh, it's aye. Okay. Councilman Morgan?
Yes.
Councilman Ford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas? Yes. Councilwoman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilman Smiley?
Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Carlisle?
Yes.
Councilman Canale?
Yes.
Councilman Warren?
Aye.
And Chairman Jones?
Aye, that item passes. Seeing no other business before the Budget Committee, this committee meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Council.
Is called to order. Today's date is Tuesday, November 17th, 2020. Mr. Whitney, will you please call the roll?
Sir, Councilman Canale. Here. Councilman Carlisle. Here. Councilman Coleman. Here. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford. Here. Councilwoman Johnson. Here. Councilman Jones.
Here.
Thank you. Councilwoman Robinson.
Present.
Councilman Smiley. I'm here. Councilwoman Swearingen. Councilwoman Swearingen, I see you there. Thank you. Councilman Warren. Here. Here, Morgan.
All right, thank you very much. We have 3 items on today's agenda. We're going to do agenda items 2 and 3 first. Agenda item number 2 is a resolution authorizing final payment of FY 2021 tax equivalent payment from Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Division's gas system and total distribution of the FY 2021 tax equivalent payment to taxing jurisdictions in Shelby County, Tennessee, all council districts, and this is sponsored by MLGW Division. Do I have a motion and a second on this item?
So move, Robinson.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Robinson, seconded by Councilman Warren. Mr. Young, will you go ahead and give us kind of a brief overview of items 2 and 3? And then,
Thank you.
If there are no questions, we'll go to the.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I'm going to actually ask Dana Jeans to speak to those. I know this is an annual thing that's done for a pilot, and I'm going to ask Dana if he would to speak to that.
Yes, sir. This is Dana Jeans, Senior Vice President and Chief Financial Officer of MLGW. Each year we paid to the city and to the outlying municipalities and to the Shelby County, our payment in lieu of tax payments. This resolution is typically developed in conjunction with MLGW by Attorney Wade, and we collaborate on the amount of the dollars to verify that they are indeed correct. The pilot payments for gas and electric are essentially two-part type of payment. One is more or less equivalent to a property tax. It is based on our net book value, and we apply the assessment ratio and the tax rates that are in effect in each community. A second part of the pilot calculation has to do with revenue less power or gas cost. And so these are both incorporated in these resolutions. And as President Young mentioned, this is a routine matter that we typically do about this time of year so that we can make the payments, finalize the payments to the city of Memphis prior to the end of our fiscal year, which is the end of the calendar year. And I'll be happy to try to answer any questions you may have.
All right. Any questions from council members? I see nobody in the queue. Let's go ahead and do a roll call vote on agenda item number 2.
Councilman Canale. Councilman Canale. Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Colvette.
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Yes.
Councilman Ford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Yes.
Councilman Jones.
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan.
Aye.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Aye.
Councilman Smiley.
Yes, sir.
Councilwoman Swearingen. That's an aye. Councilman Warren.
Staying.
I'd like to revisit the votes of Councilman Canale, see if he can hear us. Councilman Canale or Councilman Carlisle.
Aye.
Thank you. Chairman.
And the chairman votes yes. And so that receives a positive recommendation, will be on our agenda in our first meeting in December. Agenda item number 3 is a resolution authorizing final payment of FY 2021 tax equivalent payment from Memphis Light, Gas, and Water's Division Electric System in total distribution of the FY 2021 tax equivalent payment to taxing jurisdictions in Shelby County, Tennessee, all council districts. This is sponsored by MLGW Division. This is obviously very similar to the last agenda item. Are there any questions or concerns about this item before we go to a vote? All right, seeing none, Mr. Whitney, please do a roll call vote.
Yes, sir. Councilman Canale. Councilman Carlisle.
Aye.
Councilman Colvette.
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Yes.
Councilman Ford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Yes.
Councilman Jones.
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan.
Aye.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Aye.
Councilman Smiley.
Yes, sir.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Councilwoman Swearingen. That's an aye again. Councilman Warren.
Stay.
I'm going to revisit the vote of Councilman Canale.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Chair Morgan.
And the chairman votes yes. All right, that item receives a positive recommendation and will be on the agenda for our first meeting in December. Agenda item number 1 today is a resolution approving the 2021 budget of Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Division for operation and maintenance expenses and capital expenditures. All council districts. This is sponsored by MLGW Division. We've had presentations on this this multiple times now. In last council meeting in the executive session, it was moved to the full agenda without a recommendation. So it is already on our agenda for tonight without a recommendation. So I think we'll just take the opportunity today, again, to hear a brief overview of the budget from Mr. Young, even without a presentation, just kind of a 2 to 3 minute highlights, and another opportunity for council members, if there are any questions or concerns, to take the time to ask them now. If we can't answer them in committee at the moment, we might be able to get them answered for you before this afternoon's meeting. All right, Mr. Young, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, thank you all for the opportunity to be here again today. This is, again, our 2021 budget. We have had a presentation where we discussed with you the components of it, the major components of it. I believe each of you have been sent the information. At a high level, just as a reminder, it's really year 2 of our 5-year service improvement plan, the 5-year plan that we presented actually on last year. This budget actually includes, this plan is the plan that includes roughly $1 billion for improvements on our system, all 3 divisions, electric, gas, and water. This is through 2024. Of course, this is for the year 2021. Key areas of focus, just so that everyone is aware, we have certainly a lot of work to do in substations, circuit breakers, underground cable. We've got distribution automation to help modernize our system and reduce outage links, and wood pole replacements, additional tree trimming, et cetera, on the electric side. On the gas side, there's retrofits for the cast iron, steel tap replacements, extra high pressure pipelines, regulator stations, that are mostly on the gas side, regulatory required activities. And then on the water side, of course, you may recall our intent to upgrade a number of our water pumping stations, many of which date back to the 30s. And we have a number of activities in that area with those pumping stations regarding rehabilitation, production wells. Also, we have additional dollars in the budget to update our digital controls, as well as to continue our lead service line replacement. So a lot of activities that's funded in part by the rate increases that you all approved earlier this year and last year, as well as the bond issues, the first round of which we received in September. And then thirdly, through efficiencies that we will be acquiring through what you may recall, those of you who remember last year, the efficiency study that was done by Baker Tilly, about $91 million of efficiencies that we have committed over the 5-year horizon to help fund these activities. And we call that our MLGW Way Forward process. So just to wrap up, to give you a wrap up overall in all 3 divisions, represents about a $1.7 billion total operating expense for all 3 divisions, and for next year about $189 or $190 million capital expenditure budget for all 3 divisions. With that, I know you have some details and some information, but if there are any questions, certainly we'll be glad to address those.
Okay, I don't currently see anybody in the queue. Give one last opportunity for questions. And if not, even if something pops up in the next 15 or 30 minutes, please reach out to JT or his team before the discussion and the vote this afternoon. Again, this was just a presentation because we already have it on the agenda this evening with no recommendation. Is there any other business before this committee? All right, seeing none, we're adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
started. The November 17th, 2020 meeting of the Parks and Environment Committee of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Ashley, will you please call the roll?
Councilman Canale, Councilman Carlisle,
Present.
Councilman Covette, Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
Present.
Councilman Ford,
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Present.
Councilman Jones,
Here.
Councilman Morgan,
Here.
Councilwoman Robinson, Councilman Smiley,
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen,
Present.
Councilman Warren,
Present.
Chair Logan.
Present. Colleagues, we have 2 items on the agenda today. If you have a comment or would like to speak, be recognized, please note in the queue. Item number 1 is a resolution approving a 100-year lease to the Metal Museum for 1930 Poplar Avenue, also known as Russ Hall, the former College of Art building in Overton Park. Council District 5, Super District 9. This is sponsored by administration. Can we get a motion and a second for this item?
Morgan moved.
Seconded by Smiley.
Okay, moved by Councilman Warren, seconded by Smiley. Is there anyone from administration or anyone to speak on this item?
Yes, this is Nick Walker, Director of Parks and Neighborhoods for the City of Memphis. Really, so our intention here is to see what questions you guys have for us. I'll give you just a 30,000-foot view of this process. When the College of Art announced its intention to wind down operations at the end of last year, we began a community outreach and sort of process with our advisors at U3 Advisors, some consultants that we brought in to help us look at all the process. You remember the title Reimagining the Memphis College of Art. And so the outcome of this was a RFP response from the Metal Museum, which was taken to the mayor. They walked us through their vision for the repurposing of that building. And at the end of that, he said, okay, let's begin the negotiations. And so at this point, we've drafted an LOI with the intent of transitioning it into a long-term lease. I think that it really, as the Parks Director, I think this is probably the best possible outcome that we could have had. There was a lot of community engagement, a lot of feedback put in. The things that we heard were that it needed to be an open facility. It needed to be something that brought people from the community in and reached out also at the same time. And it needed to be something within the spirit of the former occupant of the building, the Memphis College of Art. Art needed to be at the center of it. I think realistically, we met all of those goals in terms of the outreach and extension into the neighborhoods around Overton Park. That is addressed in the RFP proposal and will be addressed in the lease itself once we get into the drafting of it. So that being said, I'm sure you guys have some questions, and we have on the call with me Nicole Buchholz from U3 Advisors, who helped us through the process, Carissa from the Metal Museum, Brian Smith, who is on the board of the Metal Museum, and then a couple of folks, actually just one, Carlton, who is with us from real estate, who has helped us in the LOI drafting process. So hopefully we've got the folks on the call that can answer questions if you have some for us.
Okay, thank you, Director Walker. I'm going to yield the floor to Councilman Warren in the queue first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is going to be my neighbor. I live right around the corner from here. And I've had some discussions with the director, Ms. Husang, about it. I think they've got a really good plan. They also seem to be really good community supporters. They actually went out and got one of the COVID testing pods and returned it this week to check people in their facility to begin to do an alpha site to help us as we fight COVID. So not only are they helping the park, but I think they're going to help us fight COVID, and it seems like a pretty good idea. And I hope everyone was negative, Ms. Husan. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Warren. Councilwoman Johnson.
Yes, thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. I have a question in regards to the lease for 100 years. Will this facility have the option to sublease it to anyone during that 100 years?
As a part of the LOI, that is our intention. However, it is with the city's approval. At this point, actually, it's funny that you mentioned that. Currently, the Overton Park Conservancy normally takes residency in the Parkview, which is the facility on the corner. We have already sort of let them, as the city, act as a subtenant before this happened so that they would have a safe place for their staff to be. But yes, to answer your question directly, they will, but with city approval.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Point of information.
Yes, sir. Councilman Warren.
Yes, I think I was wondering if that question came from Commissioner Councilwoman Johnson. Did that mean could they lease it out to somebody instead of occupying it? And I thought I read in the contract that they couldn't really do that. If they're not occupying it, they can't lease it to someone without our permission, and they can sublease. And I think you were talking about, Director Walker, they can sublease with our permission too. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I'm sorry if the intent of the question is no. If they wanted to reach out to a commercially viable operation and do that, the covenants in the lease will prevent that from happening.
Thank you for clarification. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Next, I see Councilman Carlisle. Carlisle.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Yeah, it's those double C's. I don't know what parents are thinking. Unfortunately for me, I asked for this lease and then found out it was an LOI last week, and I just got it from my staff 10 minutes ago, so I haven't had a chance to go through it. It's not that I don't trust the RFP process and the Metal Museum's ability to raise capital and operate the museum, but I have, in good conscience, I can't approve. And I had the opportunity to speak with Chief McGowan for a period of time yesterday. But for me, when it comes to real estate and these long-term agreements, the devil's in the details. And I, in good conscience, couldn't vote for anything other than allowing you guys to proceed from LOI to lease, and then the lease coming back for our review at this point. Just going over, there's already a couple things that red flagged for me that I would have written differently in the LOI that I think need to be worked through. You've got any large design element. I'll give you a couple of quick examples and then I'll move on for other council members. But you've got a design review protocol for any large design elements, but there's no definition of what that means. Usually it's a capital threshold. And then it says not to be unreasonably withheld, conditioned, or delayed. If they're going to make a large design change to the exterior facade of that building, I would say that it would be in the sole discretion of the city. It would be a minor modification that I would have somewhere in the event that they could do under a threshold. But I would define those out, and same for the subleasing. The subleasing says, and again, I'm just going through it very quickly because it's an 11-page document, and I got it 10 minutes ago. But the subleasing basically says, it's not in the city's sole discretion. It just says most uses, i.e., adult entertainment, which relays an intent, but not a very specific language. So I need time to review this. I'm happy to send this downstairs in 2 weeks or vote on it today, but I can't, I'm not gonna have time today to go through this and sit it down in the same 9 minutes. I'm happy to hear where everybody else is, but I just need time to review it. I will say on the term and on $1 a year, those are things that I'm fine with. I mean, the city ultimately is getting $40 million worth of or $25 million worth of enhancements on a current piece of property. I get all of that, but I just haven't had time to go through the document. And so I can't in good conscience vote for it right now. That I yield back.
I will just say real quickly, Chairwoman, that I think that our intent was to try to get the LOI through because of the funding that is associated with it and allowing the Metal Museum to move forward with that fundraising. So that being said, I think we'd be open to a discussion about bringing the lease back before, and also certainly would take into consideration council's opinion on the lease and suggestions as it relates to the lease.
Yeah, Nick, I appreciate that. I mean, here's the deal. The LOI is dated November 4th. It's the 17th. I just got it. And the way the resolution's written today authorizes the mayor not only to draft, not authorizes the administration not only to draft the lease, but to execute it. So either, you know, we hang tight or we amend the resolution. But right now, the way that the resolution's written, you don't have to come back. And so, you know, again, my colleagues, there's 13 of us. But, you know, and I'm just one person, but that's just where I'm at. So.
Councilman Carlisle, I'm gonna hear from the other council members as well before we make a decision. Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Carlisle, you are right on point with this, and I agree with those sentiments. The first concern that I had about it was the length of the agreement being 100 years. There's not a single person on this call that will be around in 100 years. Now, you know, just my personal view, I think that 50 years could be very reasonable. And if we take, and I just did some quick math, if we take a $25 million investment over that 100-year period of time, that's the equivalent of what would be a lease rate of about $250,000 a year. If we shorten that to 50 years, it would be $500,000. And so I don't know the square footage of this particular facility. But I just have some grave concerns with our entering into such a long-term and making such a commitment for what could be 5 generations from now. So I would be amenable to a much, well, 50 years being much shorter, but a 50-year term would be more amenable to what I think the city should obligate itself to over the long term. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Walker, you had a comment?
Yeah, I wanted to point out real quick that I know that 100 years is the headline on this one, but it's a 40-year lease with 4 15-year mutual extensions on it. So just point of clarification on that.
Okay, I want to acknowledge Councilman Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Councilman Carlisle and Jones. Just from the paperwork and administrations, the way they presented this, I don't like the council being asked to approve a lease that hasn't been written. I don't think that's a fair position to put us in. The Metal Museum, they are the occupant, and they're going to be terrific, and I'm excited about them. And I want them to be able to get going on their fundraising. And so some sense of security that that the LOI and the lease and everything's going to go through so they can go to donors and be able to raise the capital necessary for this project. I think we need to get moving on this. But I am a bit torn by the point Councilman Carlisle just made. This is this is a difficult building. There are not a lot of options, and I think we do have a great partner in the Metal Museum that the community is excited about. I think it's very difficult to make any kind of change in the Overton Park area without a lot of input, vigorous input from the community, and the input has been excitement. There really have not been a lot of detractors on this, and that speaks volumes about the future vision that the Metal Museum can provide to the park and the community there. So this is good, and we wanted to go through. How soon, Mr. Walker, how soon could that lease language be ready? I want it to be right. I don't want it to be rushed. What is y'all's timetable?
I mean, I think the good news is that we've hammered out a good portion of this in the LOI process. The idea was that it would transition pretty quickly. I'll let Nicole, who's overseeing that. Do you have a gut feeling on that, Nicole?
Yes, fortunately, we've been provided with a lease template by the city, and we're currently beginning to work through the drafting process. So our timeline as of right now was about 6 weeks to really start getting something that was kind of much more in place. Again, speaking to that idea that I know the Metal Museum has been very eager and very ready to start the fundraising process. So they've been ready to hit the ground running.
Okay, and I do want them to go ahead and start running on it. And I don't want us to be the ones holding it up. So this is a bit difficult. I don't want it to be a habit either for future leases or votes. So I'll be voting yes on it today. I do trust the administration to bring the information in the lease back to us in the future, and maybe allow for council input and recommendations or amendments before it's signed or formalized. I think everybody here is good intentions about trying to get the wording is good as possible for the Metal Museum, as well as protective of the city and an incredible asset that we have. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Morgan. I hear my colleagues, hear you all, and I feel the same way. I think we need a little bit more information. We need a little bit more time on the lease or the language before we go ahead and make a decision. So I'm going to say that we hold this until December 1st, and we can hear this item at the next Parks Committee meeting. And hopefully in between time, everyone can get together, Director Walker, and get together and move forward with the language. All right, we're going to move to the next item. Item number 2 will be a Parks Roadshow presentation requested by Chairwoman Robinson. Thank you, Meadow Museum staff, for being with us today. We appreciate that.
All right. So real quickly, this is after as we prepared for the draft version of the master plan, which is the first master plan that the Parks Division has undertaken since 1999. Which, can y'all see let me switch monitors. Man. Just go like this. Okay. This is trying to figure out, does anybody know how to switch screens? Okay, here, let's try this. All right, I'll just show it to you this way. All right, so as I was stating, this is the first master plan that the Parks Division has undertaken since 1999. At the conclusion of our original round of community engagement, we went out to make sure that we heard what was said and that we can confirm the feedback that we got. And so we did 7 road shows, conveniently, with 7 council districts, 1 in each of the council districts. With COVID, it was a little bit tricky, but we actually have, for our movies in the parks, we have a trailer pulled LED screen that allowed us to set up these activities socially distanced, work with the Shelby County Health Department to make sure that the events themselves were perfectly safe, and went through the process. Right before we did the one at Hickory Hill, Chairwoman Robinson asked us to bring it to y'all to show it to you in this format. Each of you were invited to attend the ones in your council districts, including the super district representatives. But since we all got you in one place, we thought we would take you through what we showed to the public so that you're aware of the feedback that we got from the master planning process. So that being said, just a quick update of what the Parks Division entails. We are comprised of 150 plus green spaces, more than 5,000 acres of land, 30 total community centers, with 5 of those being dedicated to citizens 55 years of age or older, 1 specialty center serving the developmentally and physically disabled, 1.5 million annual visits across those locations, 17 pools, 4 of them indoors, currently 3 splash pads, 7 golf courses, 7 tennis facilities, 4 dog parks, 3 museums, 2 skate parks, and a Liberty Bowl Memorial Stadium. Should have been set to a Christmas Carol there. In each of the districts, we asked for feedback to highlight a special feature in each of the districts. Unfortunately, these go 1 through 7. So up in Raleigh, we have the Wolf River Greenway. In District 2, the play equipment at the Fletcher Creek Park. In District 3, the Aquatic Center at Hickory Hill Community Center. In District 4, the Glenview Community Center and Park, which is a gorgeous gem there. In District 5, we just got done repainting the basketball courts at Housey Park over by Lester Community Center. In District 6, the lake at MLK Park, which is just gorgeous. It's a really good picture of it too. And then the playground at the Hollywood Community Center, which is probably one of the more used playgrounds in our system. So where are we in the process itself? The master planning process itself, like anybody who's been through one of these in either your corporate or personal life, you have to take stock of where are we today, where are we going tomorrow, and how do we get there? And the where we go today was really a look at reviewing the facilities and sites that we have, assessing the programs and services, benchmarking ourselves against others, and several other mechanisms that are sort of standard to the master planning process. Then where are we going tomorrow was really fed, that's the community engagement part, and that's what we were seeking to validate with the conversations with the community. And then how do we get there? Because I tell people all the time, a master plan without any funding strategies or mechanisms to have them done is just a really pretty coffee table book. So the process highlights. As I said, the first part was going through and doing a deep evaluation of what we've got. So I mentioned we have 150 parks. About 117 of those are developed parks with assets. We rated them on the condition of them, the experienced people that have there, and the amenities so that we could classify them better. And then 14 facilities were assessed by Self and Tucker architecture firm to go through and look at, sort of allowed us to have an insight into how the buildings were set up structurally. 47 facilities were assessed by General Services as a part of what they call a facilities assessment, where they looked at the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing of the buildings. And then every park asset in every park, and when I say that, it's a fixed asset. So every trash can, every bench, every picnic pavilion, every basketball court was rated on a scale of 1 to 5 using a GIS tool. And then we compared ourselves to other cities, both socioeconomically in size and in terms of acreage. And I've got on with us the call, Marcia Allen, who is our administrator over community affairs and external. She runs our Play Your Park program. And so this seemed a natural extension. And so she headed up the community engagement. I'll let her talk a little bit about that real quick.
Okay, good morning, you all. So our community engagement process started back in 2019. We did 3 major public forums. We went back to the table because we didn't get the information that we quite wanted. And so we decided to go into 20 plus neighborhood meetings. We had pop-up events. We did a mail survey, online surveys, 30 plus stakeholder interviews, 3 focus groups. And then something that we'll talk about a little bit later is our youth designer park workshops and those 7 socially distant roadshow events that Director Walker just talked about. So in the next slide, it shows where we had those 2,000 plus engagements. So we were all over the city. It was hearing everything that we wanted and that we wanted to do in parks and that the community wanted to see from us as a park services division. And the next slide, it just talks about what we've learned throughout this entire process. COVID made it a little bit difficult for us to continue engagement as we had previously been doing it. So I'll let Director Walker talk about what we learned in the process, and then I'll come back for the youth community engagement.
So we really set about trying to understand, as anybody will admit, I'm assuming a lot of folks have had to go through bias training to find your blind spots and find where it is that you're not focusing. And one of them is that we hear all the time is that we seek to validate our own opinions. So we really made sure that we sat out to get different opinions and make sure that we got a broad spectrum of folks' opinion on this so that we weren't simply reinforcing what we want to see in the park system. So one of the things that we found is the balance between maintaining versus new. The community really, I mean, you would think the first thing is, hey, let's get some new stuff. But really what we hear from people is we need to do a better job of taking care of what it is that we already have. And so investing in our existing system is something that people have really asked for. In terms of the new stuff, though, they want to see trails and pathways, connections between the parks and safe spaces to walk in the community. The second is in our community centers, an expansion of the fitness equipment that we offer. Anybody that's been to multiple community centers will tell you that like Hickory Hill is probably, it's about the only location where we have a dedicated fitness facility. And that's because it was the most recently built community center. It and Ferguson were built about the same time. But people want that spread throughout the system. They want to feel like they're going to a gym at their community center, not just a treadmill or an exercise bike. The third thing is community centers themselves need some love in general, some updates, some additional amenities add to them. And then finally, the last thing is that same sort of multi-use inside the community center that people are seeking, they want to see that outside. A prime example for anyone who's been down to David Carnes Park in Whitehaven is the multi-use field on the backside of the park. It is a perfect mini pitch for soccer games. It's also, as anybody who's been down there on a Friday afternoon or a Saturday morning, it's a great place for youth football teams to practice and for all sorts of activities to take place. And that's what we want to see, is spaces that can be used for multiple reasons. And the barriers to the park access. And this is nothing, I'm hopeful that this doesn't come as a surprise to anybody, but the three things that are keeping people from using City of Memphis parks and neighborhoods facilities right now are a lack of awareness, a sense of security and safety, and then the quality of the parks and the facilities. And all three of those are things that we should seek to strive to improve upon as an outcome of this master plan. And there's a million different ways to get there, but we need to find what is the best way for us to get there. And I'll let Marcia talk about the programs and service evaluations and the things that people want to see there.
Okay, so with this portion, what we heard a lot of is the fitness facilities, family-friendly events that they want to happen. They want our aquatics centers to be top-notch, things that are focused around seniors, and then something that I didn't expect, I don't know if anyone else in parks expected, people talking about like nature programs and different environment stuff. But then this was really one of the things that we heard a lot of, that our citizens are really willing to pay for programming, just as long as it doesn't cause a barrier for someone else. So as long as we can keep the level of services enhanced and great, they're willing to pay for them, but they want everyone to be able to use them. So that was something that we thought was really awesome. And this is something that we did that has never been done here before. So we created a Design a Park program or engagement where we had youth, all different age groups from 5 up to 17, design parks and do 3D models. And so really our youth really want the same thing as the adults in the city want: safe places to play, walking, exercise equipment, And we even had one teen group build a pool with a privacy fence, which I thought was cool. Like, what are y'all doing in the pool with a privacy fence? But it was just something that they wanted to see, and they had some things about helping homeless in the park and stuff like that. So this was really interesting for us to see exactly what our youth wanted to see in their park system, which wasn't too far off from what the adults want to see in our park system.
All right, and I'll just go ahead and let you know, these are the last two slides, so we're wrapping up quickly. One of the big things that we said about, like I said at the beginning, was to make sure that we had intentionality in our process. And so the big thing that we heard a lot was as it relates to equity as opposed to equality. One of my favorite analogies on this is the fence, and I'm sure you've all heard that metaphor before, but that what we have a tendency in this city to do is give everybody the same stool and say, hey, everybody's got the same number of parks, everybody's got the same number of XYZ, so great, everybody's taken care of. But in all actuality, that's not equity, that's equality, because what it's doing is the areas where we need to put that investment and we need to focus on, we're not giving them the additional resources needed to get back to the same level playing field. So that's really one of our focuses, is using the 3.0 equity index to make sure that our purchasing and our development goals are tied to that so that we're not contributing to the problem. The other is as it related to communicating, and we've worked really hard with our communications office to make sure that we're making a strong push to make people aware of the things that are going on in the parks. The last thing, and as I sort of referenced this earlier, is as it relates, and I just wanted to show you guys this. A lot of times we talk about on a national level, our funding level for parks and how it relates. And I think that's a little unfair because anyone who's taken a look at like New York, Seattle, and Minneapolis, for instance, the rate at which they spend so out greatly relates to everybody else that it skews the numbers. So we thought we would take a look at what we spend as a city on parks and neighborhoods compared to other municipalities in the state on average. So in the city of Memphis, we spend $6.13 per resident on capital expenditures annually. We spend $46.17 per resident on operating expenditures. At the end of the day, back of the napkin math, which I know a lot of y'all are fans of doing, shows us that the gap of $31.12 per resident means that annually we're spending about $18 million less on our parks and neighborhoods. And so how we get there is a discussion, but I think long term, we have to decide how we get there and if we should get there. And I think our citizens have clearly made it clear that they want us to get there. So anyway, that being said, I will quit preaching and stop sharing if you guys have any questions for us.
You're mute, Madam Chair.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Director Walker and Ms. Allen, for your presentation. We really appreciate the information and the work that you all do. I've attended some of your events myself, and you always do a great job informing the community and connecting with the community. At this time, I want to acknowledge council members. Councilman Jones, were you in there before, or is this for now?
This is for now.
Okay. Would any council members have any comments or questions?
No, I do.
Okay.
Mr. Walker, thank you for this presentation. Your last slide sort of encapsulates what I've talked about during our budget season when there's been a push and when I've tried to say, look, what are we going to do for parks and for neighborhoods? And as you mentioned, we may not necessarily shouldn't be looking at places like Seattle and New York, but we can look at our peers here in the state of Tennessee. And what that clearly indicates to me is that we are not making the investment in our parks and in our neighborhoods and providing people the amenities that they would expect from a progressive city, to be honest with you. Now, I do have a couple of questions that are not necessarily related to that. The first one being looking at the safety aspect of it. I know that there was a push, and I think in cooperation with the Information Services or IT department, we were looking to outfit some of our community centers and parks with cameras. Have we been able to do that at the community centers? And then, you know, if nothing else, I know at some point, and I under the previous administration of your, under the previous leadership of your department, I asked about, you know, if nothing else, if at some of the entry points and exit points at some of the parks, we may not necessarily have the community center there, but if it's feasible for us to have cameras at some of those locations. So we'd like to see, or I'd like to know if we've addressed some of those safety elements.
We have. To this point, all of the community centers have had the Verkada cameras installed.
Okay. Great.
And we have access to that. I would tell you that the issue as it relates to cameras in the parks is that a lot of it depends on what the purpose there is. I think there's better ways and more cost-effective ways for us to have a presence in the park. Marcia's team, the Play Your Park, has shown us over the summers, just having people there, staff in the parks, goes a long way. And so I'll tease that in the future, the administration and I are working on some prospects to have some more activation in the parks to try to deter unwanted activities there.
Okay. And then as we go into, and gosh, can't believe that, you know, in a couple of months, you all will be preparing for budget again. But what type of ask, or have you thought about the type of ask that you would bring to council for us to implement and give the citizens the type of services that, you know, that I personally feel that they deserve?
Yeah, and I wanted to clarify something, and it's the problem of this short frame to do that. This administration, Mayor Strickland's administration, has shifted the focus towards parks. If you look at our spend year over year from 2012 onward, there has been a great increase, even with pulling the general services crews back over to parks, so we had dedicated maintenance crews, was a huge shift towards prioritizing it. So that being said, I don't want to say that we aren't headed in the right direction. I just want us to know where the goal line is. As it relates to your question, I think it's a conversation, and the conversation starts with where is the goal line, and then how do we get there? Because to continue to be general funded is probably tricky and dangerous to keep throwing money in there, but it'll just be something that we'll have to figure out together. Part of the recommendations at the end are some funding strategies, and that'll be one of the things that we present as a part of this master plan when we ask y'all for adoption.
Okay. Well, and I appreciate that, but I would provide a little pushback on that, because when it comes to the general public services that I think that a city provides, to me, that's police and fire, safety, of course, it's sanitation, and it should be amenities for people to enjoy. We just have to make that a priority in our community. And when we talk about less government and lowering taxes, and that's what this pays for. So, you know, I would hope that you provide us, Mr. Walker, an ambitious plan. Bring us something to say no to, or provide something to say pushback. But I don't want us to treat, and I don't want us to treat providing parks and services as an expense. I want us to look at that as an investment. When we look at something as an investment, we place a different priority on that. I think that providing these type of services to our resident lends to just a better standard of living for them. And I think we look at it as an investment, not an expense.
I agree.
And the general fund should pay for it because, you know, from a public-private standpoint, this is not a money-making prospect. And so you're not going to have a company that's going to come in and that's going to undertake this. This is something that we should do as a city. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Clear real quick. That wasn't meant as a slight to the general fund. What that is there's political volatility to the general fund. And anytime we're general funded, there is a process every year to evaluate at what point we're general funded. Dedicated funding resources to me are way more important to make sure that we keep up the quality of things.
But the property tax is a reliable source of funding for that. We just have to make that a priority. That's for the council to decide. And so, but what I would ask you, Mr. Walker, bring that opportunity to us and let us say no to it as opposed to not bringing it for us for consideration.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. I think I missed you, Councilwoman Johnson. Please forgive me if I did, but you have the floor, and then we'll go to Councilman Carlisle.
Okay, thank you so much. I have a comment and goes back to Councilman Jones' concern in regards to camera and safety in the parks. I'm getting a lot of phone calls here in Whitehaven in regards to shooting taking place at nighttime in the parks, and specifically in Poly Park here off of Ottoman Street. So what can we do about that as far as trying to come up with some safety issues, some way to keep the people out of the parks past dark, but they're over there shooting in the parks?
As a side note, the not this council, but a previous council established the hours of the parks to close at sunset, you know, with an adjustment for daylight savings every year. That's a good question. And I think it's something that we should prioritize because, as people have said, they want to feel safe in the parks, and that's a barrier for them to go there. I've worked with the folks, not at Polywin specifically, but at Zodiac and some others to try to find a way to cut down on behavior that we don't want to see after hours. And I think we'll just have to continue to do that. I'll have that conversation with you though.
Okay, do you do drive-through at nighttime? Do you have any type of security at the park? So what type of security is in place currently?
Yeah, I will tell you that that's part of the things that we're trying to address is both the safety during the day and at night with the proposal that it's my intention to bring later. But in the short term, there are stop gaps that we can do, and that may be one of them. And I'm happy to discuss any ideas and how we can figure out a way to do those.
Okay. Thank you, but that's an immediate request.
I got you. We'll work on it. Reach out to me after and we'll work on it.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you,
Welcome. Councilman Carlisle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try and be brief. Nick, I love that term, the political volatility of the general fund. That's absolutely true. I'd love to get the data that is behind your last slide. I saw that a consulting group put that together. It's pretty wrapped up just to say other Tennessee cities. So and I'm happy if you want to put me directly in touch with them or however, but I'd like to understand how they got to that wrapped up number because it is important. I mean, I think we all agree we'd like to do more, but I want to understand very specifically how we fall in line. You know, it's one thing to compare us to Cleveland, Tennessee, and another to compare us to, you know, Davidson County. So I'd just be curious to see that wrapped up number. And then to Councilwoman Johnson's point, park hours and all those things are great, but somebody's got to enforce them. And, you know, if people are out there with guns, I don't think it's going to be our unarmed parks division going out there telling them to walk away. I think we're going to end up having another conversation about police bodies and their ability to patrol certain areas and not having enough police to do that. But we'll save that conversation for another time.
Yeah, I'll get you the data that breaks that down. I mean, it's a fun spreadsheet, and you're more than welcome to see your thoughts on it.
Thanks, Nick.
Once again, I want to thank Director Walker and Ms. Marsh for your presentation. Council members, there are no others in the queue. No, is there any other business that needs to come before this committee? If none, then this committee stands in adjournment. Thank you.
Chairman Ford, are you ready for
I'd like to call Economic Development, Technology, and Tourism Committee to order. Please call the roll.
Members Canali,
Here.
Carlisle,
Present.
Vet,
Yes, here.
Mr. Thomas. Present. Johnson,
Present.
Jones.
Here.
Logan,
Present.
Morgan,
Here.
Robinson.
Present.
Swearingen. Oh, thank you, Councilwoman. Swearingen,
Present.
Warren,
Present.
Smiley,
I'm here.
Chairman Ford.
Present. Okay, we have one item. And it's a resolution authorizing approval of the use of pilot extension funds for payment of indebtedness or costs with respect to development of parking and other mobility projects by the Downtown Mobility Authority and otherwise providing with respect to the foregoing. Sponsored by the administration. Who do we have from the
Jennifer
administration?
Oswald. Jennifer Oswald, President of the Downtown Memphis Commission.
Okay, go right ahead.
Good morning. Thank you all for allowing us to come before you today. I'm going to start my slideshow here, but we are excited to bring forward to you today, along with the full support of the administration, a parking proposal for public parking in downtown Memphis. And typically we have come to you in the past with catalytic investments in private investment that has a parking component. The most recent was the Union Row project, which ultimately changed its incentive and did not end up using money from this fund. First, I wanted to mention that we have had ongoing discussions about the need for additional and improved parking conditions in the core of downtown for several years now. However, we wanted to complete our parking study first to ensure that the experts agreed with us on where our high demand areas were. And so we have completed that study, and it did in fact say that we have a lot of parking in downtown Memphis, but it's not necessarily in the right places. It also often sits in places that we would want to have further development. So we don't want a city full of parking lots, but we'd rather have new buildings and infill development. So they confirmed some very hot spots in the core of our downtown, which we're going to address today. I wanted to just review that the Pilot Extension Fund is a group of pilots that was set aside in the late 1990s. Their pilots were extended, and those rent payments go into a fund that is only allowed to be used to build parking and infrastructure related to that parking in the CBID. And we have used this pilot extension fund recently for the parking associated with the Tennessee Brewery, with the Rise Apartments and Orion's headquarters, and with the One Beale Landing and Hyatt Centric. So those are some examples of recent use of this fund. For many years, it was not used, and it accumulated a balance because of its restriction. So we're bringing forward to you today a package that includes 5 projects. They are all on city-owned land or DMA-owned land and garages. Many of the garages are in the master lease that the Mobility Authority has with the city. And they are all meant to provide access and connection to downtown's assets for the public. This is a map showing you the projects that we're going to be looking at today. Starting at the north, the Shoppers Garage, which has been in disrepair. We've been debating whether or not there was a higher use for this space, but currently we feel that it's worth an investment to make this a better and more welcoming parking structure, and we'll go over that. First Place, which is on 2nd and services First Horizon, as well as the Toyota, well, what was the Toyota Center and now Indigo Plaza tenants. Riverfront Garage, which is the site for the new Brooks on the Bluff. Wagner, which is a parking lot that connects the new Brooks site to Tomley Park. And then the lot that is next to the Orpheum and services AutoZone, as well as some other businesses. And there's a lot of opportunity for additional infill in this area. So these are the projects we're going to go over today, and I will try to be brief. I'll go over this addition here after we go over each one. So the first and most significant project is a mobility center on this parking lot here, which right now represents a very hot and unappealing walk from the entertainment district on Beale Street to the river, and often a barrier for people trying to get between those two assets. Certainly, we would prefer to have something better in the core of our downtown than a parking lot, and this is city owned, and an opportunity to create a 1,400 space parking facility that also incorporates some ground floor retail on both Main Street and Front Street, a rooftop venue, which would, have the opportunity for the restaurant on Front Street to expand and use that, as well as others in the area, such as the Orpheum, to expand on this. We have had growing investment by our office tenants in this area, including AutoZone, and so the additional spaces are needed. And we have worked with LRK after an RFP process. They were selected and have come up with a beautiful design that really incorporates a lot of mobility aspects. So it would include parking for bicycles, covered parking, as well as a membership program to allow for bike commuters, true commuters, to change and things like that after riding their bike in. As well as it links to the trolley and can get people to and from our other assets in the north and south of downtown. And then this staircase that you see in the top picture here to be sort of an iconic picture spot and really more attractive than just a parking garage. And we, budget willing, have some interesting aspects for the exterior of the center to make it really that place that people who don't come downtown very often know that they can go there, meet people there, park once, and get to a lot of our downtown assets. So this is the biggest item in our ask today. The budget is approximately $42 million. But again, it adds us 1,400 spaces on a parking lot that right now only holds 212, and services existing growth as well as the opportunity for new growth, not only with infill on the Tri-State, what was the Tri-State Bank lot next to it, as well as the One Beale river facing site and some of the existing buildings that are underutilized. The second is Wagner. This is what you can see, really the front door to our city, but it is used right now as a haphazard parking lot and often has dumpsters everywhere and trash. And we really want to make this a more welcoming connection between assets at the north and south, as well as just a good front door. So with a small investment, we feel that we can take this, which is now, as I said, very haphazard, and turn it into something that is much more defined, has shade trees, and is welcoming. We refer to this as a festival street just because it does allow for the opportunity for people to gather, but and share with parking. But really what it's meant to be is much more pleasant, and people know where they should be, cars know where they should be, and it's not meant to necessarily host festivals, which has been a misconception because of what we are calling it. Along with this improvement, we are proposing an investment in the ADA accessible cut bank bluff associated with the river parks and the renovation of Tom Lee. This is an aspect that really, regardless of the Tom Lee renovation, we need people to be able to get from the bluff where restaurants and parking exist down to the river parks and back up without having to traverse the either very steep road or very steep stairs. And this, it shows you how it will allow for people who are less mobile, for wheelchairs, for strollers, to get traverse that bluff without the current grade issues. And so an investment in this will really utilize the parking that has been invested in at the top of the bluff already. This comes out right at the One Beale garage and also a connection to Vance Avenue. And there's a plan to connect, further improve Vance Avenue and connect South City to this River Park entrance. And so these two items together have a $6 million budget based on the level of, where the ultimate budget comes out on those two projects. The next item is the shopper's garage. Here's some images of the current condition. I particularly want to point out the bottom left, which has heavy concrete blocking transparency into the garage. And it makes this garage a very unwelcoming place. Here's a picture of the back, again, our front door to our city, especially when you come in off the interstate. This is near the convention center at Adams and Front Street and Riverside. A lot of people visiting the city and other folks around there, as well as River Garden, would park here. This is an image of what just $1 million can do to help improve this garage. You'll see bike parking in the front, a dog park to get more eyes on the, on the garage more times of the day. And people actually already use that grass for this purpose. So we might as well embrace it. But a lot of color and just opening up of that heavy concrete, taking out a lot of the heavy stairwell concrete so that it's more open, adding lighting and making a safe and welcoming place, as well as some parking on that river-facing side. And again, this is just a $1 million investment that we think will add over 100 spaces that are not currently used due to the poor conditions. First place parking is an addition. This is the only garage that can handle an addition, and it's 2 floors, which will give us an additional 144 spaces. Downtown Mobility owned garage right at across from where Guardsmark was, the big flag on 2nd Street. So this would be an addition, to utilize existing parking and get us those spaces. Here's a rendering of what that could look like, just a rendering. The budget for this is $3 million. And again, utilizing a low per space cost to get that additional parking. And many of the people that park in the riverfront garage, which is contemplated to be the Brooks site, are actually just as close to this garage. They're Main Street businesses that can easily just shift direction and park here. The Brooks garage, you can see here where we have a nice linear park of assets here, starting with 4th Bluff and River Garden and the law school. And then it hits Monroe and it really is a dead end and you're stuck again with that heavy bluff. This is also right by the cobblestones, which will soon be renovated. And so what we are proposing is an investment into the Brooks parking. Should that project be able to move forward, and we're hopeful that it will, we would invest to make the connection between these assets along Monroe and improve the parking conditions for the museum and the users of that. This will also connect to the other side in Tom Lee and that Wagner project that I showed earlier. There is a reduction plan for this garage, but one thing that this fund has always done is caused for a great investment to be made in our downtown. And we believe that a small investment of $10 million from this fund to the parking and infrastructure along Front Street and connecting the assets is a small price to pay for a $100+ million investment in a brand new attraction on our riverfront and a highest and best use of that land. Again, this is city land, and this project has already had a lot of aspects of it moving forward. So here's a recap of all the projects. In total, this is an addition of over 1,000 spaces. It's getting the parking in the right places, and it's also improving existing conditions. This fund, as I mentioned, can only be used for parking and related infrastructure. So if it's not used for these great public projects, we will have additional private investment probably ask for the funds. But we believe that now is the time to invest in public access and additional spaces. And so we're requesting your approval of use of the funds If any of these projects are not able to move forward, the funds will not be used and they will remain in place. However, authority to move forward on negotiations and contracts on these is what we're requesting. Our board, the Center City Revenue Finance Corporation and the Downtown Mobility Authority have both approved this request. And now it comes before you and then County Commission. So I'll pause there and take any questions.
Thank you very much. Can I get a motion in a second? Because I have two council, well, I have three. Four
Second.
councilmen. Okay, for discussion. Okay, now it's open for discussion. Councilman Morgan and Easter Thomas, Martavius Jones, and Rhonda Logan. In that order. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to be brief. If all these projects are approved as is, what does it do to the remaining balance of that parking fund? Would we still have funds available for, if a big mixed use project came along, whether it be a different, Union Row or some of the things that are in development in the Pinch District?
So the fund itself has about $100 million coming into it over the next 25 plus years. So this is not using all of it. We are borrowing against the future revenue to a small degree, up to 10 to 12 year loan. And the projects previously done are in the form of a long-term loan. So the fund comes back into the Mobility Authority to reuse. So yes, this would tie up the funds for the short term. However, there's certainly opportunity for further investment later and the ability to use the funds that are coming back in currently on the existing projects. But it's certainly not taking all of it. We hope that we actually feel that this is a great solution for our public parking needs and that 5-10 years from now, things will have shifted mobility-wise where additional parking is not a priority and we would have other investment needs. But obviously no one can tell the future.
Okay, speaking of mobility shifts, I know this is a small part of the overall project, but just kind of raises an eyebrow. The bike showers and lockers and all of that, has there been a real demand for that? Because I feel like it's kind of been part of our engineering and planning department that we have made a lot of investment in bike lane infrastructure. And we kind of had an attitude that if you build it, they will come. And we built it and we've made that investment and we still don't really see the cyclists out there or the commuters who are now taking bikes. Is there been a lot of demand for this ahead of time, or is it kind of that same attitude that if we build this, all of a sudden there'll be a shift and more people will start biking to work downtown?
So I will say that, first of all, we're just in concept. So if this becomes something that, we vet further and it doesn't make it, it would get adjusted. But secondly, it is meant to be operated by an operator, whether that is a bike company or Explore Bike Share. It's a membership-based thing, not free open showers and et cetera. And I do believe the demand is there. This is something Union Row looked at closely. People don't choose to bike because the option to take a shower and be ready for work is not there currently unless your employer provides it. So we will further vet it. We're actually in the process right now of looking closely at other cities like Chicago that offer this. But we do want this to be a very multimodal place. And so it's our goal to have that as a component.
And finally, will the restaurant up top have gas line connections, or will it be like the restaurant at Tom Lee Park that?
Yeah. So it is our plan. Yes, it's our plan. What this image you're seeing here is the bottom 2 floors on the corner would be a restaurant space, and we would have running water, trash, dumbwaiter assistance up to the top, but it's meant to not be a heavy use, but allow for catering and a relationship with that restaurant, but also allow others to rent it as well. So it's not meant to be a full restaurant on the top, but more of just a gathering space. And again, concept only. We plan to have plenty of public engagement meetings on this design.
Great. Thank you very much.
Councilwoman Thomas?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Jennifer, for the presentation. I have a few questions just to make sure I'm clear on some certain things. Exactly, can you repeat again exactly where these funds derive from?
Sure. So in the late 1990s, a group of pilots that were about to expire and return to the tax rolls were placed into a fund whereby the tax payments went into this fund only for the use of parking infrastructure, because the people in charge at the time had the foresight to see that this would be a need and not be something that we wanted to put on the CIP budget for the city. And so, as well as to catalyze private investments, such as those projects I mentioned earlier. So this was agreed to by all parties, by city, county, and the DMA at the time. And it has accumulated balance. And one of the very first projects was the Peabody Place Garage, the large one by what is now Service Master. So that was an early use of it. It was probably contemplated at the time. And then it was quiet for a while until those recent projects that I mentioned.
Okay. And I know you said that it's from projects that came off of or came onto the tax rolls. What do you expect, or how many more projects do you expect to come into that fund or to come onto the tax rolls in the near future? Like in the next 5 to 10 to 15.
The fund is closed. It was a group set aside in the 90s, so there will be none added to that. So any pilots expiring now would just return to the tax rolls as normal. This was a one-time thing done 20 years ago. And I could get you a schedule of our pilots that are returning to the tax rolls. But I don't have that, in my brain.
Okay. And you said that it can only be used for parking infrastructure or parking and infrastructure?
Parking and related infrastructure. So as I've mentioned, access to parking and improvements to the public realm around the parking facilities.
Okay. So outside of parking in downtown Memphis, what other infrastructure projects could this money be used for?
That's what it is there for. So if we said we're done doing everything we need to,
what other related infrastructure?
It has to be parking related infrastructure. So it can't just go to, like, say, bike lanes. It has to, have a direct parking component. Otherwise, it would take a legislative change of some sort. And I'd have to check if that is at the state level.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. That's all.
Councilman Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations, Ms. Oswald, on your new position that you'll be taking. So we're sad to see you go. First question that I have is, can we, has that parking study been presented to council yet?
No, I don't believe so. We're happy to get it to you. It's lengthy and very technical, but you might be interested.
Because I can recall when the Union Road project came before us, and I know that project has changed somewhat. The concern that I raised then is that at that time, we were committing so much of what these available funds were, and we were not taking a look at other projects. Now, I know that project has changed, but one area that I had a concern about, and I think it was Councilman Morgan that alluded to it earlier. The point that I raised then, what about the pinch? We knew that St. Jude was talking about doing something over there. Mr. Intrator talking about his doing that. So I think that before we commit to such a large balance in that, so if we're saying that this total project of this proposal here is 62 million, but we're collecting 100 million over 25 years, we are committing a majority of those future anticipated revenues for this project. So I would like to take, now, if we did anything, I would like to see that parking study, see how this goes and fits with everything else. What I would be amenable to was given the green light for those smaller projects. You know, $1 million for one of the garages, $3 million for that one. But before we make such a large $42 million commitment, I'd like to see how this fits into our whole parking study. And I think that that's something that would be helpful for the council in general.
Just a couple comments. Anything funded by this fund has to provide public access. And so St. Jude, for example, has built a lot of parking that is only for their use. And so they did not ask for any assistance because they knew they would have to, make it a public parking facility. And so we also believe that this is a solution completely aligned with what that parking study said, which was, first of all, use what you have first, which we're doing with the improvements and the addition, to improve walkability and connection and other forms of mobility. And that's what we're doing with a lot of these infrastructure and related access projects. And then build strategically when you need to. And this mobility center is, for the public entirely. So it feeds all businesses, all users around the core of our downtown, near the entertainment district. It's not isolated for a specific investment project. And frankly, we are trying to shift developers to be able to incorporate parking into the project and into the pilot that they receive. And we've actually seen that work. So Union Row shifted and actually is covering the parking for their facility within their pilot. Same is going for the Pinch, where we are contemplating for his pilot to cover his parking. So that's the shift we want to go to, rather than using this fund to invest in private investment. We want to catalyze it where needed, and there will certainly be some highly projects that really need a lot of extra help, if you might think of the Steric building, let's say. But we believe that the bank we're talking to is being flexible with us on the use of the term of the loan, and that there will be an opportunity for those projects. But that now is the time to invest in public parking in these projects. But I'm happy to share the parking study with you all. And my request would just be that, if we could progress and have this on the agenda in 2 weeks, that we would get you all that information.
Well, I mentioned St. Jude. That just happened to be the main, the largest entity in the Pinch District. But I was referencing, the Pinch District in its entirety, because if we look at the Pinch District over there, we see a lot of, it may not necessarily be parking lots, but it's flat, unusable land that's not being used right now that could have a public purpose at some point. And so I still, as a council member, would be more comfortable making that commitment when we see how this project fits along with what may be, as you mentioned, we don't know what the future holds, but I think that we would be doing ourselves a disservice if we don't know how this fits into what will be the total scheme of things and we're being asked to make such a sizable investment. So I would object to us approving this now without seeing that parking study. That's putting the cart before the horse, if you ask me. That's all I have, Madam Chair. Madam, no, Ms. Ford, I'm done.
You're muted.
No.
Yes, Ms. Ford, I'm done.
Councilman Ford.
Okay, hey, can you repeat that last part, because
I was just saying I'm done. Those are all. on the question
Can
that I
y'all
have.
hear me?
Yes,
Can you
sir.
hear me?
Yes.
I need you to repeat the last part of what you said because I could not hear you, Councilman.
Okay, what I was saying, Chairman Ford, was that I think it would be premature for this body to act on such a large investment if we don't have the complete parking study and see how this fits along and being a part of that parking study.
Thank you, sir. Okay, all right. Now we have Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chairman Ford, and thank you, Ms. Oswald, for your presentation. I want to make sure I'm understanding all of the details as well. Will this parking be totally free to all citizens?
It will not. We do not believe that free parking is the answer, that we want to try to continue to balance and encourage people to take other modes of transportation, carpool. You know, if free parking, we don't believe is the answer. However, I will say that we have some of the lowest parking rates in the country, and we certainly always do try to balance encouraging people to come downtown. Really, though, it's access that it has been our problem. People think there's no place to park rather than wanting, you know, people are willing to pay if they know how much it is and where they're parking.
Well, are all of these places city-owned?
They are either city-owned or Mobility Authority, which is a quasi-governmental city-county agency.
The revenue generated from the parking, where does it go?
For the most part, it will be a debt service on the construction of the mobility center or into the city. The city owns some of these, and we have a master lease with the city on some of them. But the income generally, because our parking rates are low, goes back into maintaining the facilities.
So will there be any available to be put into some type of fund for mobility, transportation, walkability, and other parts of the city?
Well, that is currently how the Mobility Authority uses the funds that come into it. We've recently also in the same meeting approved a shuttle service that will expand not only downtown, but also into parts of North Memphis to help commuters get to downtown in places where the bus doesn't service it, or where we can offer sort of a faster solution. So we are constantly evaluating solutions like that with those funds. And that's where we're headed in the future, I believe.
I would like to see some type of presentation on how funds generated from this investment or project can be used or pooled to some type of community grants or something that will show some way it can help all of Memphis in some regard. So is there any way that the mobility fund that you're talking about or some aspect of this project be presented in the near future, or when you come back with the study, add that to it, how we can utilize some of the revenue to assist with walkability, transportation, mobility throughout the city, whether it be community grants or whatnot?
Yes, our board has looked at that closely and has made several steps towards that, but I'd be happy to show you all.
Okay, thank you. I yield back, Chair.
Okay. Let's see, Councilman Carlisle and then Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Chairman. Jennifer, just to clear up a couple of things. I know you're going to get the parking study. Would it be safe to say that there's been an intense amount of study by your boards on this subject?
Yes, several years.
Several years. And your boards and your staff have come to the conclusion that this site is underutilized as a parking lot.
Correct. And because the city owns it, that it's a great option for a public serving facility.
Okay. And one of the, when we say public serving, there are very few things that it could be in downtown Memphis on Beale Street, across from AutoZone's world headquarters and next to Peabody Tower and other employment centers, as well as tourist destinations. Can it be a high-rise hotel or mixed-use development?
There are currently some restrictions on the site as far as height, and we have examined the investment to make this a high-rise opportunity and feel that those dollars are better spent on, making this the go-to place for visitors to park and know that they have a place to meet people, get to things easily, rather than investing more money in the structure on the chance that we might get future development, especially given all the other sites that are around this that are owned privately and can be those high rises. So yes, we've studied it and we've gone back and forth, and our ultimate conclusion was that this was the best option for us as a city.
That also allows it to stay fully city controlled and city owned versus turning it over to a private developer.
That's right.
So we have a parking need. We have a set of site constraints on height and obviously bordering the building. And we have a significant need for parking, not only from a tourist standpoint, but as well as our corporate partners who have chosen to keep their world headquarters in the downtown area.
That's right.
So basically, this is the best opportunity for this piece of real estate that we can have. And then, so secondly, the funds of money to clear this up very, very quickly. We might have $100 million coming in over the next 25 years. However, we don't intend to fund this with that stream of money. We intend to fund this with equity and mainly debt from a local institution.
Correct.
Yeah. So,
and
go ahead.
Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
No, please.
Go ahead.
Well, as I say, and mainly the security of this is on the Downtown Memphis Commission and its sister agencies to service that debt through revenues produced through the parking and or, if need be, its reserves, which come from the Pilot Extension Fund. So the exposure for building this massive impact to the downtown area and across the other projects downtown is very finite for the city of Memphis.
That's correct. And we cannot currently use these funds for the grants program or anything mobility related. It was set aside for parking. So it's very limited.
Yeah. So I heard everything right. This is the highest and best use based on the constraints. We have a source of funds that has minimal exposure with maximum impact. And as far as some of the other concerns, I just would like to remind people when we talk about things like the Pilot Extension Fund, that all of the work that has occurred in downtown Memphis to bring it to where it is today was not a 3, 4, 5 year. It's been a 40-year slog out of nothingness. And we've set these things up so that there is not a massive amount of exposure to the city of Memphis at large, rather, finite investment through finite exposure. So I'm very supportive of this. I know there's a lot of work left to be done as far as the plans are concerned. And also to my colleagues, and Councilman Jones is right. Jennifer, thank you for your service to the city. You will be dearly missed. I've had the opportunity to work with 3 separate DMC presidents. I love them all, but you have been an incredible leader of that organization, and you will be sorely missed. And I hope that this council sees that there's an opportunity to try to prove this while you are still here. With that, I yield back, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Look, I'd like to call for the question. Reason why, we got an attorney-client meeting for 11:15. We have Councilman Warren, Councilwoman Johnson, Councilman Jones, and Easter Thomas. Can we do that within the next 5 minutes? And then I would like to really hold this, for the next 2 weeks until we can find out some of the information that the council members would like to have. Go right ahead, Councilman Warren.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure, and I think Councilman Carlisle explained it. Essentially, this is a project that's not being financed out of the city budget. That's correct?
Correct. Correct.
And it's one of the few ways we can use this money. Is that correct?
Correct. One of the very few. Yes.
And once we use this money, will there still be money left over where we could potentially add some additional parking with similar process in the Pinch District? Or will we be using all of it?
There will definitely be money continuing to hit the fund, as well as payments coming back in from previous projects.
That will allow a similar type of study in a revitalized pinched area in the northern part of town?
That's right.
Okay, so this seems to me like a good idea, well thought out, and I'm going to support it when it comes back up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Johnson?
I withdraw my question at this time. I'll get back with Jennifer later, and if it's being delayed, that'll give me plenty of time. Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer,
Okay.
for your service.
Councilman Jones? Yes.
Yes, thank you. I had a couple of follow-up questions. Ms. Oswald, the height restriction, that height restriction was set by whom?
It was an agreement that dates back many, many decades with development in the area. And there's some question around that because it is so old. I mean, it definitely dates back to when there were tanneries and such. But we have come to terms and compromise to allow for this use on the site.
Okay, but my question would be, if the council wanted to lift those restrictions, it certainly has the authority to do so. Is that correct?
No, it's my understanding that you would have to have the agreement from the other parties as well.
Okay.
That the restrictions are more placed by the other parties of the agreement.
Okay. Well, on property that the city owns?
Yes. Just to what you were speaking to earlier, entering into 100-year agreements was done frequently in the past. So.
Okay. Now, how many of the structures that the DPA operates do you provide to say parking for commercial tenants? So like you mentioned earlier, parking for First Tennessee and some of the other businesses in properties or in parking lots or garages.
All of our facilities, either both those owned by the DMA as well as the city, provide for mixed use public parking, which includes office workers, visitors, residents. We do our best to utilize the sharing and maximization of those spaces. So
Okay.
all of them.
And that takes me to this point. That parking study was done pre-COVID. Was it not?
It was, yes.
So the point that I'm raising, an investment firm, Morgan Stanley, huge investor, they have properties and offices all over the country. What they said is that they have not lost any productivity. So the question is, and why we need to look at this in a comprehensive manner, you have businesses, this COVID may have shifted the paradigm. More people could be working at home. And so I think that before we jump into this goes back to my point, because it was done pre-COVID, would there still be, we don't know the answer to this. Would there still be demand if we are providing it for commercial enterprises? Would there still be demand for a parking structure this large and of this magnitude in light of the way that people do business and where they do business from has shifted? So that's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to throw that out there.
Okay,
If I
thank
could just
you.
answer that real quickly.
Go ahead.
We see actually the projects that were announced, such as AutoZone's expansion, FedEx Logistics, we don't see any change in those. We also see and have privy to be talking to developers who plan to do more in the area, and it's not necessarily office, but residential and more tourism and things like that. So we are keeping a close pulse on the effect of COVID. However, we are requesting approval so that we may move forward. It takes a long time to do everything related with, architecture, engineering, and we certainly at any point could pause and say we want to hear more about the impact of COVID, but at least we have been able to proceed and get that architecture and engineering. You know, there's a chance that there could have been something under this that is an environmental issue, and that, you know, that would change the plan. So we're asking for approval for use of the funds for these purposes. However, many more details, including, you know, further design and investigation would continue by our board. Thank you.
Okay. Councilwoman Logan, ask a question because I would like to delay this for 2 weeks because we got other business to take care of. If you want to ask your question and then Councilwoman Thomas, yes, that's where they can bring it back to us. Go right ahead.
I can get with, Chairman, thank you. I can get with Ms. Oswald offline. It's basically just want to get the details on how the revenue can be spent. You know, if I can get that detail, we can talk offline.
Okay. Councilwoman Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Real quick, since we're holding it, I'll save one of my questions, but I do want to say that I support that inquiry that Councilwoman Logan is talking about on how to else use funds so we can direct that money. Also, since you are coming back, can you please bring the MWBE proposals for these projects, for these fundings, broken down for each of the 6 parking investment projects if they are different? And then also my pertinent question is, the money that's there came from places that came off of tax roll. How long is that gonna continue? So that pot, is the pot gonna restart over once we spend this indefinitely, or does it end? What's the year end date on it?
So this was, again, just one-time thing agreed to by properties generally very much in the core of downtown, who knew that in order for them to thrive and continue investment needed this public parking. So they agreed to extend and be put into this fund that they cannot terminate out of. And there were 40 originally, and they all have a different expiration date that expires over the next 20 years. But the bulk of them probably expire in the next 12 to 13 years, 14, 15. So it's a sliding scale, but this was a one-time thing for this purpose, and we don't anticipate something like this again. And so pilots, now when they terminate, they go back onto the tax rolls, and this was a planning decision 20 years ago.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. And also included in that with parking infrastructure, is it a possibility to add things in there for crosswalks and things to help pedestrians navigate all of those extra cars that are going to be down there?
I will look
into proposal if it gets approved.
I will look into that.
But is that a possibility based on the constraint?
Well, I just want to review the language to be sure. I do think certainly, it's part of the design of the mobility center, the sidewalks and crosswalks around it will be included. Now, whether or not we could just do crosswalks that are nowhere near a parking facility, that's the question. But certainly anything we improve or build incorporates the whole public realm around it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
That's Councilwoman Johnson. And before you speak, Councilwoman, without objection, I'd like to hold this for 2 weeks, if that's okay with the council.
I
Okay,
have no comment. No comments, Chairman.
You good?
I'm good.
Okay. So without objection, we want to hold this for 2 weeks? Council? Okay.
Yes.
We're going to hold it for 2 weeks.
Thank you.
I appreciate you. Thank you very much. And if there's no further business, we adjourn.
The Public Safety and Homeland Community Security Committee meeting is now called to order. Ms. Keplinger, if you would please allow us to have a roll call.
Councilman Canale,
Here.
Councilman Carlisle,
Present.
Councilman Colbert,
Here.
Councilwoman Lisa Thomas,
Present.
Councilman Ford,
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Present.
Councilman Jones,
Here.
Councilwoman Logan,
Present.
Councilman Morgan,
Here.
Councilwoman Robinson,
Present.
Councilman Smiley,
I'm here.
Councilman Warren,
Here.
and Sheriff Swearingen.
Present. We have 3 items on the agenda today. Number 1, a resolution to accept and appropriate federal fiscal year 2020 Port Security Grant Program, PSGP grant funds in the amount of $274,500 from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. May we please place this item on the table for a motion?
So moved.
Okay, I heard Warren, and I didn't hear the second name.
Colbert.
Colbert. Thank you very kindly. Do we have anybody to share a summary regarding this resolution from the administration? Nobody from the administration present? All right, we'll place this item on the table for a vote. Please, Ms. Keplinger, let's conduct a roll call.
Okay, and Councilwoman Swearingen, I'll just say we have 2 items in this committee. The 3rd item was moved to a different committee. Councilman Canale, your vote.
Yes.
Carlisle,
Yes.
Colbert,
Yes.
Mr. Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Robinson,
Aye.
Smiley, Warren,
Aye.
Swearingen.
All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Keplinger, for being an efficient analyst. That item number 2 was moved to personnel, in which we heard earlier this morning. So item number 3, an update regarding a community-based committee to be formed to select the next MPD director, requested by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. I yield to you, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Chair. I think that this was minimally addressed in the earlier committee of personnel. However, my audio did go out during the end of the committee, so I wasn't able to hear or answer the question. But I would like the administration to come back next month for our 2nd December meeting to give another update on that. So I just want to put that on the record. Thanks, Chair.
Ms. Keplinger, has that been noted?
Yes. And
Thank you very
Chairwoman, I'm happy
kindly.
to read
Is there
the
any other
second
business?
item. Yeah, there's one more item in committee. I'm happy to read that into the record if you would like me to. A resolution to create and fund an anti-violent crime task force for the city of Memphis. This is sponsored by Councilman Warren.
Councilman Warren, you have the floor.
Yes, ma'am. I've been asked if we could just move this downstairs for discussion at that time without recommendation to try to speed us up, if that's okay with everyone.
Yes, sir. And also, I have had individuals that are interested in serving on that committee. What is the your procedure? What would you prefer in them possibly being on that task force?
I would like them to contact me, and then what I would do is put their names to the mayor, who would be the ones who would be selecting people on that task force. So we need community members, we need church members, we need people who have contacts with gangs on here, in addition to all the various organizations of our government, to be able to make this task force work.
Thank you. This is a master's social worker that is interested in serving. So I will forward that name to you as well as your staff. Thank you very kindly.
Chairwoman, you're muted.
I will share that name with you as well as your staff. Let me check in the chat to see if there are any questions.
A quick question for me, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir. Councilman Smiley.
Okay, so I was just, I guess it's a question from Councilman Warren. It's your public safety task force, so why exactly are we adding extra responsibilities to the mayor on him nominating individuals for the task force as opposed to this body?
The way that these things have worked in other communities, based on the I guess the bleeding out model that I'm using, Professor App's model, is you have to have the administrative directive coming from the mayor's department, since he is running the police department, since he's in charge of the administration. They've got to be the ones that run it. So therefore, we can make recommendations on who needs to be on it. I don't think we can run it. We're a legislative body. We're not an administrative body. So they can do the actions.
Okay, so could it be, would you push back on a model where this body nominates and the mayor essentially chooses to approve or reject, something like that? Because, what I don't want to see happen is this body essentially gets bypassed in the process. That's all.
It's my understanding, after talking with the mayor about this, I think they're dying for us to be able to nominate people to help fill these positions, because they need our observations on the ground to get the correct people on this task force to make it work. So
we would nominate and the mayor would essentially either approve or send it back to us.
Yes, I think that's why, giving me that information from Chairwoman Swearington is important. And I need that from everybody in every district, because I think that's what, this will probably end up being divided. You'll have a major task force, and then there'll be community task forces that will go out and sort of help report up. But it's got to be developed in Memphis with people in Memphis on the task force.
Sounds like a plan. Thank you. That's all from me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Johnson, did I overlook you? Are you in the queue?
I'm trying to get in the queue, and I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
My question, are we going to discuss the proposed budget for this project later today, or how are we going to get into that before we agree to
it? Madam Chair, Councilwoman Johnson, I think what would happen is we're requesting the mayor to establish this and to fund it. And then I think what would happen is the task force would be established with a budget that would be brought back to us to approve. We can't really figure out how much that's going to cost until they figure out what they're going to put into it and how it's going to work. And I know they're working on this now. So we will be seeing this back as a funding item coming from the mayor's administration. I just want the council to be behind this idea that we want to get involved with a task force that's specifically trying to lower the murder rate among our young children and young people in Memphis.
Okay, other question I have quickly is, in your resolution, you call on the district attorney office, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. Can we as a council ask them to fund anything in our capacity?
We can't ask them, but I know that that's what the task force is. It's designed to coordinate all these different funding groups and bodies with different jurisdictions to come together and organize and break down the silos that they're doing to get efficiencies and improvement in how we've been trying to manage this in the past. What we've done isn't working as well as we would like. And we already have parts of this puzzle working separately out there. And if we can get this task force designed to be the integrating force that pulls things together, it won't cost a lot to fund the task force because everyone else has already got funding doing some of the process. We just need the overarching coordination. And the other part that we're missing is the community involvement to get people in from the community that can assist us to work more. So that's part of what the task force is designed to provide, is a structure to get community involvement to help this to work.
Okay. Personally, I think it's a good idea, but I'm not sure if I understand now the moving parts. You speak about other agencies. I would like to know who those other agencies are and how they will be interacting, so we'll have a complete picture on what we're actually asking the mayor to do. Thank you, Chair.
What will happen is we'll develop this over time as the task force is formed. So every one of these that have been formed in cities across the country have been different. And the reason they've been different is every city has different needs and political situations. So our task force will be unique, and it will come back and we will see that once the process begins. You can't really tell it in advance because you have to build it.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you very kindly. Councilman Morgan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm all for more efforts to abate violent crime. It needs more funding. I don't think we do enough as a community. I don't think we do enough as a city or city council. My main question on this resolution is, how does it differ from the mission of and responsibilities of the Memphis and Shelby County Crime Commission? What would be the difference? Because essentially all the organizations named in that last paragraph are already represented on the Crime Commission as well. And they come up with a 5-year plan to combat violent crime. They have goals for the DA's office and the sheriff's office and the city of Memphis, and they present it to us, and then it's our responsibility to try to fund and meet those goals. And I think typically, we're underfunded and have not met those goals as they've been presented to us, but it's not for lack of trying on the Crime Commission's part. Okay,
I think I'll be glad to respond if that's a question to me. I think the difference is what this is really designed to do is to make sure that we have a program that is bringing more community involvement into the picture. So we need ex-gang members on this. We need more better funded and larger Block 901. We need more community organizers involved. We need ministers from local communities. We need residents that are affected by this at the table as we're trying to plan how we're going to do this. And part of the whole process, it's got to be open, it's got to be fair, and it's got to be respectful. So as we go through this, we've got to have those principles of how we're interacting with community to get community buy-in to make it to where we can actually identify these young people and get them before they do the shooting. So you try to catch the people who are already shooters, but you want to stop the would-be shooters from becoming shooters. So it's more of an interventional program as opposed to a program that goes and just catches people and puts them in jail. So it's a complicated thing. And I know I've given you guys the book and you probably read it a long time ago. I did. I just went back and reread that Bleeding Out book again. And I'm reading The End of Policing at the same time. So those are two good books to sort of wrap your head around to try to figure out the complicated social implications of how we make this work. Because what we're doing hasn't worked. So this is an idea to try to get everyone together and get a process that will work. So your questions are right on line, Worth. I understand, Councilman Morgan, I understand what you're saying. It's just another way to try to bring all these groups together. And I know that the mayor and has been looking at this, and we should be seeing something coming from them. This is more like a council's saying to the administration, we want you to bring this to us. Bring this to us. Let us look at it.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. I think Councilman Morgan asked almost the same question that I was going to ask. I just wouldn't want those same entities that were mentioned in the resolution to then have to find yet another time to meet, I guess if it's similarly on the same thing or same discussion. And I guess have you talked to the Shelby County Crime Commission about including those excluded or absent voices into their work or their meetings? Or is this something that you feel needs to be wholly separate from what we already have? Or from community policing, because a part of that kind of sounded like what you were saying, community policing in a sense, things that could be done at COAC that we wouldn't need a task force for, as far as what you said, ex-gang members, current gang members, whomever does have the firearm that you're targeting, that will probably, that is some of the work that those COACs and those policemen used to do when they had the funding and the ability. So I guess take it back to the two questions I had. Have you been in discussion with the Shelby County Crime Commission on what the differences would be or how they could add these voices? And then would this be totally separate from anything else that we already have?
I think what this will probably end up being is merging a lot of different groups into an organization that allows us to break down sort of the narrow windows that each of them are in. The meetings that we've already had and discussions that have already gone on, I know you're aware that the district attorney has a program that's designed to divert people from crime, and it's an active diversion program or an active intervention program. Well, that's one program that had 12 graduates, twice. Well, it's just not at the level it needs to be to get to where we need to be as a community. So by providing a larger group to bring that concept in, we may be able to improve the number of kids and young people that we reach and save lives. So again, it's all back to that same process that's in that Bleeding Out book. It's how you take the resources you have and better coordinate them. So the Crime Commission would be in there, but the Crime Commission is not really involved in coordinating this sort of process. This is going to be a commission that's driven by the administrative authority of the city. So the mayor has got to be the one behind it, and he's going to have to appoint whoever's going to be in charge of this to run it. So it's going to take someone ideally appointed to do this. And I really think as we go forward and looking for our next police chief, we have to have that police chief bought into this process. And that should be some of the questions we should be asking him. How are you going to work with the task force to lower the murder rate in your city? So it's sort of the right time, I think, to bring this up, particularly as we're getting ready to do a search for our next police chief.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. My follow-up question is how much funding do you think this is going to take, and whose office is it going to come out of?
I think if you look at cities that have been successful in doing this, you look at what is the budget for their office. I think it's something like $30 million in LA. Looking at the size of our city, I think it's going to be $1 to $2 million probably to make this work and to get it funded and started. And it's going to have to come from administration, and they're going to have to bring us a presentation about how they have to fund it. I know they're looking at that, and I expect that information coming from them. I don't think we'll have to find it. I think they'll have to figure out how they're going to fund it as they bring it together. The key thing is once we do this, it's still going to take them 6 to 12 months to actually bring us a plan that's coordinated and getting all these groups together to make it work. It's not like we pull a button and all of a sudden this task force provides us an answer. This is going to take work by everyone on there to figure out how we can make it work in our local Memphis communities. But back to that, I was sorry. I thought I pulled this from the table to talk about downstairs, and I guess I wasn't erudite enough to get that through. Excuse me.
Councilwoman Logan, do you have any more questions for Councilman Warren?
Well, if we're going to move it down.
Councilman Thomas, Easter Thomas, I'm sorry. Thank you.
I'm good, Chair. Thank you.
No problem. Councilwoman Logan?
My question was, if we're going to discuss it now, I'll go ahead and ask my question. My question was about the funding. We've already approved as a council resolution to reinstate the co-ed units, and we were told that there's no funding. And we know from our history that they served us well. We know that crime was down when they were active and well funded and well staffed. So, if we're taking funding, and I do agree with you that there are so many organizations acting in silos, that needs to be a coordinated effort, because a lot of money is going to entities that are just entities, just placeholders. So I do agree with you that there needs to be some coordination, but I don't want to see us put a lot of money into areas that's not going to yield proven results, results that we've already had. So my question is, can we not address the funding from some of the entities that are included, or some of the funding that's generally given to those entities?
I think the answer to that is yes. I think as they bring a plan back to us, you're going to probably see some funds come out of the DA's department, some funds come out of the Department of Corrections, some funds come out of the Sheriff's Department, some funds may come from the county commission as they look at this, and we ask them to begin to assist us with as we move forward, because the sheriff's got to be involved. All these people will be involved. That's why, it's a little bit cart before the horse, because part of this is going to probably include how do you mobilize COAC units to make this function. So I think what this is a commitment on our part saying we want an organized attack on violent crime, and we think it requires a task force to bring all these groups together. And Mr. Mayor, go ahead, bring this back to us and let us approve it with the pieces in place. And we realize when we make this request, we might not see the product for 6 to 12 months coming back for us to approve as far as funding is concerned.
Okay, thank you. I yield back.
Thank you very kindly. Is there anyone else that would like to ask anything of Dr. Warren regarding this resolution? Is there any other business that needs to be held before this committee?
Yes, ma'am. Miss Chairwoman Swearingen, would it be appropriate to have the grant funds that you read out in item 1 done tonight with same 9 minutes so that they can receive those?
If it's an agreement among the body?
No objection.
Can you repeat that, Councilman Carlisle?
Yes, ma'am. Item 1 of the Public Safety Committee was receiving grants. And if we do it with same 9 minutes, they can go ahead and receive that money.
It's been our practice previously for any time we're receiving money for us to allow it to be same 9 minutes. Are there any objections regarding this? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
If everything's in agreement, let's see it done. Is there any other further business that come before the Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee? If not, this meeting stands in adjournment. Thank you.
approximately 12:46 p.m. and I call the Public Works, Solid Waste, Transportation, and General Service Committee to order. Ms. Hyman, could we please call roll?
Yes. Councilman Logan. Councilman Colvett. Councilwoman Robinson.
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen.
Present.
Councilman Morgan.
Here.
Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilwoman Johnson. If I could revisit, Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Present.
Thank you. Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilman Carlisle. Councilwoman Canali.
Here.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Let me just revisit. Councilwoman Swearingen, are you present?
Yes, ma'am. Aye. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, we can hear you. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you. I've been having mic issues.
Yes. Let us know if it continues. I believe that's everybody that's logged in at this moment.
All right. We have a pretty long agenda today. I think my colleagues either love my committee or no, I'm going to rush through this. All right. Item number 1. An ordinance to amend Chapter 2 of Code of Ordinance, City of Memphis by amending Section 2-22-7, Engineering Administration Fees. All council districts sponsored by Councilman Canali. Can I get a motion to second for discussion purposes?
Second.
Councilman Canali, the floor is yours, good sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, what this is this adds Section 7, Engineering Administration Permits and Fees. Adds fees for items A through G: bag, displaced marker fee, construction dumpster fee, lane permission parking, lane closure permit fee, temporary road alley closure permit fee, sidewalk closure permit fee, and over-dimensional transport fee. What this is adding fees for these items A through G is just bringing us up to what our peer cities are already charging that we have not been. They're not overly excessive, that they are fair. And like I said, a lot of our peer cities are already charging these. That was just a small overview. I'll turn it over to Director Boleyn now, and he can explain it in further detail.
Director Boleyn, you with us?
Yes, good afternoon. Manny Boleyn with the Division of Engineering. As Councilman Canali indicated, so this is adding a section to the existing ordinance, section 2-22-07. Just a bit of a context, we have been performing these types of reviews in past and have not collected fees associated with it. And so we just conducted we just conducted reviews. And so this is assessing those, the work associated with permitting these work. And so that's one. Two is other cities have already been doing the same kind of permitting fees. So this will align us with all the other peer cities. The fee structures do align with those peer cities as well. And then lastly, obviously, we're encouraging a lot of the companies to complete their work that's within city rights of ways and encourage them to complete it appropriately and not beyond the permitted timeline. So they're encouraging them to be outside of our right of ways, otherwise fees will be assessed. So with that said, I'm open to any questions.
Okay, we have a question from Councilman Jones. The floor is yours, good sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Ms. Boleyn, the question that I have is that reading the ordinance here, it says that we currently do not charge a fee for processing any of these. Is that applicable to all the ones that we see on the list here?
That is correct, Councilman.
Okay. The only thing I would add, would it be possible for us to have some language in here, maybe to have a periodic review built into the ordinance, because we don't want to adopt this and then 25 years later, or 25 years from now, these fees are still the same. I don't know what that time would be, whether it's 5, 7, 10 years, but it's almost to say that even when none of us may be on this body, that stuff like this will come back and we may have an index for inflation, whatever the case may be. That would be some language that I would suggest that we add to this.
We absolutely welcome that. Thank you very much, Councilman.
All right, it appears that all hearts and minds are clear. Can we get a roll call vote on this one?
Yes, sir. Councilwoman Logan.
Aye.
Councilman Colgate. Councilwoman Robinson.
Aye.
Councilwoman Swearingen.
Aye.
Councilman Morgan.
Yes.
Councilman Ford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Yes.
Excuse me. Councilwoman Johnson.
Yes.
Councilman Jones.
Aye.
Councilman Carlisle.
Aye.
Councilman Canale.
Yes.
Councilman Warren.
Aye.
And Chairman Smiley.
Aye, this item is approved. Item number 2, an ordinance to amend Title 11, Vehicles and Traffic, Chapter 11, 11-16, Rules of the Road, the City of Memphis Code of Ordinance by amending sections 11, 16, 21, General Speed Restrictions, all council districts, sponsored by Councilman Canale. The floor is yours, good sir.
Thank you,
I'll
Mr.
take a
Chairman.
motion and second for discussion purposes.
So moved.
Second.
All right, the floor is yours, good sir.
Thank you, Chairman. Colleagues, I think we've all expressed at one time or another frustration over speeding within our districts. We have revamped the speed hump process, and we know that putting speed humps in every neighborhood on every street is neither affordable nor would it pass in every neighborhood. So what this is doing is this is dropping our default speed limit from 30 miles an hour to 25 miles an hour. By no means do we think this is going to solve our speeding problem. We do not think that this is the complete be-all, end-all answer to our speeding issue, but it's one piece of the puzzle. I think it brings speeding to the forefront and top of mind. And also, you know, if people, and I understand that I've had some people call and say that, well, you know, what do you think you're going to do if you're dropping at 5 miles an hour? But as long as people could be more mindful of how fast they're going through neighborhoods, God forbid that they ever run over a pedestrian or a child or a mother or anyone out walking. But also, when you drop it 5 miles an hour, you go from 30 to 25. If you're cruising through that neighborhood at 40 to 45 miles an hour, and you do happen to get stopped, it would move you into the reckless driving category. So I don't think that, again, I don't think that this is the complete answer. I think it helps. I think it at least brings the topic back up and encourages neighborhoods to talk about it and be mindful of it. I don't think that speed humps are the total answer either. I don't think that flashing beacons are the answer either. I don't think that roundabouts have the total answer to the question either. And yes, do we have the number of police officers on the streets right now to patrol and do this on a regular basis? No. But again, we think that this is one step in the right direction. With that, I will turn it over to Director Boleyn again.
Director Boleyn?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. So a bit of a context on this one as well. Obviously, first and foremost is related to safety. So the Division of Engineering has received numerous calls and requests about speed reductions within residential streets. And actually, this particular modification is any streets that don't have posted speed limits. The default speed limit would then be 25 miles an hour. So that's first. Two, there is an indirect impact, as Councilman Canale indicated, to the active speed hump program. One of the criteria related to the speed hump request is evaluation of speed criteria within that particular stretch of the streets that are being evaluated. And so this would allow us to meet the typical 85th percentile speed to make sure that the speed limit, that they meet that criteria. So that'll help in terms of that aspect of the program. And then the last thing I would say is that from the engineering perspective, it gives us the ability to make adjustment to just actual speed limit without conducting an actual study as it's currently written in the ordinance. So it gives us the ability to make the necessary adjustment without having to perform additional studies. So with that, I'll put it back to the floor for any questions.
Okay, we have, I think, Councilwoman Logan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman Smiley. Just a quick question. So the streets that do not have a sign posted are the streets that this will apply to. So we won't have to redo signage and incur that type of expense.
That is correct. So if there is a particular street that don't have a posted speed limit, the default speed limit then would be 25 miles an hour.
Okay, great. The next question is, how are we going to roll it out? How will it be communicated to the citizens?
So like often what we typically do is do a PR on the notification. Of course, once it's part of the ordinance, it is part of the process. So it'll be part of the document that is posted online via Unicode. And so we can do various different push on the social media as well.
Okay, what about the, okay, well, I'll reach out to you offline about using some other opportunities for pushing it out, because we definitely want to make sure everyone knows about it. I think it's a great idea, but we want to make sure that the community knows. So thank you for bringing it forward, Councilman Canale. You're back, Chair.
I was having a conversation by myself, apparently. Councilwoman Johnson, the floor is yours, good ma'am.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Let me ask this question again for clarity. Exactly what are you doing lowering all the speed rate to 25 in the city?
No, ma'am. So the intent of the change to the ordinance is any streets that do not have posted speed limits, the default speed then would be 25 miles an hour. The way it's currently written in the ordinance now is it's actually 30 miles an hour. So the new ordinance will reduce that by 5 miles an hour to 25 miles an hour.
Okay, so when will a person be held liable? After the sign is up?
So the intent here is for safety purposes. So we're encouraging citizens and drivers to ensure that they are following the 25 miles an hour speed limit, even if there is no posted speed in that particular street. The required speed, they cannot go above 25 miles an hour, otherwise there will be in violation.
Again, so if there's not a sign, they have not been made aware, they didn't see social media, they didn't know. So it's, they can be ticketed even though there's not a sign up.
That is correct, because now it becomes part of the of our ordinance. So once you adopt this ordinance, it becomes part of the ordinance adoption, and it is enforceable at that point.
I know social media is pretty good and people talk a lot, but I still don't think it would be fair until those signs are actually posted. So I won't be able to support this. I mean, I understand the concept. Once the signs are up, I'm for you. But before the signs go up, I can't see how we can hold people liable for that ticket. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Jonathan. Dr. Warren, I'm not sure if you want to share that, but okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that I've been speeding for years. I've always known that there was a speed limit, but I thought it was 35 miles an hour. So in reference to Councilwoman Johnson's statement, it's been out there. I just didn't know what it was. So this may be a good chance, if nothing else, that we get out to people that, you know, if you don't see a sign, you're supposed to be driving a certain speed limit, because I didn't know it.
Doc, you're a career criminal.
All bad. Okay, Councilman Warren, are you complete with your remarks? Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Logan, the floor is yours, good man.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I wanted to just build on what I just said. Maybe we could, and it's kind of, I just saw that Councilman Carlisle noted it as well. I was gonna say maybe there should be a period of time before the actual ticket is issued while we roll out the marketing of it. Because I too, you know, I thought it was 35 as well in residential areas where there was no sign. So I'm sure others probably feel the same way. So a lot of people are driving around and not knowing. So, you know, us issuing this, sponsoring this ordinance is not going to change the fact that some people don't already know, but it does help with lowering the speed in residential areas that we don't have speed humps in, because we have a backlog, and it is really important now that we have a lot of people doing donuts in every intersection and speeding through neighborhoods, whatever we can do to try to help. I don't want to see a lot of people have reckless driving records or on their, you know, on their records. So it's going to be important for us to take a little time to make sure the marketing and the promoting even in our own districts are first and foremost as we roll this out, or it may have an adverse effect. Thank you. I yield back, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Carlisle, you would like to share the remarks, or would you just like me to read it or ask the question?
Well, I think Councilman Logan actually gave me an idea, and maybe this is just the way to do it. That it's 30 now, and so with a change, you know, perhaps we either get the director's commitment or we amend the ordinance to put a ramp up period of say 6 months of a grace period or whatever that looks like. I don't know mechanically the best way to do it, you know, because it's an ordinance, maybe we shouldn't put it in there, but I have no doubt that we could get the, at some point, since this is going to take 3 readings, we can get the commander in charge of our patrol division come on and make a commitment that they'll allow for a period of grace, you know, and that may be the easiest thing to do. But yeah, anyway, look, I think this is a good idea. Doc made this, even though I was wrong on the mask ordinance, Doc made this point about changing social behaviors with the mask mandate over more how we enforced it, which is just getting people comfortable with the idea. And it's incredible how far, at least from my perspective, like people are about wearing their mask. And this is kind of the same thing. Like when you get off the interstate and you're used to driving 65 and then you hop on Poplar and you feel like you're driving the same speed, you know, 40 miles an hour, and you look down and you're going 55 because you've been driving 60. It's just that same thing. So maybe getting people to get in that social behavior of driving just 5 miles slower, even if they're going, you know, 30, the Memphis 5, you know, that's like 5 miles over the speed limit everywhere, still is a bit slower. So anyway, I appreciate the discussion on it and everybody's comments, and I yield back.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. It appears that all hearts and minds are clear, but it does seem to be some concern by this body about moving forward with this today. Councilman Canale, would you like to?
Chairman, the first reading will be for 2 weeks.
Okay.
If you bring back to committee, I think that Director Belen and the administration and MPD would be amenable to agreeing upon a rollout period of only issuing warnings for the 12 months. And I would be amenable to that as well.
Okay. So are you holding, or are you saying the first reading won't be for another 2 weeks?
Let's go ahead and let the first, it's not going downstairs today. The first reading won't be for 2 weeks anyway, but if you want to, let's go ahead and let it go for first reading in 2 weeks. But if you want to have it back in committee so we can discuss it, the rollout period before we have first reading in 2 weeks, then I think that would be.
Okay. So yeah, could we get this back? Can we get this in committee again in 2 weeks so we can have further discussions as it relates to the proposed ordinance?
Yes, we can have it on the agenda in 2 weeks and have a roll call vote to have it also be on the full agenda in 2 weeks for first reading. Is that correct?
Do we need to vote today or no?
Yes, it goes down 2 weeks later.
Okay. All right. Can we take a vote on this item?
Councilwoman Logan?
Point of clarity, I'm sorry. Because I thought we were holding it.
Well, so
I can join in. The matter will be heard 3 times. We typically don't amend it until third reading, so the process is to get it rolling, and then you can interject and have amendments to change the effective date, have a rollout, have whatever you want. But we usually go ahead and move these items along so that they can be teed up 3 readings from now.
Thank you, Attorney Wade.
We'll have it back in committee on third reading for any changes or amendments. And this will be a vote to send it down for first reading on December 1st. Councilwoman Logan.
Aye.
Councilman Colvett. Councilwoman Robinson.
Aye.
Councilwoman Swearingen.
Aye.
Councilman Morgan.
Abstain.
Councilman Ford.
Aye.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Aye.
Councilman Jones.
Aye.
Councilman Carlisle.
Aye.
Councilman Canale.
Yes.
Councilman Warren.
Aye.
And Chairman Smiley.
This item is approved. Will be, I guess, sent downstairs for the first reading next week. Well, in 2 weeks. Item number 3 and 4 have been held. And item number 5. A resolution to transfer and appropriate funds in the amount of $14,165,300 FY21 CIP project number SW040007 for the relocation of the environmental maintenance facility, all council districts sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second for discussion purposes?
Motion, Swearingen.
Second, Warren.
Is there anyone from the administration to discuss this resolution?
Hey, Chairman, this is Robert Connect, Public Works Director.
All right, Director Connect, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Actually, 4 and 5 would have been spoken combined, but we had to pull 4 temporarily due to some resolution wording. When it comes back up, it'll be I can kind of reaffirm what's going to be said in 5. So we actually bid items 4 and 5 together as one contract in order, because the new facility that's going to be built for environmental maintenance that we're asking for approval now. Let me share. Oh, this is later. I'm sorry. Sorry. How do I unshare? Can you turn that off, Brooke? I'm sorry, I'm not ready yet. How do I stop sharing, Brooke? I'm sorry. Oh, here it is. Okay. You remind me later when item 9 comes up. Sorry. Apologize. So the item that you're trying to approve today is the approval to build the new environmental maintenance property. So environmental maintenance is leasing space at the depot property now. We were at St. Jude Place many years ago, but had to vacate that for the expansion of St. Jude. We purchased 25 acres in Fraser next to the current drain maintenance and heavy equipment facility that's already on a 25-acre lot. So together you get about a 50-acre public works facility to be constructed. An existing one, which is going to be expanded, which we'll talk about next council, and the new one, which we're asking for approval now, which will create a brand new facility to house environmental maintenance, industrial monitoring and pretreatment, and our stormwater program. So we're bringing several organizations to this brand new facility, which will be part of a larger public works facility complex. In terms of this project bid, it was bid with the MWB goal of 50%. Zellner Construction was the low bidder and complied with the MWB goal at 50.28% MWBE participation. So they've established a goal a little bit above what was identified through the OBDC process at 50.28%. And with that, now this is this is all sewer funded. There are no general funds used. This is 100% funded by sewer fund. With that, I'll take any questions.
I have a question for Attorney Wade. Are you here?
Yes, I am.
Okay, can we, since 4 and 5 are, I guess, were put forth together, and I guess the only issue with 4 is the, I guess, wording of the resolution. Could we go ahead and discuss this, or do we need to wait until we have the resolution before us?
I don't even, why were they separated if they're, I mean,
we had identified the wrong source of funding in the resolution that was submitted, and so we didn't want to go back and resubmit another document with the corrected source of funding. So we just withdrew it because of the complications of the wording that we had submitted in that resolution. So it was our fault that it was obviously something we just felt comfortable. We would rather hold it and come back in 2 weeks and discuss.
My question was not that. My question was, why were they separated to begin with? And if they're related, why are we proceeding with one and not the other? I think that's what Chairman Smiley is asking.
That's exactly.
Oh, I understand. They're okay, because the other one is funded by stormwater funds, so it's going to be a separate funding source and a separate project. They are two separate public works projects. One's an ST project, one is a sewer project. So the source of funding and the project numbers are different. We bid them with the intent of getting one bidder so we could reduce our mobilization cost and other costs. So, Councilman Carlisle, anybody who's been a developer knows if you can reduce your mobilization costs, you saved yourself quite a bit of money right then and there by not having to have two different contractors come in and mobilize, which could put an extensive amount of money. So it wasn't done as a way to save overall cost of both projects.
Okay, I understand now.
But now it's related to the extent that you've got common mobilization. So without one or the other, wouldn't they have to be both approved to accomplish your savings?
Yes, we hope that they both get approved, but I could not move forward with the second one. I'm optimistic that when it comes up, it would be, because it is the same bidder, it is the same MWB goal, so they're both going to have it. Just instead, what we'd be doing is awarding Zellner a $19.6 million contract with the same. They'll still have the same goal, 50% and 50.28% would be the goal for both combined.
Chairman Smiley, I think you can go ahead with this one, but make a note that we won't finally approve it next time until we have agreed to approve the other.
Director Connect, let me ask you this question. Thank you, Attorney Wade. Would it be okay if we just, hold this item and hear both of them together, since, you need, essentially, it sounds like you need both of them to be heard before this body anyway?
I mean, I'm fine with that.
Or do we need to go ahead and proceed with 5 today? It seems like you need both anyway.
I mean, we could do that, or next council, I could present it and ask for it to be moved to the full council, and we could hear them both at full council at the same time. It's the same process, but either way, sir, I'm at the will of the council with your decision, sir.
Okay, I think we can go ahead and vote on 5 today. We've all heard that we will have 4 before us at the at the next committee meeting, probably see if we can go ahead and get it sent to full council. I think I have a couple of council members in the queue. Councilwoman Logan, I believe you're next, or I'm going back to a previous question.
Yes, well, the question was, where is this gonna be built? What's the address
It's going to be
information?
at the corner of Fraser Boulevard and Range Hills Drive. So if you're headed from, let's say if you're headed up New Allen and you take a left by the Nike facility, if you keep going down the road, you pass the railroad tracks, and on the left, just past the railroad tracks, you'll see the drain maintenance and heavy equipment facility right there at Range Hills. This new facility is going to be right in front of it, right on the corner of that property.
Okay, and the new facility, you said it's gonna be a what type of facility? Sewer? What type of sewer?
Yeah, we're building a permanent facility for sewer maintenance, industrial monitoring and pre-treatment program, and the stormwater program. They're all housed at different locations throughout the city. One is lease space at the depot, and then the other ones have little at the North Treatment Plant, and the other one is at a small facility over here off of Bass Pro Drive.
Okay, well, I'd like to know more about what is done at those facilities.
So
Are these
sewer
administrative?
maintenance. No, ma'am. So sewer maintenance and sewer inspections. That's the staff who go out and fix all the sewers. So so they were at St. Jude Place. We temporarily relocated them because we had to vacate the property that we had them on at St. Jude for that. So we put temporarily lease space at the depot. All they do is they go out and inspect the sewers. They are 7 days a week. They are 2 shifts. They work from 7 in the morning to 11 p.m. every night. And that's 7 days a week. They also do the sewer inspections. They put cameras in and they televise. They fix any sewers that are damaged. That's the primary function of the sewer staff. The stormwater program is over on Bass Pro Drive. That staff goes out and assesses stormwater violations like construction sites to make sure they're in compliance with the city stormwater ordinances. They also have to monitor for the streams and rivers that we use to make sure that we don't have any illicit discharges. And then industrial monitoring and pre-treatment program, that is a staff who goes out and monitors all the industrial industries and commercial properties that discharge our sanitary sewer. They're permitted by us, so it's sewer related, but it's basically monitoring and managing people who discharge to our sewer system.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make certain that it was like an administrative office as opposed to like a treatment center or, where there are environmental issues or potential environmental issues.
No, this is just people and equipment, ma'am.
Okay.
There's not going to be any treatment on site. This is just people, equipment, and public works staff.
Okay, appreciate it. You're back, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Jones, the floor is yours, good sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Connect, can you provide a greater breakdown of the MWBE for this project?
I have to find out who I have it. Hold on 1 second, Chairman. I apologize.
Well, what I'm particularly getting at is a breakdown of the MBE part, the WBE part.
Yeah, I have to look. I'll give you 1 second. Sorry. I have it right here. Sorry, I just have to open it up, Councilman. Sorry.
Take your time.
Okay. According to this, all it says is the MBE part is 43.08%. The WBE is 7.2%.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Jones. Councilman Jones, could you take the chair for a second in absence of my Vice Chair Covet, and I'll return momentarily.
Certainly. Mr. Smiley, you're recognized.
I have to step out.
Oh.
So I do not need to be recognized. I'll be
Okay,
back momentarily. Thank you.
okay. And so I think we were going to hold this particular item.
Well, that's what I was in the queue for, Chairman
Okay.
Jones. I was trying to figure out exactly what Councilman Smiley was doing. If I recall, I think what he was prepared to do was go ahead and vote as a committee on item number 5, and then hear 4 in 2 weeks, and then we would hear 4 and 5 at the main meeting in 2 weeks. But if we want to simplify it, we can just hold both and then hear them in 2 weeks and send them downstairs in 2 weeks with same night minutes.
Either way, I'm fine.
Is that amenable, Ms. Connect?
Yeah, I'm fine, sir. That's fine. With agreement that I can present them and we can move them down for same night minutes in 2 weeks.
Yes. Yes. Okay, well, what we'll do, if there's no objection, we will hold items number 4 and 5. Well, before we do, Mr. Warren, you're in the queue, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you. My question was asked by Councilwoman Logan. I just wanted to make sure that what these facilities we were talking about was where we kept the vehicles and where the offices were for where we sent staff out. And that was confirmed. That is correct, right, Mr. Connect?
Yes, sir. Like I said, this is not wastewater treatment. This is just people and equipment.
Thank you.
Great. Okay. Well, there was no objection to holding items number 4 and 5 for 2 weeks. So those items are held. The next item is a resolution providing grant funds from the City of Memphis Public Works Division to Hospitality Hub funding in the amount of $175,000 for Work Local, a work initiative for panhandlers and the homeless. This covers all council districts and it's sponsored by the administration. Ms. Connect, I assume that you will be speaking on this item?
Yes, sir.
Move it, Chair.
Yes, sir.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councilman Carlisle, seconded by Councilman Moore. Ms. Connect?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Many of you have heard me make a presentation on the work that partnership we have with the Hospitality Hub and its Work Local program. This is, I think, year 4 or 5 of our funding of that worthy cause. We provide a grant to the Hospitality Hub, who then uses that to fund a lot of it goes to administrative, and then part of it goes to days of service where they go out into community and put the homeless and the near homeless to work, picking up litter, blight, and they are very focused on that. And it's basically we fund the administrative side where the staff that supports that, and then in a day or 2 days of actual work. Because we can fund the administrative costs, they've been able to go out into the community and develop further partnerships with other groups who are also funding other days. And they've grown to such a point where they are, I think, 6 days a week now supporting and providing funding to individuals who need sources of income to help keep them off the street and or keep them out of a dire situation where they have no other sources to provide themselves for. So, and in turn, the city gets litter and blight collection on city thoroughfares and streets. And so we support this. It's been a very successful program, and very proud of the effort in this partnership with Hospitality Hub and the work that they do.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. Don't see anyone in the queue on this item. Seeing no one in the queue for this item, can I have a roll call on this, please?
Yes. Councilwoman Logan?
Aye.
Councilman Colvett? Councilwoman Robinson? Councilwoman
Aye.
Swearingen? Oh, thank you, Councilwoman Robinson. Councilwoman Swearingen?
Aye.
Councilman Morgan?
Yes.
Councilman Ford? Councilman Ford voted aye. Councilwoman Easter Thomas?
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilman Jones?
Aye.
Councilman Carlisle? Councilman Canale? Councilman Warren?
Aye.
And that's all the votes. Chairman Jones.
Thank you. The next item we have is a joint resolution of the Shelby County Board of Commissioners and the Memphis City Council to appropriate funds to the Parks and Neighborhoods Department for grass cutting and debris removal from certain cemeteries located in the city of Memphis for fiscal year 2021 in the amount of $15,000. This item requires a reallocation/transfer of fiscal year 2021 commission contingency funds in an amount not to exceed $15,000 for the Division of Public Works. This covers all council districts, and this is sponsored by Councilman Ford. Councilman Ford.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. As y'all know, COVID has changed quite a few different things since we've been dealing with COVID. Cemeteries, there were a few. You got Mount Carmel, about 4 cemeteries. Oh, I can't name Holly. You had Rose Hill type cemetery. These cemeteries were kept up by the correctional center facilities. But since COVID, they will not let them come out and cut the grass and things like that to keep them up. My son and I, we kind of city, we come up with a plan, whereas we would split the cost, and the county is going to be giving $15,000, and the city will be giving $15,000. That's where we can try to get these cemeteries cut. I'm quite sure a lot of the council members have been getting calls about these particular cemeteries, and that $30,000 is what they gave us to do the cutting of the grass of these cemeteries, and we're splitting it 15-15, city and county. And I'm asking my council members to approve this today. That's where we can have same night minutes. And plus the resolution passed in the commission, and waiting on hours, that's where they can start cutting the grass. I yield back to you. Any questions?
Thank you.
I'd like to speak about this if possible, sir.
Yes. Thank you, Councilman Ford. Mr. Connect.
So this is the first I've heard about this, but we've been talking to the county about this for a while because the county had owned and had taken maintenance responsibility. Environmental court had even required them to do this under the prior environmental court judge, Judge Potter. This came up as an issue. My only concern is that the city, I don't think the city should, we should maybe provide funding, but I don't think it's in the city's best interest from a liability standpoint for that we do the work or our contractors do the work because there's such liability. That's my only concern about it. I think it needs to be done. I don't mind we give the money to the county potentially, but I think Chief McGowan's on here. He may have a comment because we've talked to the county about this as well. But I don't know that we should be involved in doing the work either with ourselves or our contractors because of the liability. I just think since the county's been doing it, that maybe they should continue to do it. And if the interest of the council to provide funding, that would be the best option, I think.
Let me just interrupt you real quick. Okay? I don't know why you don't know for quite a bit. You maybe need to go back and kind of check your records, okay, on this. This has been in the making for quite a while. You know, the solution has passed, and I can understand why you don't know what we're talking about right this minute, okay? Hey, what I would like to do, because, hey, people, public, and all of these cemeteries are in Black neighborhoods, and I'm gonna have an issue with you right now, because you're going to sit there and tell me that you don't know anything about it. You need to do some homework, okay? And I'm going to let Mr. Dove, but I would like for the $15,000 along with the county done today. I don't want you to sit there and tell me you don't know what's happening. And that's bad. If you don't know what's happening, I'm going to have an issue with you today, because this is nothing new, okay? This is nothing new. You know, they would be taken care of. And like I said, you need to talk with Ken, the administration, and everybody else. That's why I don't understand why you don't know anything, okay? And if you don't, something wrong with the picture, okay? Something wrong with the picture. And now I think Doug McGowan is on here with, please explain this to this man.
Mr. McGowan,
Please explain this, because you know, I've had hundreds and hundreds of people calling about these cemeteries, the issues. This has been going on. That's one reason why I've been working hard, and you should have been the one working hard, along with the county and everything else. Okay, but I end up had to do it myself, and God dog it, and hey, we got the money. So please, you just insulted me.
I'm sorry, Councilman Ford. I did not mean that. I apologize. It was just a comment about.
Boys, I won't do it to him. Okay.
I
Please.
apologize, Councilman. That was not my intent.
Just pissed me off today. Well, you just did.
Sorry, Councilman. I didn't mean that.
Please talk to this man today. Talk to this man today. Go ahead. I'm back. Hey, I really pissed me off. You know, God talking in a black neighborhood, and you're gonna sit there and act like, hey, you got issues with me today. Hey, y'all, please forgive me, but McGowan, please talk to him.
Yes, sir. Councilman, I will. So this is something we committed to work with y'all, and we fully support the $15,000 allocation, something we've been working with the county on to try to get some more consistency over there. We know that the folks who have people interred there deserve regular and recurring cutting. This has been an issue for a long time. So we fully support this allocation of funding to give to a contractor to get this done. I will take, Councilman Ford, I will take a lot of the blame here and criticism. I committed to get this done, and I just failed to tell Robert that we were going to do that. So he may have been unaware, but as you know, you have the mayor and I's full support to get this thing done. Some of you may say, where's the money going to come from? So as you know, it's $15,000 out of our budget. Shirley and I looked at it. We have some of the tax revenues came in slightly higher in one of the months. So we're confident that we'll have the $15,000 to cover that. So we're fully on board. We'll get the check cut as soon as the ink is dry on the same night minutes, and we'll get this thing done. Chief Gillum and I have already talked about this, and so we'll get it done for you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Smiley is back, so we hand it over to you.
Thank you. Who's left in the queue as it relates to this item?
Just for the vote.
Yes.
Oh, we're going to the vote. Okay.
And this will be a vote on item number 7. Councilwoman Logan.
Aye.
Councilwoman Colbert is an aye. Councilwoman Robinson.
Aye.
Councilwoman Swearingen.
Aye.
Councilman Morgan.
Yes.
Councilman Ford.
Damn.
Councilman
Yes.
Ford.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Hold on one second, Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Yes.
Councilman Jones.
Aye.
Councilman Carlisle.
Aye.
Councilman Canale.
Yes.
Councilman Warren.
Aye.
And Councilman Smiley.
This item is approved. Item number 8, resolution prohibiting the sale and purchase of single-use bottled water by the city of Memphis. All council districts sponsored by Councilman Warren. Can I get a motion in a second for discussion purposes?
Jones moves it.
Second.
Moved by Jones, seconded by Dr. Warren. Dr. Warren, the floor is yours, good sir.
Thank you. I know we all get great ideas and think other suggestions from our constituents. I had a constituent write me with this issue, and I think it sort of goes along with everything we're thinking about as far as our power is concerned in the future. We're looking at how we can lower our carbon footprint. You know, we have incredibly great water here in Memphis. All we have to do is turn on our tap. Many places have to treat water for a long period of time, and we have incredibly healthy water that we're already paying for. there's a way we can lower the plastic load and decrease the amount of carbon needed to make plastic in the future, I think we should do that. This is sort of an aspirational resolution because you can see right now there may be reasons for those plastic bottles with COVID and a way to keep more sanitary distribution of water without water fountains and other things along that line. But I think in the future, this would be a very good thing for us to do as a city. We can be known as a city that is green, and we're going for green energy, and we're also trying to limit our plastic waste. So I urge my colleagues to consider this and vote for this. And then in 2022, when it comes back, we can see how we operationalize it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. Councilwoman Johnson, the floor is yours, good man.
Thank you. Let me for clarity. Are we going to have to vote on this today? He said come back in 20.
Yeah, if we vote on this, what this does, it instructs the mayor to try to begin this process either when we're out of our COVID pandemic or 2022. So I imagine what would occur is at either one of those two times, the mayor would bring a plan back to us that says, these are the things that we think we can operationally do as a city. Idea, instead of water bottles at a Grizzly game at FedEx Forum, you get a ice and you get a cap and you get it in a paper cup. So it's how we move forward as a city to decrease our plastic waste.
Okay, first question. What all city properties would this affect? All of them?
Yes, ma'am. It would be all of our city properties where we're currently serving bottled water. We would suggest that what they do is they use reusable water and Memphis water with cups, paper cups that can be disposable and recycled.
Okay, why are we not considering sodas as well? Why are we just
Well, you got to start. Well, we don't have really good soda coming out of our faucets. And we got great water in our faucets, and I don't really think we need soda coming out of our faucets. But I mean, this is something that is a natural resource that we have available. And eventually we may want to consider soda bottles down the road, but this was sort of a no-brainer since we have such great water. It was sort of a good way to try to let people know we want to protect our water sources because they're so good. And we also want to protect the environment by getting rid of the excess plastic that's not needed.
Well, I know you said this would maybe come into effect after COVID, but I think you're probably learning a lot how germs are traveling. And a lot of people, I think, are going to continue using those practices and not change the way they're thinking, and dealing with water and ice and cups probably put us back in a dangerous setting as far as germs. So I have some observations about accepting this until we also talk to the business communities. There's a lot of people will be affected by this to see how they feel about it before I would just vote on it myself. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Canale, the floor is yours, good sir.
Thank you, sir. Councilwoman Johnson asked the same question I was going to ask. I just don't know that I could support banning the healthy option if we're going to allow soda bottles to still be sold, because I don't think that you're alleviating the problem. So I think I'll abstain on this. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, good sir. Councilman Carlisle, the floor is yours, good sir.
Thank you, Chairman. Doc, I think I understand honestly, genuinely where you're going, which is really just asking the mayor, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, asking the mayor to explore the actual plausibility of starting for the city to take the lead in Memphis to start to figure out ways in which they can actually and operationally reduce, become more green. I mean, it's like when we used to ask businesses to recycle. It was pulling teeth, and most businesses, even though they have to pay for it, they've got recycling bins and shredded bins. So I think I get it. I guess with Chief McGowan being on the phone, I'd kind of kick it over to him just to kind of hear his initial thoughts, and because there are certain things that I think and because this is not an ordinance, I mean, there's some flexibility, but when you're talking technically talking, I mean, you're talking about the airport, right? I mean, you're talking about, because those are city assets. So, you know, Chief, you know, what's your reaction, and how do we have more of a, I guess, a robust discussion about it?
Well, certainly, thank you very much, Councilman. I appreciate Councilman Warren bringing this idea forward. Certainly, we want to reduce our environmental impact. We do have a climate action plan, and reducing our waste stream is one of those things. Until this was presented by Councilman Warren, hadn't really thought about the plastic bottle ban as the first step, but I think it will be something that we're going to want to address in the future, whether there's alternative materials. But you know, today, operationally, I do know one thing that stands out in my mind was, you know, last year when we had a football season, the Liberty Bowl, we ran out of water when it was a hot Old Miss game, and so we overcompensated. We have a heck of a lot of bottled water in storage right now, so that's the one thing that stands out of my mind. I do know that we had a pitcher and cup system here in City Hall. We had put water bottle fillers in, and then when COVID hit, we kind of switched back to the single-use plastic bottles. So I think there's a lot of tentacles in this. I think this could be the first step in a dialogue about how we operationalize our climate action plan. And so without getting specific on the merits or demerits of this particular proposal, I think I think this city council can be informative of how we can move forward practically elements of our climate action plan. I know Councilman Jones and I were looking at that as we were on the power supply advisory team, looking at, you know, impact of our carbon footprint. I know that'll be material as we move forward with MLGW. So on this particular topic, I don't really have all of the facts about what the implications might be, but I think I've heard a lot of dialogue here that I think is going to be helpful in the long run as we come to reducing our waste stream and reducing our carbon footprint. So sorry, I wasn't prepared with all of the actual volume of plastic bottles. But certainly this is, you know, I think it's good. Our citizens have spoken in the climate action plan. They expect us to take action. And so I would assume this is an appreciable good first step in the conversation about how we do reduce our footprint. So that's all I have for you today, Councilman.
Thank you, Chief. I mean, Doc, I guess I'd ask you, would it be possible to hold tight on this language that just is, it's strong in the sense it just says no longer sold, and see if we can't get an evaluation from Doug and his team, maybe give them 90 days to bring something that they think can be incorporated into an actual, you know, achievable kind of game plan versus having taking a very specific step today?
Yes, I sort of felt like this resolution was open-ended enough that it allowed administration the ability to do just what you were suggesting. So I'm more than happy to table this for 90 days if the administration desires, or go ahead and let us vote on it and make it happen. And they'll still bring us back a plan in 90 or 120 days that says, you know, we can do X, but we can't do Y. These are things that we think are viable, and this is why. And then we can approve something that is an actual plan. Because if you notice on this, it just says eliminate, reusable plastic water bottles in city government by 2020 or whenever COVID's over. In my mind, we can take that last part out and just say work toward the elimination of plastic bottles in city government, and amend the resolution to say that and give them time. And that way we put it down. Yeah, so that way we just put it down. That's the purpose of the resolution. Is the time frame was just to try to start discussion so we can actually think that we're going to do this, because I think that's what you're going to see. Now that we know that COVID is not really spread by us drinking after each other. Now it's us coughing on each other. So that's one of the fewer. It's the least likely way I'm going to infect you is like giving you my water bottle to drink out of. I mean, I could do it; it would work, but it'd be much more likely that I'd cough on you and you get it.
Well, I appreciate that again, because I can just imagine getting a phone call from Jason Wexler if we told the Grizzlies they couldn't sell bottled water for $35 a pop at a game. So So I appreciate the flexibility, but I'm with you. I'm with you, Councilman Warren. I really appreciate taking a bold step forward and trying to see how we can be a leader in going that direction.
Thank you. So I'll take that as a friendly amendment from you. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Councilman Carlisle, anything else?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. Councilwoman Michael and Easter Thomas, the floor is yours, good ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. My question is about, at first when I saw the tagline for it, it took me back, but then when I read it, like with everything else in life, it made more sense. I see what you're trying to do. I think my main question was about, have we lead tested our city buildings and city infrastructure so that we can ensure that the water we receive from our municipal water sources are fully safe to drink?
I'd have to turn that over to administration.
Okay. That would be my only drawback would be from this. I wouldn't want to force someone to drink water from sources that have lead pipes in them. Which I know if they test the SCS and the schools got lead in their pipes, I know the city buildings do.
Chief McGowan, I can take that question. Director Adams facility survey for all of us, and they have done an assessment of all of the facilities, or will soon complete that assessment. And so we are on top of that. We understand that's a concern, especially after they discovered some of that in some of the other facilities. We do a regular flush of all of our systems. That's the key, is stagnant water with leachate coming out of the lead pipes. But I can give you a better assessment of where we stand with what the inventory is and if there are any concerns with city buildings. And I'll ask Director Adams to come and give us a report back as we continue this dialogue.
Thank you. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, anything else?
Just a curious question. Dr. Warren, so is the intention of this to be more environmentally friendly or to be more health conscious, or both?
It was a dual purpose. One was to let us know that we really have good water. You know, I don't have any idea where that bottled water comes from that I get. I know somebody's making money when they sell it to me, you know, just like they make money when they sell me a Coca-Cola. And so I don't know where it's coming from. So one, we've got water that we can help people who are spending excess money on water they may not need to, know that they should be drinking the Memphis water. And the other thing is to get rid of plastics or to lower the plastics load. So it's a twofold. One, to make people aware of how important it is to protect our water source. We need to make sure that we get all that coal ash off of President's Island before it leaches into our underground aquifers. Okay. And we already have some of it headed that way. We're going to be looking at possibly having to do an abatement and get whatever toxins are headed toward our aquifer out of the ground at some point in the next 5 or 10 years, if I understand what the water scientists are saying. So it's to get people to understand how important it is to protect that. And two, is to lower the plastic load. So there was a twofold purpose.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Morgan, the floor is yours, good sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I would enjoy and have a lot of fun discussing the merits of this. But before we get into whether we should do this, I think we may have a question about whether we can do this. It was either in 2018 or 2019 that Councilman Boyd introduced a ban on plastic grocery bags. And the state came in and preempted us. And their language wasn't just about not allowing the city council to prohibit a plastic bag ban. It was about plastic containers. And so we may be powerless to prohibit the purchase of a plastic container, whether it be a water bottle, a plastic bag. They were pretty broad and inclusive with the language they used after we found a loophole in 2017 with the Confederate statues. When they preempt us now, they make sure there are no loopholes. And so if this is held or put on the table for 90 days, one of the questions I'd want answered by legal and administration is whether or not we even have the authority to prohibit the purchase of plastic bottles. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Morgan. Councilman Warren.
Yeah, that's interesting. And even if perhaps their language was broad enough that it wouldn't allow us to prohibit plastic from being sold on our own premises, I think probably we couldn't do this citywide based on that reading, but this is why it's written only for us. Once again, it may be a way that we can differentiate ourselves from the rest of the state and get other people in the state thinking that, is it really right for the state legislature to tell local governments that are trying to make their own localities better, safer, more healthy, that you don't have the right to do that because we don't want you to? I don't know. But worst case scenario, we pass this and we get shot down in Nashville, and at least we're seen as somebody who's trying to, protect the environment, protect our water. I don't know whether that's a good move or a bad move politically, but I think it's an honest move.
Okay. Councilwoman Johnson, the floor is yours, good man.
Thank you again for the opportunity. Dr. Warren, I do understand what you are attempting to do, and I support Carlisle amending it to let it not be as strong. When I see the word prohibited and when I see no longer will be sold, that makes it somewhat harsh. In actuality, I think it's about, like you said, exploring the possibilities and coming up with some options. And while you're doing the research on ownership, how will it apply to all these edge with pallet properties who are really in the name, in some cases, the city or Shelby County government? I think that list may get larger that actually use bottles in their day-to-day operation. So I think it's a lot we'll have to talk about before it's actually implemented. But I just wanted that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. Attorney Wade, is there something you want to share with us?
No, I was just going to look at the question of whether that plastic bag statute had any impact.
Okay. So, Dr. Warren, quick question for you. So, I think there was a motion to amend, friendly amendment. I think you accepted it. Okay. I just want to make sure I had that right. Seems like we, Ms. Hyman, can we go to a vote?
Yes. Councilwoman
Clarification. What are we voting on exactly? How will it be amended? What will it say?
Dr. Warren, could you repeat the amendment that you said?
Yes, I think the amendment was exactly what Councilwoman Johnson said, that it would look to reduce the use of bottled water and so promote the use of Memphis city water in non-plastic containers. So I think that was it. Anything else, Councilman Carlisle? And
yeah,
we're not going to have a time frame on it.
Yeah, generally speaking, I think we'll get the language worked out before this goes down to the full body and recirculated. But I think philosophically, we're all on the same page, and we'll get staff to work it out. But yes, I think we're aligned.
Councilwoman Johnson, does that answer your question?
Yes, are we voting on a maybe resolution, or are we just voting to send it down for 2 weeks and in 2 weeks have it cleared up?
You got it.
Okay. Vote to send it down, but in 2 weeks, the language will be cleared.
Absolutely. This is only the first reading as well. Okay.
It's not the other reading won't occur for 2 weeks, from what I'm understanding.
This is just a committee vote, yes, ma'am, and it'll be
Yes,
on the
ma'am.
agenda in 2 weeks, and we'll clear it up by then.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
All right. Ms. Hyman, call the roll.
This is for item number 8. Councilwoman Logan,
Aye.
Councilman Colvett,
Yes.
Councilwoman Robinson,
Aye.
Councilwoman Swearingen,
Aye.
Councilwoman Morgan,
No.
Councilman Ford,
Aye.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson, Councilwoman Johnson,
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilman Carlisle,
Aye.
Councilman Canale,
Yes.
Councilman Warren,
Aye.
and Chairman Smiley.
This item is approved. Item number 9, presentation regarding blight elimination requested by Councilwoman Logan. Can I get a motion in a second for discussion purposes?
Swearingen, motion.
Second.
Second, Logan.
Moved by Swearingen, seconded by Councilman Warren. Councilwoman Logan, the floor is yours, good ma'am.
Thank you, Chairman. I requested an update on or report on the administration's efforts to shore up our communities as it relates to blight elimination. So much has gone on during the pandemic and then the lockdown, close down, safer at home. There's a lot going on in the community. We're seeing a lot of blighted buildings from small businesses closing in the area. There's a number of our new inspectors that were reassigned to COVID duties, and that's understandable. So we just kind of want to know where we are, what to expect as citizens in terms of, I want the citizens to know what to expect in terms of service levels and how long we'll be at this level and where we're looking to go, what they can do at this point. There are a number of citizens that are frustrated because of the 311 backlog, and just wanted to make sure that we gave them the information needed. I appreciate Mayor Strickland and administration for putting this presentation together so that the citizens will have one less thing to worry about in terms of their taxpayer dollars being spent on them. So we want to make sure that they know that living in a clean, safe environment is something that all citizens are should have and have a right to, and that we are putting that as a priority as we move forward. So with that, I yield back, sir. You're muted.
Conversation by myself again. Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Is there any further discussion on this item? It appears that all hearts and minds are clear.
Ms. Smiley, the Director of Public Works had a presentation on an update for blight to share.
Okay.
Thank you,
Director
Chairwoman.
Connect, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thanks, Councilwoman Logan. So obviously, blight, a lot of the blight efforts that the city works on falls under Public Works, primarily because of the activities of neighborhood improvement and mostly the enforcement activities, both our code enforcement, our commercial code enforcement, and our environmental enforcement. So I wanted to take a minute and kind of highlight the differences versus our code and environmental, and there should be thing about commercial code, and I'll speak to that in a second. So code enforcement officer primary responsibility is the enforcement of the city's housing code ordinances. So parking on the grass, junky yards, derelict property conditions, where it needs to be demolished or boarded and secured, or they just not maintaining the property. there's a subset of this called commercial code enforcement that focuses on the conditions of commercial properties where they're neglected. That came to the Public Works Division from Fire several years ago in an effort to consolidate our code efforts on maintaining properties. So we also go after commercial code issues where they are not maintaining the property in an adequate state, so it's neglected. And then recently we created the Environmental Enforcement Department, and its primary responsibility is enforcement of solid waste and stormwater ordinance violations. So illegal dumping, used tires, and littering at some point. We're still under development for that. So what are the main challenges that COVID has represented to our enforcement actions this year? Since COVID pandemic, the department has limited in conducting interior inspections unless it's an emergency. There's numbers of reasons that we would do that for obvious reasons, the safety of our inspectors and for the safety of the public and their concerns being the primary ones. So a lot of interior inspections had to be done by photos. We worked that system out and we're doing our best to manage it to ensure we get things resolved when we can't do interior inspections. During the peak of COVID enforcement, which was March through mid-May, most inspectors were processing COVID complaints, and because we're receiving over 50 complaints a day. With the implementation of the mask ordinance in late June, our enforcement efforts peaked again, and we reassigned 7 inspectors to the commercial team because most of this enforcement was on commercial business institutions, not residential properties. And we were receiving about 30 complaints a day until around mid-September. Currently, that number, because of our efforts, has diminished significantly. We're only about 10 COVID complaints a day, where we were up to over 50 and 30 during periods of time during the management of the COVID-related responsibilities. Also, that was one of the challenges for several months, environmental court was closed, creating a backlog of court cases. It reopened in the end of June, and we've been able to get most of those cases to the court. A lot of our efforts were to restructure how we managed court processes. Where previously, most of our inspectors had to be in court several times a week, which kept them out of the field. So we streamlined that and created a dedicated team of 5 inspectors who were assigned only to handle the court cases, which increased our efficiency significantly as we are allowing most of our inspectors to be in the field in their assigned areas. Under council's approval, we created a second shift as well. And the second shift operates mostly from 11 or 12 to 7 at night on Tuesday through Saturdays. That allows us to be in obviously addressing code issues on different times after 5, whereas our first shift would no longer be out there. So we've enhanced our efforts on a more strategic basis to have more inspectors out there and at different times. We have 11 inspectors now. We want to add 3 to 4 new and highly inspectors to that once they complete training. So just going to go through some quick numbers so you can see what we've done this year. We've managed almost 3,000 service requests that are COVID related. That's in addition to our normal service requests. The total mask service requests we've addressed this year is 1,312. We had a total mask violations where they received at least 1 violation of 517. And we've summoned 14 of those institutions to city court due to those violations. This number above represents all the various COVID complaints, the back to business, the executive orders, the health directives, and mask ordinance violations. Just want to show quickly how spread out and these COVID related requests are throughout the city. All council districts were affected. This kind of demonstrate the number of inspectors and the amount of work that had to be done to address COVID related issues across our city. In terms of our staffing, we are highly staffed. We only have 1 vacancy as an inspector, 1 supervisor inspection in vacancy. We have a few other inspection positions. The biggest one is our commercial building inspectors, where we're looking to fill 4 positions to reach a complement of 8, so we can do more aggressive commercial anti-neglect commercial blight issues. In environmental enforcement, we have 2 vacancies for that staff and 1 supervisor. So we are working very hard. We do struggle to find qualified applicants. We've worked very closely with HR and developed better training programs so that we can hire individuals who I feel like have the passion for the position, and we can train them to be successful because they have to reach a certain permitting licensure, in order to be an inspector. Demolitions, this is something that many of you are aware of. We do a lot of demolitions throughout the city. This shows by council district, in 2020, we have demolished 354 properties. The highest propensity of those have been in council district 6, 204 and 57.6%. And we've spent $1.6 million on demolitions this year alone. And this is to date. This is not for the entire year. This is just to date from January to now. Boarded properties as well. We boarded and secured 221 properties throughout the city. This is more diverse use of funding. Cost those the council districts. $67,000 have been spent so far. NPA is the lawsuits we file called Neighborhood Preservation Act. We're fortunate to create legislation that gives us a lot more ability to address difficult properties, whereas the owner may be trying to switch hands of ownership from one family member to another and delaying the process. If we sue somebody through NPA, the property kind of becomes held at that point in time and cannot be transferred. So that's a very powerful tool in our blight fight. So as you can see, we have about 741 active NPA cases in environmental court. These are all heard through environmental court. Active environmental court that's separate and apart from the NPA. This is stuff. This is activity where our inspectors are managing a case in court. So we have 252 active environmental court cases right now. Commercial code, as I mentioned, is another area that we're trying to make enhancements to. So this slide shows by council district the number of active and closed cases in 2020 for commercial properties. It's 611 or 621, I believe, total that we're currently working with. The very diverse, again, commercial challenges across the city, an area that we want to stress and really do something more about in the future. Environmental enforcement, as I mentioned, is separate and they have different responsibilities. This shows by council district their efforts to address their areas. So used tire shops, used tires are a problem for us, as many of you know. So we work to kind of manage who touches and handles used tires. We also investigate legally dumped sites. So this year this is 2020 numbers. We've investigated 1,126 illegal dumping sites. And as many of those as we can through our investigations can then be brought to court. And this is a class C felony. So these are handled outside of environmental court. Typically, they go through the main court process, and we've been able to get 125 of those through the obtaining of evidence into court. And then we do other types of inspections, cart placements, and other reference stormwater issues that get brought up to our environmental staff. So they are very busy, obviously doing some important blight mitigation efforts. In terms of legally dumped tires, this just wanted to show you how much work we do in addressing and how big of an issue we face to legally dumped tires. This year, we have collected 94,637 illegally dumped tires. That's over 2 million pounds of tires at $90,000 cost. So this is a huge opportunity. We're looking at our used tire ordinances. We're looking for new ideas and suggestions to help us really eradicate and address this. What we do is on legally dumped sites is put up cameras. We have a lot of cameras throughout the city that are unknown by only a few people. Obviously, we don't want the public to know because we're trying to capture photo and visual evidence of people illegally dumping so that we can prosecute them. So I just wanted to give a highlight of our activities for 2020. That's all I have in terms of a presentation, and I'll be glad to take any questions about our code efforts, commercial code or environmental.
Any questions for Director Connect? Councilman Jones is senior in the queue. The floor is yours, good sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Connect, that last slide was something that really was at top of mind to me. I've passed a couple of locations here in the city recently, some in my district, some not. But I was wondering how we can go about identifying some sites. And I may let you know what they are, and you may tell me that we already have cameras there. But I've seen a couple places where I think that if we had cameras, particularly those with the license plate readers, we can identify some of these illegal dumpers. There's a stretch that runs
Don't say it. Don't say it. Then they'll know the camera's there.
Well, no. Well, I don't know if it's a camera there or not. But how should we go about just saying or suggesting to you some places where we may have passed by as council members and noted that there's illegal dumping taking place?
Our normal process is if we've had a location that's been legally dumped on more than 2 times, if it's if it's a one time, then we'll monitor it. If it becomes a repetitive issue, then we'll evaluate a camera be placed anywhere that would be beneficial to gathering evidence. So if you know of a location, you just send it to me, sir. I'll turn it over to my environmental enforcement staff, and they'll handle it from there.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Councilwoman Logan, the floor is yours, good man.
Thank you, sir. Director Connect, thank you for that information. What I did want to see is some type of timeline as to when, and if I missed it in those slides, forgive me, but I wanted to see when they were going to get back to their regular duties, or are we going to, if it's going to remain this way, will we be hiring more enforcement officers to replace the ones that were reassigned to COVID duty?
I think that overall, we've been very successful with managing the COVID with our ordinances. I think our complaints are down. So most of our inspectors now are back on their normal duties. Most of the violations that we see now are mask ordinance. So that's on the commercial code side. And I do want to get more inspectors there so we don't have to supplement with residential inspectors who may have to come over on the commercial side if we have a need. So I say that if you look at the timeline, we're back to almost normal. Well, I don't know that we'll, need to add more inspectors permanently. I want to fill the vacancies we have and then kind of revisit this and make sure we have enough staff to cover our normal obligations for, light inspections, property inspections. So I see the trend is way down. Now, as we go through this uptick in COVID numbers right now, we'll have to see how that does have any effect on us, because we're seeing an uptick right now through the COVID reporting. So I hope that we're only going to be that through a short period of time.
Okay, so as it relates to us communicating with our constituents or the calls that we get, I just kind of want to have an idea of when to expect your complement to be where it should be to meet the needs that are in the community. So in terms of your targeted dates or time frames, what are we looking at to see some of the work begin to get back to normal or service levels improve even in the communities? Because there's a number of mattresses and tires and blight and trash and debris and, buildings that need boarding and vacant buildings where the grass is grown. So, just kind of give me an idea of when we're looking to get back to normal or improve our service delivery.
Well, all the vacancies that I showed you are currently looking to be filled. So my goal is to get all those vacancies filled as soon as possible. So we have, I believe, as I mentioned, about 5 inspector positions, 1 in code and 4 in commercial and 2 in enforcement. So there's 7 vacancies. I want to get those filled ASAP. So like I said, we're trying to do that now. We're just trying to get good qualified applicants to come in and to apply for those. Hopefully we can get those done in the next 45 days. We then have to go through the training process. It takes about 60 to 90 days to train somebody on our codes so they can do the job. So it's going to take me at least 4 to 6 months to get everybody hired and trained on how to do the job. So that's one step. Like I said, our numbers are down. We're only about 10 COVID complaints a day, which we were above 50 at one point. So our staff is not nearly tasked with COVID complaints. So we can revisit the normal, put us back our normal responsibilities. I don't know that COVID is going to create any new, any more new challenges it already has for us. So I'm hopeful that we've got ourselves working more efficiently and able to address those issues. So I say that, in 6 months we have a full staff, and we can hopefully be a lot more focused in on our normal blight responsibilities, Councilwoman.
Okay, so you're saying 6 months, 4 to 6 months, more than likely 6 months based on your last comment. So between now and 6 months, the Hospitality Hub organization that we just funded today, what other organizations are you utilizing to fill in the gaps, and how can we access those in our district?
Yeah, we work with several organizations, Clean Memphis. We have a partnership with Clean Memphis, which we also provide funding to them, and they support cleanup efforts. The Public Service Corps has been a great augmentation to us in helping us address these issues, obviously having to get out there and actually do the cleanups. We also work with Freedoms from Unnecessary Negatives and Lifeline to Success. We've had these great partnerships with those organizations, and their blight efforts help us, and especially around schools where we focus those clean pathways opportunities, and that's an annual opportunity. And then we've had very good success with you council members in supporting community-based cleanup efforts. Councilwoman Robinson, Chairman Robinson just had a great cleanup in District 3 through Memphis City Beautiful and our partnership there to both provide a cleanup on the public side and get private community involved in doing cleanup. And then, Councilman, if we can get more people aware of how to communicate with us on issues they're seeing in the community. I know you mentioned about 311 challenges. I know that's been a concern, and I'm glad that we have Carolyn Malone back and taking 311, and we can maybe hopefully work to kind of do a better job educating the public on how to get information to us, and we can get it to code enforcement so we can handle it.
Okay, so and I'm very well. I appreciate you noting the community cleanups. I'm very well aware of the community cleanup efforts through Clean Memphis as the mother, Memphis City Beautiful, and I commend them on their efforts, what they're doing. I've been partnering with them for many years on my day job. So I'm more interested, and the community is more interested in what agencies are available, their tax dollars are paying for some of these services, and they're lacking. So I just wanted to make sure that I'm informed as I communicate to them. And I wanted to know, in terms of utilizing the Public Service Corps, Hospitality Hub organization, Lifeline to Success, and Clean Memphis organization. I think there's one other that you mentioned, to just make sure that we're able to utilize those areas to supplement what we do in the community, in faith-based community as well as community organizations, because it's a real serious issue at this point in the communities. And a number of the council members are leading efforts in cleaning up, but in terms of blight, abandoned buildings, derelict buildings, and those more serious issues, that's going to be something that that's handled on that end. So I appreciate the information, and hopefully we can expedite that 4 to 6 months, or actually have a schedule or some type of access or structured plan for these organizations that you mentioned that were supplementing us.
Thank you.
Councilwoman. Always glad to hear your input and do what we can. Blight is a huge challenge, and we're focused on doing all we can. And there are some other things coming forward that I have a lot of optimism for in terms of some of these challenging properties. So I think we're going to have more discussion on this in coming weeks, as we got some other ordinance changes that will strengthen us and help us even more. So I have a lot to talk about in the coming weeks with some other things we hope to have on the for the council.
Okay,
great.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Thank you, Director Connect. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, we're running behind, so I'm assuming you're paying attention to the clock and your comments will be brief.
Oh, Chair, I always pay attention to the clock.
Go ahead.
My question is just to ask Director Connect, are we still, because I get a lot of complaints about overgrowth on telephone poles, and then some of those poles don't belong to the city, they belong to AT&T or another provider. And I know I don't expect you to expound on this now, and I know we've talked about it, but just to also put in our plans to see how we can address these overgrowths that are on these poles and these lines by our constituents, the residents in Memphis, and we don't directly have ownership or something of those poles. So I don't know if we can still maintain those poles, even though we signed them over, since they're still in the right of the city, but just putting it on record that something has to happen, because our only excuse can be, well, that's the AT&T pole or that's a Comcast pole, when our Memphis citizens are living right under it. So.
Okay, Director Connect, is that something you can address directly with Councilwoman Issa Thomas, or is something you can address briefly before this body, because we're running all into Councilman Covette's committee?
Yes, sir. I'll speak to her. We've spoken about this, and so I hear what she's saying. We're going to come up with a plan.
Okay, thank you so much. It appears that all minds and hearts are clear. I adjourn this committee meeting. Thank you.
Ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, here we go. Noon. Today is November 17th, 2020, and in honor again of Councilman Jones, it's all day, November 17th, just for you. This is the Planning and Zoning Committee of the Memphis City Council. It is 2:23 p.m. Called to order. May I go ahead and get a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Councilman Canale.
Here.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle.
Here.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Present.
Councilman Ford.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Present.
Councilman Jones. Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Thank you, Councilman Morgan.
Here.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Present.
Councilman Smiley. Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Swearingen.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Chair Colvette.
And I am present. Of course, Chair observes a quorum, and any member not specifically named to this committee, of course, is always welcome. The table is ready for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 5 cases today, and just as a friendly reminder, I'll call the case and ask for a no recommendation be sent to the full council. I'll need a motion in a second. Then we'll have Mr. Whitehead present the case, and any council members that have nuts and bolts questions of the actual case, now is your opportunity to ask. Just a friendly reminder, I would keep final positions to yourself as the applicant and the opposition, if any, will not have a chance to speak until full council. That being said, first case, PD 20-11, southwest corner of South 3rd Street and Gilbert Avenue, southwest corner of 3rd Street and Lucerne Place. Can I get a motion to send with no recommendation?
So moved. Second.
All right, moved by Warren. Who did I get a second from? Canale, second. All right, seconded by Mr. Canale. Mr. Whitehead, would you give us a presentation, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I don't think you can see me, but I think you can see my screen, so that's probably the best of both worlds. Can But you can't hear me, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's both for.
Okay, great. Mr. Chairman, Josh Whitehead, the zoning administrator for Memphis and Shelby County. This is a planned development for auto sales on South 3rd, where Gilbert and Lucerne intersect. That's just south of E.H. Crump Boulevard. If those of you are familiar with the area, the first block between Crump and about Gilbert and Lucerne has a probably circa 1930s commercial strip. And these are the first two sites south of that before you get to the Calvary Union Mission, the City of Memphis traffic signal maintenance shop, and then of course, eventually Gaston Park. This is in the heart in that way of South Memphis. The image on the left shows why this applicant is before you. If I can bring your attention to the red numbers, letters, and lines. Those are our zoning district boundaries and identification markers. The CMU1 district on the west side of 3rd, nor the RU3 residential district on the east side of 3rd allow for auto sales. So in effect, this is a retroactive approval for the current sale of auto sales. Pyramid Auto Sales has been down here for quite some time. And there is evidence that they established, at least originally, while car sales were a permitted use, at least on one of the two sites. So let's look at these two sites. On the left side of the screen, you'll see the west side of 3rd. That's the first phase of this proposal. As you can see, this was developed at a time where our landscaping ordinance was non-existent, and one could pave a parking lot right up against the edge of the sidewalk. And the same is true for the phase 2 of the site, which is on the right-hand side and on the east side of 3rd. Here's some surrounding photographs. Across the street to the southwest in your upper left is one of the largest property owners in the area, and that is Universal Scaffolding, which according to the owner is one of the largest providers of scaffolding in the country. And then some surrounding properties, the commercial strip, as I mentioned, going north towards Crump. And then there's a parking lot along Gilbert to the southwest of the site. And continuing our round robin of the neighborhood, on the southeast corner of Lucerne and 3rd is a former repair shop. And immediately behind that is the Calvary Union Mission. If you're familiar, that's an arm of the Episcopal Church that provides soup kitchen and homeless shelter facilities for our homeless population. And the house and the quadplex on the upper right of the picture, those are the two closest residential parcels to either of these halves of the site. And I will show in a couple images what the applicant is proposing to ameliorate the effect of these car lots onto those properties. The site plan before you shows that whatever existing situation is on the site today will be removed. And I mean the buildings as well as the asphalt to allow for, maybe this is a better picture, the buildings to be in more conformance with the Unified Development Code, where we do like to have buildings closer to the street that offers kind of a pedestrian experience. Not that there would be too many pedestrians. Well, maybe there's a lot of pedestrians going to a used car lot because they need a car. But regardless of the pedestrian traffic to these buildings, we like to have a pedestrian-friendly streetscape, and that is part of what we want to achieve is the buildings closer to the street, and the applicant has provided that on both phases of the property. Zooming in, the left or the west or the phase 1 part of the site is shown here with that building up to the street and the cars being stored to the south, and then across the street at Lucerne, northeast corner of 3rd and Lucerne, here's what they propose there. And I mentioned earlier, what do they propose to do to ameliorate the effect that this has on an adjacent, abutting, super adjacent parcel, residential parcel, and that is this buffer that you see with a tall fence and landscaping along the side of that house. When we squared this proposal with Memphis 3.0, because of the site improvements, we feel that it is consistent with what we call an urban anchor neighborhood, which runs down South 3rd in orange as the image shows. And finally, we do believe that this would be an improvement to the area, particularly as conditioned. We have placed conditions on this, Mr. Chairman. As an aside, plan developments generally have a plethora of conditions. They are the epitome of conditional zoning. So of those 100 conditions, I'd like to focus in on Roman numeral 1B and Roman numeral 7A and B. And that ties actual physical improvements to the property to our issuance of permits, so we can ensure that we don't, that we get what we see, what we want to get. We get the improvements to the site that I just showed you in those site plans. With that, Mr. Chairman, this comes to you with a recommendation of approval from both staff and the Lanes Control Board, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Josh. I don't see any members in the queue. I have a question for you, though. The PD, is the applicant required to do a light, a measurement of the light to spill over to the neighboring properties?
Not with a PD, but with anything that abuts single family. So in this case, since they do touch single family, yes.
Okay, so we can rest assured we've got that. All right, that's all I've got. Chase, Councilman Carlisle, you're in the queue. You're recognized.
Thank you. Josh, you've been doing this a long time. I've seen a lot of, I don't know that I recall a used car or even a car dealer that's put this much effort into their application before. It's kind of impressive. My question though specifically comes back to a comment you just made. When you talk about the permitting and the deliverables on their landscaping plan and their improvements, are you talking about the permit to construct those, or are you talking about some sort of post-construction approval?
So if I may bring your attention to 1B here, where phase 2 will be a permitted use upon approval of this plan development. However, we need those improvements in accordance with Roman numeral 7, or the property reverts to its residential zoning. And what does Roman numeral 7 say? That says phase 2 has to be completed within 3 years of phase 1 being completed, and that has to be completed within 2 years of this council's approval. And if that does not occur, a breaking of a condition is the same as the breaking of an ordinance, of the zoning ordinance, so they would be citable to environmental court.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, that's a hell of an accountability metric there. All right, thanks for clarifying that, Josh.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you. I see nobody else in the queue, nobody waving at me. It's been moved by Warren, seconded by Canali to send this to full council with no recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same rights and privileges. All right, in the opinion of the chair, it's unanimous, goes with no recommendation to full council. I assume everybody has no problem with doing voice votes at this point. All right, seeing no pushback, this is item 2, SUP 20-09, 5050 Summer Avenue. Can I get a motion to send to full council with no recommendation?
So moved.
Second, Johnson.
Been moved by Canali, seconded by Johnson. Mr. Whitehead, present the case, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a proposal at the northeast corner of Summer and Bartlett Road. Once upon a time in the long, long ago, Bartlett Road actually went to Bartlett, but it's since been truncated. It now just dead ends at I-240 for a convenience store with gasoline sales. This is that a small triangular lot, again, at the northeast corner of those two roads. And this aerial photograph kind of shows some of the old road pattern where New Summer flings off in a northeastern direction. That was the old Kmart just off to the screen at the top of the screen. And then Old Summer is that little piece running east-west, kind of truncated on either side of the site. That is important because here is this land use map. Yellow on our land use maps indicate single-family residential. And we are recommending rejection on this case because this is an entrance into that residential area. The ordinance at play here, and why is it before you? The ordinance that I think Councilman Collins sponsored probably about 8 years ago, which was to limit the amount of ingress and egress from a gas station into a residential street. The ordinance stated that anytime you're not at the intersection of two major roads, you've got to get a special use permit. And if I think back about the legislative intent of that ordinance and my conversations with Councilman Collins at the time, it really does speak to this site where you have a pretty small street, Bartlett Road, that enters into a residential street. Acorn, which is that first street off to the left on Bartlett, has 4 brand new homes, for instance. So this is a neighborhood that is being reinvested in, just like we like to see. Zooming in, the last site that was, or the last user of this site was United Auto. It was a used car lot, and it, according to Google Street View, last encountered or was at the site in 2007. So admittedly, it has been, and here's that Google image from 2007 where you actually see cars on the site. So admittedly, this property has been vacant for over 10 years. This is an image in red little pins. We see the other gas stations in the area. There are none immediately adjacent to this property, but there are a few little pockets there at Summer and Perkins, Stratford to the west, and then closer to the Malco Drive-In to the east, and then Macon and Perkins, Old Perkins, into the northwest. The applicant did submit a site plan. The site plan does have several improvements as it relates to the existing property. The existing property does exhibit several mature crepe myrtles, which will be retained as part of this request. When we zoom in on Memphis 3.0, we found that the plan envisioned low-intensity commercial and services at this location. That's indicated in the light beige here, which a convenience store can arguably be classified as low intensity. But again, because of the proximity, if you look at the very northern end of this site, it does touch single family. We felt that this was inconsistent with the Memphis 3.0 plan. With that said, Mr. Chairman, it is conditioned. The applicant agrees with the conditions, and the Land Use Control Board agrees with the conditions because this comes to you with a recommendation of rejection from staff, but a recommendation of approval from the Land Use Control Board. With that, I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Josh. Mr. Morgan, before I get to you, I would assume safely that Mr. McCaskill is representing this case. Will be obviously on the line at 3:30. Do you wish to hold your thoughts until then, or do you have a nuts and bolts question of Josh now?
It was nuts and bolts question.
Please proceed. You're recognized.
Thank you. Josh, was there any opposition at the Land Use Control Board, or any that's been expressed to your office?
Neither.
Okay, I was just checking. I hadn't received any emails either.
Let me clarify that. I am reviewing the staff report. We did get one email from the Ms. Johnson. So we have one email in opposition.
Okay.
And Mr. Morgan, we have nobody speaking or writing letters to the council in opposition to the full meeting.
Okay. What would be a more preferred use here? Well, realistically, I mean, what would be a tenant that would come in and fit and be able to prosper?
I think a restaurant. I think we've seen a spate of fast food restaurants, national chains that have expressed renewed interest in Summer Avenue. Now, would that produce the same kind of traffic on Bartlett Road? Perhaps, but I think maybe less potential loitering. I think it's the loitering that kind of gets into the proximity of gas stations to single-family housing that causes alarm. But with an acre, you could do a fast food restaurant.
Okay, this is an interesting close case. I'll reserve more of my thoughts or questions for the main meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Councilor Johnson, you're recognized.
Question was already asked and answered. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Council Lady Logan, you're recognized. Can't hear, I'm sorry, Ms. Logan, you're muted, I think.
Did you say there was opposition to this through the your staff? I mean, to the board, land use control board?
Councilwoman, we didn't have any verbal opposition, but we did have one email that was sent and submitted in the staff report. So just one.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. That is everyone in the queue. Wave at me if you have any thoughts or questions. Seeing none, the vote is moved by Canali, seconded by Johnson. All those in favor of seeing this full council with no recommendation, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same rights and privileges. The opinion of the chair, it's unanimous, goes to 3:30 with no recommendation. Mr. Whitehead, I'd like to jump over item 3 because I want to have as much time left over as we can, or even potentially just push it to full council because there's opposition. Let's go to item 4, SUP 20-13, 3372, Austin P. Highway. Can I get a motion to send this to full council with no recommendation?
Jones moves it.
Second.
I got a motion by Jones and a second. Did I hear Smiley?
Yes.
Confirmed. Moved by Jones, seconded by Smiley. Mr. Whitehead, would you present the case, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a proposal by the city of Memphis to locate an ancillary use to the new police precinct at the former Raleigh Springs Mall site. This is the map in front of you shows you generally where in the city this is. Zooming in, this is a fairly, maybe a 1 or 2 year old aerial photograph because it shows the site still very much in under construction, but in the red circle is the exact part of the old mall site that we're looking at. And now turning a little north is to your right. This shows where the auto repair, this is for the police department, shops will be. And the good thing for this case is we were able to retain the landscaping, again, mature crepe myrtles and a nice masonry wall that the developers of the Raleigh Springs Mall erected and planted some, 40 something years ago. The mall is about as old as me, so I don't want to give a specific number of years. So here's one of the issues before you, the building setback. When Raleigh Springs Mall was approved, there was a 200-foot setback recorded by the city council for the parcel. This building will be slightly within that 200 feet. The other request that's before you is to allow auto repair in this zoning district. It does not allow it as a matter of right. When we look at the Memphis 3.0 plan, we see that this area is shaded in green, which means public and quasi-public buildings and uses. Check. This is a police station, repair shop. And my final slide here shows the architectural renderings of the site. This is looking northeast towards Scheibler. Scheibler is that street that I was showing earlier that has the landscaping and the wall along it. One other note, if you remembered from that last picture here, I'll just scroll back up to it. Scheibler sits in parts about 10 feet above the site. So this building will be pretty well screened, in addition to the landscaping and the wall, just by the sheer fact that the topography puts it lower than the houses. Most of those houses on the east side of Scheibler face the side streets and not Scheibler. And I think that was probably designed at the time, knowing that that would be a commercial property. With that, Mr. Chairman, this comes to you with 2 recommendations of approval, both from staff and from the board.
Thank you very much, Mr. Whitehead. Council Lady Logan, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The presentation that was done in the community involved a lot more trees in this, because the foliage that you're showing is already there. There was a buffer around the building that had a lot of trees and greenery, and I don't see any now. On that rendition.
I'm going to the actual, the main benefit of meeting in my office is I can go to the file. Let's see. If I can't get an answer to you now, I will get an answer to you by 3:30. And Mary Claire Boris, representing the city, will also be on the line then. But here's the full application.
She actually did it.
Councilwoman Logan, do you see the image on the screen now?
Yes.
Is that the image that you saw?
That's one of them.
Okay.
But there was one.
These are all part of your resolution of approval. I was giving a very simplified presentation, but let me confirm with Mary Claire that and get a better landscaping picture from her between now and 3:30.
Okay, 'cause I think those circles that you're looking at all around are trees.
Yes, ma'am.
And they're inside of the wall on Scheibler.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure that they're still there.
Yes, they would be a part of the approval this afternoon.
Okay, thank you.
Well.
All right. There being no other members in the queue, and I don't see the other members waving, wishing to be addressed. Seeing none, item 4 moved by Jones, seconded by Smiley. Assume you're ready to vote. All those in favor of sending this to full council with no recommendation signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same rights, privileges. Independent of the chair, it's unanimous, goes to full council with no recommendation. Josh, let's go to item 5, SAC 2020, the Barbaro Alley located north of Gayoso Avenue between Wagner Place and Front Street. Can I get a motion to send this to full council without a recommendation?
So moved.
Johnson.
I got a motion by Canali, a second by Jones. Mr. Whitehead, would you please present SAC 2020 to us?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. This is a request to close a partially obstructed alley and vacate and deed it to the adjacent property owners. This is on the block between Front and Wagner and between Union to the south, Union to the north and Gayoso to the south. Of course, we're talking about downtown here. This is adjacent to the old butcher shop restaurant, which is being converted into residential uses as we speak. Importantly, whenever we talk about closing whether it's a pedestrian only alley or an actual alley or a street downtown, the issue is always, what does this do to pedestrian connectivity in our part of town where we're trying to accentuate such connectivity? Well, the map, if you can see it very well, there's 2 maps. Just north of the alley in in question, which is trimmed in yellow, you'll see Jack Tucker Alley, which is less than 100 feet to the north. That alley is very much passable and usable for pedestrians to get from Front to Wagner. Obviously, Gayoso Avenue is to the south. That and the fact that if you can see through the scaffolding here, the alley in question has already been at least partially obstructed. So this comes to you, Mr. Chairman, with a recommendation of approval from staff. If nothing, there probably won't be a huge benefit one way or the other than facilitating the renovation of this building, but also to some minor degree, when we close these rights of way that go nowhere and serve no purpose, we do get a little extra square footage on the tax rolls. So that's one additional advantage. This comes to you with an approval, a recommendation of approval from staff and the Waste Control Board.
Thank you, Mr. Whitehead. I see no members in the queue, nobody waving at me to be recognized. Mr. Carlisle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Josh, I think this building may be under a pilot, but basically is this gonna split? Is typically when you close a street, you split it down the middle, each property owner takes their ownership. Is that the intent here? Or?
Yes, and in fact, Councilman Carlisle, one thing that I helped implement when I got here some time ago was we won't even let you go to city council if you don't have both property owners' signatures. When I first started here, we had countless people who went through this whole process, and then they said, well, I'm ready to close. And we said, okay, well, we're going to give half to your neighbor and half to you. What neighbor? Who's that? Yeah, that's where it goes. And so they had gone through this entire process to no avail because, and now the other property owner was miffed for not being involved. So Billy Orgel is the owner to the north, and Cindy Tucker, the widow, incidentally, of Jack Tucker, is the owner to the south. Both have signed on the application and both will receive their sliver.
So I guess for me, I'm with you on pedestrian access. Like, this is great because you can cut down, but it's weird, dark. I know exactly where we're talking about, and traffic can push a block. I guess my question is what are they going to do with it post-construction? And once they have control of it, I mean, is it going to be closed off and secured? So it's no longer city property, but I don't want it to turn into a private area where dumpsters are kept and not, I guess I'd just like to know what the plan is once it's closed. I'll ask Mike Fay. We'll get there. Sorry. Got it. All right. Sorry. I realize we got to wait for 3:30, Chairman.
Not a problem at all. I see Council Lady Johnson has a question. You're recognized.
Is this a purchase or is this a giveaway?
The Councilwoman Johnson, the test that we use on whether we sell it or give it away is how we got it. How we got this was it was dedicated to the city for free by the original developer. So if we purchase right of way, which happens, but of course that's a much more recent phenomenon. Let's say we purchase a lot of right of way for the extension of Walnut Grove, and maybe we decide Walnut Grove doesn't need to be extended anymore. We have to sell, by law, we have to sell that back, not give it back. But in most instances, rights of way are given to us by the developer, right? He or she will pave the road, put the sewers in, and then deed it to the city. And so when that segment of that kind of roadway is closed, we give it to the adjacent property owners as the successors in interest of that original developer.
How wide is that exactly? I'm looking at the picture. The frame. How wide are we getting?
I think it's 10 feet, but let me.
Is it just 10?
It's not usable as a vehicular way. I know that.
Cheyenne, it's not very big. You can walk down with your arms out and almost touch.
Okay. I remember a walkway over there, and it was a lot larger than that. Okay.
Yes, 10 feet wide on the survey.
Council lady, does that conclude your questions?
That does, thank you, I'm sorry, thank you.
Yes, ma'am, no problem. I see no other members in the queue. Wave at me if you'd like to be recognized. No member wishing to be recognized. This is item 5, moved by Canale, seconded by Jones. Assume you're ready to vote. All those in favor of sending this to full council with no recommendation signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same rights and privileges. Hearing none, it's being the chair, it's unanimous, goes to full council with no recommendation. Josh, in the 4 or 5 minutes we have left in committee, what I'd like to do is ask Council Lady Logan. I'd like to hear SUP 20-10 and get the presentation and send it to council with no recommendation, but we probably will not have any time for questions, nuts and bolts. But I'd like to go ahead and just get the information to council members. Is that acceptable to you?
All right. Were you talking to me?
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to go ahead and rather than just send this with no recommendation, I'd like to get a 4 or 5 minute presentation on the case itself. But obviously we're out of time. So let's save any further follow-up nuts and bolts questions. And also because I have a lot of opposition, I'm expecting go ahead and save all the questions and answers until full council. Is that acceptable to you?
Okay, we'll have time for that then.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Absolutely. I just wanted to get the case to the group, but we won't have really any time to talk about it. Till full council.
Okay.
All right. Colleagues, this is case SUP 20-10, 4704 Toll Road. May I get a motion to send this to full council with no recommendation?
So moved.
I've got a motion by Canale, a seconded by Warren. Mr. Whitehead, can I get a presentation, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. This is a request for a gas station at the northeast corner of Austin P and Yale. It was the former site or part of the former site of Service Merchandise, if you're familiar with the old Service Merchandise that was just north of the Raleigh Springs Mall. This is a 1.7 acre property, again, in the heart of Raleigh, just on the north side of Yale. And here is the segment of the Service Merchandise property. That's the old parking lot you see in gray, and the old building, which has been torn down, has kind of grown up, and that's in the brown and green tones. Zooming in on the site plan, these are older aerial photographs. As you probably know, the site across Austin P is being developed as a commercial property, and to the south of Yale as a city of Memphis property. Here's our site plan. The gas station's a fairly standard layout with the shop, the convenience store in the middle, facing Austin P with the canopy in front. What makes it somewhat unusual is that it is a double frontage lot with access to the south along Yale. Here are architectural renderings that were submitted by the applicant, and our recommendation, staff's recommendation of rejection, centers in on the Memphis 3.0 plan, which highlights this property as bright blue. Mr. Chairman, you don't see many bright blues when I show you Memphis 3.0 drawings. They're very special. They're urban centers. And do we expect that with with a stroke of a magic wand that urban centers will sprout out of the ground? No, but we do believe that there is probably a more intense, higher and better use than a gas station in one of our urban centers. With that, Mr. Chairman, there was no opposition, at least verbally speaking, at the Land Use Control Board, and that, in my mind, was dispositive on their recommendation of approval. So it comes to you with a split recommendation: rejection from staff, approval from the board.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, in the interest of time, and right because it's exactly 3 o'clock, we're supposed to go to the executive. Let's save all our nuts and bolts and further questions. Just as also heads up, I have 5 letters of opposition that I'll be reading to you. So we'll obviously dive deep into this case in full council. That being said, I assume you're ready to vote. All those in favor of sending this to full council with, and it was moved by Canale, seconded by Jones, send this to council with no recommendation, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same rights and privileges.
Opposed.
Did I hear no?
Opposed.
I have one opposition. In the opinion of the chair, it goes to council with no recommendation. There being no further business from this committee. We stand adjourned. Thank you.
Council meeting. We only have 2 more this year. Isn't that awesome? Can I get staff to please call the roll? One is, are you available?
Yes, Councilman Canale,
Here.
Carlisle,
Here.
Covet,
Here.
Victor Thomas,
Present.
Ford,
Present.
Johnson,
Present.
Jones,
Here.
Logan,
Present.
Morgan,
Here.
Smiley,
I'm here.
Swearingen, Warren,
Present.
Chair Robinson.
Present. Thank you. We do have a quorum present. We have one item printed on your agenda, which we will get to soon. But as this is the final meeting before we enjoy our Thanksgiving holiday next week, I thought it was important to remind everyone that we must maintain vigilance as to the COVID-19 pandemic. It continues with increases in cases nationwide as well as here locally. We have 42,641 cases in Shelby County, and 613 persons have lost their lives to the virus. I have invited Dr. Manoj Jain with us today to reinforce some of the guidance that we have been hearing over the past months, but to really drive home the message again as we consider amending our Thanksgiving plans so that we all can stay safe. Dr. Jane?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Chairwoman. I think this has been a very trying time, and as I've said to many of folks, I think things are going to get worse before they get better. And the next couple of months are probably going to be the worst months of the pandemic that we have yet to see, both nationally, where the curve looks like a skyscraper, and locally, where the epidemic curve is a bit looking like a mountain climb, but it's going to, and it is turning into a skyscraper look, with each day seeing more cases. So our number of cases are going up, the positivity rate is going up, and certainly the transmission number is up as well. So the fundamental question is, what can we do? And are there things that we can do individually that can help the situation? I want to talk about from a very personal level and what you can do and why you should be quite concerned about your and your family's health. I'll begin with a personal story. I work at the hospital, and my partner and I and our group have seen over 1,000 patients or more with COVID. It was just 2 weeks ago when my partner became short of breath, a fever, cough. It happened by the late afternoon. By evening, he spiked the fever to 103. By morning, it was fairly clear that he had what were symptoms of COVID. He got tested, and sure enough, he was positive. After taking all the precautions that we have been taking, as well as I think all the precautions that you all are also taking, this is a very stealthy virus. And so we need to continue doing what we're doing for our own personal safety. First and foremost, during the holidays, if we can, try to avoid extended family gatherings. It's really difficult to figure out who's positive, who's not, and when they turn positive. We have a difficult few months ahead, but after that, things will stabilize. So it's not as if it's going to be like this forever. So we just need to hang in there. So avoiding extended family gatherings is really important. And even if you are doing them, as I do with my parents when I meet with them, is I wear a mask. So if you're with folks who are elderly or vulnerable, I think it's really important to be having that clear understanding that it's okay to be wearing a mask in the household with extended family. The other is to distance. When my parents were in the kitchen, I would be in the dining room or the living room. And when they were in the dining room, I would then go in the kitchen. And when we were eating, we would be at the opposite ends, distant at the table, or even sitting in different rooms. I will tell you, doing these simple things makes, again, personal experience. My brother-in-law turned COVID positive, and his family did this distancing as well. And luckily, no one else got infected. So masking and distancing, and if you are getting together with family, and then testing. Testing is phenomenally effective in determining if anyone is positive. I mean, there's no substitution for testing, and nearly half the cases of COVID show no symptoms. So the only way you're going to pick somebody up if they're positive is through asymptomatic testing, and certainly if they're having symptoms, to do symptomatic testing. I will pause with that and say, yes, we are very optimistic about the next few months after the couple of bad months that we have. And after that, we really look forward to the vaccine. We look forward as well as to the a number of medications which are coming out, which can be an early treatment as well. So I'll pause with that, Madam Chair, and open up for questions, both personal as well as any scientific matters that are relevant.
You're muted, Chairwoman.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I thank you, Dr. Jane, for being with us today. I thought it was so important that we set the tone for the community and what we're going to do during Thanksgiving, Christmas shopping, Christmas Day, and New Year's. We are going to stay socially distanced, wear our mask, wash our hands, and try our best to just stay with the members of our own personal households. Thank you so much. Well, also, November is the month that we can call our attention to 15 million babies that are born prematurely. And today is the specific day that we recognize World Prematurity Awareness Day to work towards reducing the number of babies who die each year from being born too early. I thank the ladies of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority and the March of Dimes for their work in trying to make sure that the pregnancies in this community end with healthy babies. The one item on our agenda is the approval of the 2021 council meeting dates. If you will please remove those from your packets. This item is being presented to start the ordinance process. The meeting dates included in your package show the first and third Tuesdays throughout the year of 2021. The dates are subject to change in the next year if the incoming chair has changes or if there are suggestions among members as to consider modifying a date here or there for things like the neighborhood night out. Is there a motion?
Move it to move.
Second.
Thank you. By acclamation, can I get you all to say aye to our dates? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Do I have anyone opposed? This item passes. Thank you. We have same night minutes requested on 2 consent agenda items, and that's item number 11 and 12. We also have several add-ons, and let me get those. Hold on just a minute. Our add-on items and same night minutes for fiscal consent. And it looks like we have items 34, 35, 36, 37. That's it. And again, the 2 items that require additional for same night minutes are items number 11 and 12. Was that clear?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
without objection, I would request same night minutes on the consent agenda item number 8 as well. It's just approving engineering plans for Chick-fil-A on Summer Avenue. They're ready for construction, just waiting on us.
Item number 8. Okay. Can I get a motion for the add-ons? Yes.
Did we hold number 30?
I don't see
Item 30.
I don't see any items on hold.
Yes, ma'am. We'll have holds on items 28, 29, and 30.
Okay, thank you.
Until
Okay.
December.
And Madam Chairman.
Until when? Excuse
December
me,
1st, I
until
believe, on
when?
all 3 of those.
Okay, December 1st. And then I heard someone else trying to get my attention. Was it Councilman Morgan?
Councilman Carl, Madam Chair.
Okay, Carlisle.
Yes, ma'am. I need to pull item 11. I need to pull item 11 from the consent agenda and recuse myself from the vote.
So what you're saying, item number 11, you're just recusing yourself. Is that correct, Councilman Carlisle?
Yes, ma'am. I can't participate or would prefer not to participate in item 11's vote. We would like to participate in the rest of the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other hands or anyone else that wants to be recognized. And I get a motion for add-ons.
So moved, Colbert.
Morgan, second.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any objections? Barring none, that motion passes. I will see you again at 3:30 for our regular meeting. Unless there are any other business to consider, this